According to the first scroll of When the Eternally Surprised, Wen stepped out of the cave where he had received enlightenment and into the dawning light of the first day of the rest of his life. He stared at the rising sun for some time, because he had never seen it before. He prodded with the sandal the dozing form of Clodpool the apprentice, and said, "I have seen. Now I understand." Then he stopped, and looked at the thing next Clodpool. "What is that amazing thing?" he said. It's a tree, master," said Clodpool, still not quite awake. "Remember, it was there yesterday?" "There was no yesterday." I think there was, master," said Clodpool, struggling to his feet. "Remember, we came up here, and I cooked a meal, and had the rind off your sklang because you didn't want it." "I remember yesterday," said Wen thoughtfully, "but the memory is in my head now. Was yesterday real? Or is it only the memory that is real? Truly, yesterday I was not born." Clodpool's face became a mask of agonized incomprehension. "Dear, stupid Clodpool, I have learned everything," said Wen. "In the cup of the hand there is no past, no future. There is only now. There is no time but the present. We have a great deal to do." Clodpool hesitated. There was something new about his master. There was a glow in his eyes, and, when he moved, there were strange silvery blue lights in the air, like reflections from liquid mirrors. "She has told me everything," Wen went on. "I know that time was made for men, not the other way round. I have learned how to shape it and bend it. I know how to make a moment last forever, because it already has. And I can teach these skills even to you, Clodpool. I have heard the heartbeat of the universe. I know the answers to many questions. Ask me." The apprentice gave him a bleary look. It was too early in the morning for it to be early in the morning. That was the only thing that he currently knew for sure. What does master want for breakfast?" he said. Wen looked down from their camp and across the snowfields and purple mountains to the golden daylight creating the world, and mused upon certain aspects of humanity. "Ah," he said, "one of the difficult ones." For something to exist, it has to be observed. For something to exist, it has to have a position in time and space. And this explains why 9/10 of the mass of the universe is unaccounted for. 9/10 of the universe is the knowledge of the position and direction of everything in the other 10th. Every atom has its biography, every star its file, every chemical exchange its equivalent of the inspector with a clipboard. It is unaccounted for because it is doing the accounting for the rest of it, and you cannot see the back of your own head, except in very small universes. 9/10 of the universe, in fact, is the paperwork. And if you want the story, then remember that a story does not unwind, it weaves. Events that start in different places and different times all bear down on that one tiny point in space-time which is the perfect moment. Supposing an emperor was persuaded to wear a new suit of clothes, whose material was so fine that to the common eye the clothes weren't there. And suppose a little boy pointed out this fact in a loud, clear voice. Then you have the story of the emperor who had no clothes. But if you knew a bit more, it would be the story of the boy who got a well-deserved thrashing from his dad for being rude to royalty and was locked up. Or the story of the whole crowd who were rounded up by the guards and told, "This didn't happen okay, does anyone want to argue?" Or it could be a story of how a whole kingdom suddenly saw the benefits of the new clothes and developed an enthusiasm for healthy sports, mostly involving big beach balls, in a lively and refreshing atmosphere which got many new adherents every year and led to a recession caused by the collapse of the conventional clothing industry. It could even be a story about the great pneumonia epidemic of '09. It all depends on how much you know. Supposing you'd watched the slow accretion of snow over thousands of years as it is compressed and pushed over the deep rock until the glacier carves its icebergs into the sea, and you watched an iceberg drift out through the chilly waters, and you got to know its cargo of happy polar bears and seals as they looked forward to a brave new life in the other hemisphere, where they say the ice floes are lined with crunchy penguins, and then, wham! Tragedy loomed in the shape of thousands of tons of unaccountably floating iron and an exciting soundtrack. You'd want to know the whole story. And this one starts with desks. This is the desk of a professional. It is clear that their job is their life. There are human touches, but these are the human touches that strict usage allows in a chilly world of duty and routine. Mostly they're on the only piece of real colour in this picture of blacks and greys. It's a coffee mug. Someone, somewhere, wanted to make it a jolly mug. It bears a rather unconvincing picture of a teddy bear and the legend, "To the world's greatest granddad." And the slight change in the style of lettering on the word granddad makes it clear that this has come from one of those stalls that have hundreds of mugs like this, declaring that they're for the world's greatest granddad, dad, mum, granny, uncle, aunt, blank. Only someone whose life contains very little else, one feels, would treasure a piece of gimcrackery like this. It currently holds tea with a slice of lemon. The bleak desk top also contains a paper knife in the shape of a scythe and a number of hourglasses. Death picks up the mug in a skeletal hand and took a sip, pausing only to look again at the wording he'd read thousands of times before, and then put it down. "Very well," he said, in tones of funeral bells. "Show me." The last item on the desktop was a mechanical contrivance. Contrivance was exactly the right kind of word for it. Most of it was 2 discs. One was horizontal and contained a circlet of very small squares of what would prove to be carpet. The other was set vertically and had a large number of arms, each one of which held a very small slice of buttered toast. Each slice was set so that it could spin freely as the turning of the wheel brought it down towards the carpet disc. "I believe I am beginning to get the idea," said Death. The small figure by the machine saluted smartly and beamed, if a rat's skull could beam. It pulled a pair of goggles over its eye sockets, hitched up its robe, and clambered into the machine. Death was never quite sure why he allowed the death of rats to have an independent existence. After all, being death meant being the death of everything, including rodents of all descriptions. But perhaps everyone needs a tiny part of themselves that can, metaphorically, be allowed to run naked in the rain. Quite an overrated activity. To think the unthinkable thoughts, to hide in corners and spy on the world, to do the forbidden but enjoyable deeds. Slowly the death of rats pushed the treadles. The wheels began to spin. "Exciting, eh?" said a hoarse voice by Death's ear. It belonged to Quoth, the raven, who had attached himself to the household as the death of rats' personal transport and crony. He was, he always said, only in it for the eyeballs. The carpets began to turn. The tiny toasties slapped down, sometimes with a buttery squelch, sometimes without. Quoth watched carefully in case any eyeballs were involved. Death saw that some time and effort had been spent in devising a mechanism to re-butter each returning slice. An even more complex one measured the number of buttered carpets. After a couple of complete turns, the lever of the buttered carpet ratio device had moved to 60%, and the wheels stopped. "Well," said Death, "if you did it again, it could well be that—" The Death of Rats shifted a gear lever and began to pedal again. "Squeak!" it commanded. Death obediently leaned closer. This time the needle went only as high as 40%. Death leaned closer still. The 8 pieces of toast that had been buttered this time were in their entirety the pieces that had been missed first time round. Spidery cogwheels whirred in the machine. A sign emerged rather shakily on springs, with an effect that was the visual equivalent of the word boing. A moment later, 2 sparklers spluttered fitfully into life and sizzled away on either side of the word malignity. Death nodded. It was just as he'd suspected. He crossed his study, the Death of Rats scampering ahead of him, and reached a full-length mirror. It was dark like the bottom of a well. There was a pattern of skulls and bones around the frame, for the sake of appearances. Death could not look himself in the skull in a mirror with cherubs and roses round it. The Death of Rats climbed the frame in a scrabble of claws and looked at Death expectantly from the top. Quoth fluttered over and pecked briefly at his own reflection on the basis that anything was worth a try.
"Show me," said Death. "Show me my thoughts."
A chessboard appeared, but it was triangular, and so big that only the nearest point could be seen. Right on this point was the world. Turtle, elephants, the little orbiting sun, and all. It was the Disc-world, which existed only just this side of total improbability, and therefore in border country. In border country, the border gets crossed, and sometimes things creep into the universe that have rather more on their mind than a better life for their children and a wonderful future in the fruit-picking and domestic service industries. On every other black and white triangle of the chessboard, all the way to infinity, was a small grey shape, rather like an empty hooded robe. Why now, thought Death. He recognized them. They were not life forms. They were non-life forms. They were the observers of the operation of the universe, its clerks, its auditors. They saw to it that things spun and rocks fell. And they believed that for a thing to exist, it had to have a position in time and space. Humanity had arrived as a nasty shock. Humanity practically was things that didn't have a position in time and space, such as imagination, pity, hope, history, and belief. Take those away, and all you had was an ape that fell out of the trees a lot. Intelligent life was, therefore, an anomaly. It made the filing untidy. The auditors hated things like that. Periodically they tried to tidy things up a little. The year before, astronomers across the Discworld had been puzzled to see the stars gently wheel across the sky as the world turtle executed a roll. The thickness of the world never allowed them to see why, but great Atuin's ancient head had snaked out and down and had snapped right out of the sky the speeding asteroid that would, had it hit, have meant that no one would have needed to buy a diary ever again. No, the world could take care of obvious threats like that. So now the grey robes preferred more subtle, cowardly skirmishes in their endless desire for a universe where nothing happened that was not completely predictable. The butter-side-down effect was only a trivial but telling indicator. It showed an increase in activity. Give up was their eternal message. Go back to being blobs in the ocean. Blobs were easy. But the great game went on at many levels, Death knew, and often it was hardly possible to know who was playing.
"Every cause has its effect," he said aloud. "So every effect has its cause."
He nodded at the Death of Rats.
"Show me," said Death. "Show me a beginning."
Tick. It was a bitter winter's night. The man hammered on the back door, sending snow sliding off the roof. The girl, who had been admiring her new hat in the mirror, tweaked the already low neckline of her dress for slightly more exposure, just in case the caller was male, and went and opened the door. A figure was outlined against the freezing starlight. Flakes were already building up on his cloak. "Mrs. Ogg, the midwife?" he said. "It's Miss, actually," she said proudly. And which too, of course. She indicated her new black pointy hat. She was still at the stage of wearing it in the house. You must come at once. It's very urgent. The girl looked suddenly panic-stricken. Is it Mrs. Weaver? I didn't reckon she was due for another couple of weeks. I have come a long way, said the figure. They say you are the best in the world. What? Me? I've only delivered one, said Miss Ogg, now looking hunted. Biddy Spective is a lot more experienced than me, and old Minnie Forthright. Mrs. Weaver is going to be my first solo, because she's built like a wardrobe. I do beg your pardon. I will not trespass further on your time. The stranger retreated into the flake-speckled shadows. Hello? Said Miss Ogg. Hello? But there was nothing there, except footprints, which stopped in the middle of the snow-covered path. Tick. There was a hammering on the door. Mrs. Ogg put down the child that had been sitting on her knee and went and raised the latch. A dark figure stood outlined against the warm summer evening sky, and there was something strange about its shoulders. Mrs. Ogg, you are married now? Yep, twice, said Mrs. Ogg cheerfully. What can I do for... You must come at once. It's very urgent. I didn't know anyone was... I have come a long way, said the figure. Mrs. Ogg paused. There was something in the way he had pronounced long, and now she could see that the whiteness on the cloak was snow, melting fast. Faint memories stirred. Well now, she said, because she'd learned a lot in the last 20 years or so, that's as may be, and I'll always do the best I can, ask anyone, but I wouldn't say I'm the best. Always learning something new, that's me. Oh, in that case, I will call at a more convenient moment. Why have you got snow on? But without ever quite vanishing, the stranger was no longer present. Tick. There was a hammering on the door. Nanny Ogg carefully put down her brandy nightcap and stared at the wall for a moment. Now, a lifetime of edge witchery. An edge witch is one who makes her living on the edges, in that moment when boundary conditions apply, between life and death, light and dark, good and evil, most dangerous of all, today and tomorrow. A lifetime of edge witchery had honed senses that most people never really knew they had, and something in her head went click. On the hob, the kettle for her hot water bottle was just coming to the boil. She laid down her pipe, got up and opened the door on this springtime midnight. You've come a long way, I'm thinking, she said, showing no surprise at the dark figure. That is true, Mrs. Ogg. Everyone who knows me calls me Nanny. She looked down at the melting snow dripping off the cloak. It hadn't snowed up here for a month. And it's urgent, I expect, she said, as memory unrolled. Indeed. And now you've got to say you must come at once. You must come at once. Well now, she said, I'd say yes. I'm a pretty good midwife, though I do say it myself. I've seen hundreds into the world, even trolls, which is no errand for the inexperienced. I know birthing backwards and forwards and damn near sideways at times. Always been ready to learn something new, though. She looked down modestly. I wouldn't say I'm the best, she said, but I can't think of anyone better, I have to say. You must leave with me now. Oh, I must I? Said Mrs. Ogg. Yes. An edge witch thinks fast, because edges can shift so quickly, and she learns to tell when a mythology is unfolding, and when the best you can do is put yourself in its path and run to keep up. Right-o, I'll just go and get... There is no time. But I can't just walk right out and... Now! Nanny reached behind the door for her birthing bag, always kept there for just such occasions as this, full of the things she knew she'd want, and a few of the things she'd always prayed she'd never need. Right, she said. She left. Tick. The kettle was just boiling when Nanny walked back into her kitchen. She stared at it for a moment, and then moved it off the fire. There was still a drop of brandy left in the glass by her chair. She drained that, then refilled the glass to the brim from the bottle. She picked up her pipe. The bowl was still warm. She pulled on it, and the coals crackled. Then she took something out of her bag, which was now a good deal emptier, and, brandy glass in her hand, sat down to look at it. Well, she said at last, that was very unusual. Tick. Death watched the image fade. A few flakes of snow that had blown out of the mirror had already melted on the floor, but there was still a whiff of pipe smoke in the air.
"Ah, I see," he said. "A birthing in strange circumstances. But is that what the problem was, or was that what the solution will be?"
"Squeak," said the Death of Rats.
"Quite so," said Death. "You may very well be right. I do know that the midwife will never tell me."
The Death of Rats looked surprised. "Squeak?" Death smiled.
"Death? Asking after the life of her child? No, she would not."
"Excuse me," said the Raven, "but how come Miss Og became Mrs. Og? Sounds a bit of a rural arrangement, if you catch my meaning."
"Witches are matrilineal," said Death. "They find it much easier to change men than to change names."
He went back to his desk and opened a drawer. There was a thick book there, bound in night. On the cover, where a book like this might otherwise say, "Our Wedding," or "Acme Photo Album," it said, "Memories." Death turned the heavy pages carefully. Some of the memories escaped as he did so, forming brief pictures in the air before the page turned and then went flying and fading into the distant, dark corners of the room. There were snatches of sound, too, of laughter, tears, screams, and, for some reason, a brief burst of xylophone music which caused him to pause for a moment. An immortal has a great deal to remember. Sometimes it's better to put things where they will be safe. One ancient memory, brown and cracking around the edges, lingered in the air over the desk. It showed 5 figures, 4 on horseback, 1 in a chariot, all apparently riding out of a thunderstorm. The horses were at a flat gallop. There was a lot of smoke and flame and general excitement.
"Ah, the old days," said Death, "before there was this fashion for having a solo career."
"Squeak?" the Death of Rats inquired.
"Oh, yes," said Death. "Once there were 5 of us, 5 horsemen. But you know how things are. There's always a row, creative disagreements, rooms being trashed, that sort of thing." He sighed. "And things said that perhaps should not have been said." He turned a few more pages and sighed again. When you needed an ally and you were Death, on whom could you absolutely rely? His thoughtful gaze fell on the teddy bear mug. Of course, there was always family. Yes. He'd promised not to do this again, but he'd never got the hang of promises. He got up and went back to the mirror. There was not a lot of time. Things in the mirror were closer than they appeared. There was a slithering noise, a breathless moment of silence, and a crash like a bag of Skittles being dropped. The Death of Rats winced. The Raven took off hurriedly. "Help me up, please," said a voice from the shadows. "And then please clean up the damned butter." Tick. This desk was a field of galaxies. Things twinkled. There were complex wheels and spirals brilliant against the blackness. Jeremy always liked the moment when he had a clock in pieces, with every wheel and spring carefully laid out on the black velvet cloth in front of him. It was like looking at time dismantled, controllable, every part of it understood. He wished his life was like that. It would be nice to reduce it to bits, spread them all out on the table, clean and oil them properly, and put them together so that they coiled and spun as they ought to. But sometimes it seemed that the life of Jeremy had been assembled by a not very competent craftsman, who had allowed a number of small but important things to go ping into the corners of the room. He wished he liked people more, but somehow he could never get on with them. He never knew what to say. If life was a party, he wasn't even in the kitchen. He envied the people who made it as far as the kitchen. There would probably be the remains of a dip to eat, and a bottle or 2 of cheap wine that someone had brought along that'd probably be okay if you took out the drowned cigarette stubs.
There might even be a girl in the kitchen, although Jeremy knew the limits of his imagination. But Jeremy never even got an invitation. Clocks now. Clocks were different. He knew what made clocks tick. His full name was Jeremy Clockson, and that was no accident. He'd been a member of the Guild of Clockmakers since he was a few days old, and everyone knew what that meant. It meant his life had begun in a basket on a doorstep. Everyone knew how it worked. All the guilds took in the foundlings that arrived with the morning milk. It was an ancient form of charity, and there were far worse fates. The orphans got a life, and an upbringing of a sort, and a trade, and a future, and a name. Many a fine lady or master craftsman or city dignitary had a telltale surname like Ludd, or Dowie, or Pune, or Clockson. They'd been named after trade heroes or patron deities, and this turned them into a family, of a sort. The older ones remembered where they came from, and at Hogswatch they were free with donations of food and clothing to the various younger brothers and sisters of the basket. It wasn't perfect, but then what is? So Jeremy had grown up healthy and rather strange, and with a gift for his adoptive craft that almost made up for every other personal endowment that he did not possess. The shop bell rang. He sighed and put down his eyeglass. He didn't rush, though. There was a lot to look at in the shop. Sometimes he even had to cough to attract the customer's attention. That being said, sometimes Jeremy had to cough to attract the attention of his reflection when he was shaving. Jeremy tried to be an interesting person. The trouble was that he was the kind of person who, having decided to be an interesting person, would first of all try to find a book called How to Be an Interesting Person, and then see whether there were any courses available. He was puzzled that people seemed to think he was a boring conversationalist. Why, he could talk about all kinds of clock. Mechanical clocks, magical clocks, water clocks, fire clocks, floral clocks, candle clocks, sand clocks, cuckoo clocks, the rare Herschebian beetle clocks. But for some reason, he always ran out of listeners before he ran out of clocks. He stepped back into his shop and stopped. "Oh, I'm so sorry to have kept you," he said. It was a woman, and two trolls had taken up positions just inside the door. Their dark glasses and huge, ill-fitting black suits put them down as people who put people down. One of them cracked his knuckles when he saw Jeremy looking at him. The woman was wrapped in an enormous and expensive white fur coat, which may have explained the trolls. Long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face was made up so pale that it was almost the shade of the coat. She was quite attractive, thought Jeremy, who was admittedly no judge whatsoever, but it was a monochromatic beauty. He wondered if she was a zombie. There were quite a few in the city now, and the prudent ones had taken it with them when they died, and probably could afford a coat like that. "A beetle clock," she said. She had turned away from the glass dome. "Oh, yes, the Herschebian lawyer beetle has a very consistent daily routine," said Jeremy. "I only keep it for interest." "How very organic," said the woman. She extended a black-gloved hand, palm down. "We are Miria Lejean, Lady Miria Lejean." Jeremy obediently held out a hand. Patient men at the Clockmakers Guild had spent a long time teaching him how to relate to people before giving it up in despair, but some things had stuck. Her ladyship looked at the waiting hand. Finally, one of the trolls lumbered over.
"The lady does not shake hands," it said, in a reverberating whisper. "She are not a tactile kind of person."
"Oh?" said Jeremy. "But enough of this, perhaps," said Lady Lejean, stepping back. "You make clocks, and we—" There was a jingling noise from Jeremy's shirt pocket. He pulled out a large watch. "If that was chiming the hour, you are fast," said the woman. No, you might find it a good idea to, put your hands over your ear. It was 3 o'clock, and every clock struck it at once. Cuckoos cuckooed, the hour pins fell out of the candle clock, the water clocks gurgled and seesawed as the buckets emptied, bells clanged, gongs banged, chimes tinkled, and the Herschebian lawyer beetle turned a somersault. The trolls had clapped their huge hands over their ears, but Lady Lejeune merely stood with her hands on her hips, head on one side, until the last echo died away. "All correct, we see," she said. "What?" said Jeremy. He'd been thinking, perhaps a vampire, then. "You keep all your clocks at the right time," said Lady Lejeune. "You're very particular about that, Mr. Jeremy. A clock that doesn't tell the right time is wrong," said Jeremy. Now he was wishing she'd go away. Her eyes were worrying him. He'd heard about people having grey eyes, and her eyes were grey, like the eyes of a blind person, but she was clearly looking at him and through him. "Yes, there was a little bit of trouble over that, wasn't there?" said Lady Lejeune. I don't know what you're—" "At the Clockmakers' Guild? Williamson, who kept his clock 5 minutes fast? And you—" "I'm much better now," said Jeremy stiffly. "I have medicine. The guild was very kind. Now, please go away." "Mr. Jeremy, we want you to build us a clock that is accurate." "All my clocks are accurate," said Jeremy, staring at his feet. He wasn't due to take his medicine for another 5 hours and 17 minutes, but he was feeling the need for it now. "And now, I must ask, how accurate are your clocks?" "Better than a second in 11 months, said Jeremy promptly. "That is very good?" Yes, it had been very good. That was why the guild had been so understanding. Genius is always allowed some leeway, once the hammer has been pried from its hands and the blood has been cleaned up. "We want much better accuracy than that." "It can't be done." "Oh, you mean that you can't do it?" "No, I can't. And if I can't, then neither can any other clockmaker in the city. I'd know about it if they could." "So proud, are you sure?" "I'd know." And he would. He'd know for certain. The candle clocks and the water clocks, they were toys, which he kept out of a sort of respect for the early days of timekeeping, and even then he'd spent weeks experimenting with waxes and buckets, and had turned out primitive clocks that you could, well, very nearly set your watch by. It was okay that they couldn't be that accurate. They were simple, organic things, parodies of time. They didn't grind across his nerves. But a real clock, well, that was a mechanism, a thing of numbers, and numbers had to be perfect. She put her head on one side again. "How do you test to that accuracy?" she said. They'd often asked him that in the guild, once his talent had revealed itself. He hadn't been able to answer the question then, either, because it didn't make sense. You built a clock to be accurate. A portrait painter painted a picture. If it looked like the subject, then it was an accurate picture. If you built the clock right, it would be accurate. You didn't have to test it. You'd know. "I'd know," he said. "We want you to build a clock that is very accurate." "How accurate?" "Accurate." "But I can only build to the limit of my materials," said Jeremy. "I have developed certain techniques, but there are things like the vibration of the traffic in the street, little changes in temperature, that sort of thing." Lady Lejeune was now inspecting a range of fat, imp-powered watches. She picked one up and opened the back. There was the tiny saddle and the pedals, but they were forlorn and empty. "No imps?" she said. "I keep them for historical interest," said Jeremy. "They were barely accurate to a few seconds a minute, and they'd stop completely overnight. They were only any good if your idea of accuracy was around 2-ish. He grimaced when he used the term. It felt like fingernails on a blackboard. "How about Invar?" said the lady, still apparently inspecting the Museum of Clocks. Jeremy looked shocked. "The alloy? I didn't think anyone outside the guild knew about that, and it is very expensive, worth a lot more than its weight in gold." Lady Lejeune straightened up. Money is no object, she said. Would Invar allow you to reach total accuracy? No, I already use it. It's true that it is not affected by temperature, but there are always barriers. Smaller and smaller interferences become bigger and bigger problems. It's Zeno's paradox. Ah, yes. He was the Ephebian philosopher who said that you couldn't hit a running man with an arrow, wasn't he? Said the lady. In theory, because... But Zeno came up with 4 paradoxes, I believe, said Lady Lejeune. They involved the idea that there is such a thing as the smallest possible unit of time. And it must exist, mustn't it? Consider the present. It must have a length, because one end of it is connected to the past, and the other is connected to the future. And if it didn't have a length, then the present couldn't exist at all. There would be no time for it to be the present in. Jeremy was suddenly in love. He hadn't felt like this since he'd taken the back off the nursery clock when he was 14 months old. Then, you're talking about the fabled tick of the universe, he said, and no gear cutter could possibly make gears that small. It depends on what you would call a gear. Have you read this? Lady Lejeune waved a hand at one of the trolls, who lumbered over and dropped an oblong package on the counter. Jeremy undid it. It contained a small book. Grim Fairy Tales, he said. Read the story about the glass clock of Bart Shoeshine, said Lady Lejeune. Children's stories? Said Jeremy. What could they tell me? Who knows? We will call again tomorrow, said Lady Lejeune, to hear about your plans. In the meantime, here is a little token of our good faith. The troll laid a large leather bag on the counter. It clinked with the heavy, rich clink of gold. Jeremy didn't pay it a great deal of attention. He had quite a lot of gold. Even skilled clockmakers came to buy his clocks. Gold was useful because it gave him the time to work on more clocks. These earned him more gold. Gold was, more or less, something that occupied the space between clocks. I can also obtain Invar for you in large quantities, she said. That will be part of your payment, although I agree that even Invar will not serve your purpose. Mr. Jeremy, both you and I know that your payment for making the first truly accurate clock will be the opportunity to make the first truly accurate clock. Yes? He smiled nervously. It would be wonderful if it could be done, he said. Really, it would be the end of clockmaking. Yes, said Lady Lejeune. No one would ever have to make a clock again. Tick. This desk is neat. There is a pile of books on it, and a ruler. There is also, at the moment, a clock made out of cardboard. Miss picked it up. The other teachers in the school were known as Stephanie and Joan and so on, but to her class she was very strictly Miss Susan. Strict, in fact, was a word that seemed to cover everything about Miss Susan, and in the classroom she insisted on the Miss in the same way that a king insists upon Your Majesty, and for pretty much the same reason. Miss Susan wore black, which the headmistress disapproved of but could do nothing about because black was, well, a respectable colour. She was young, but with an indefinable air of age about her. She wore her hair, which was blonde-white with one black streak, in a tight bun. The headmistress disapproved of that too. It suggested an archaic image of teaching, she said, with the assurance of someone who could pronounce a capital letter. But she didn't ever dare disapprove of the way Miss Susan moved, because Miss Susan moved like a tiger. It was, in fact, always very hard to disapprove of Miss Susan in her presence, because if you did, she gave you a look. It was not in any way a threatening look. It was cool and calm. You just didn't want to see it again. The look worked in the classroom too. Take homework. Another archaic practice the headmistress was ineffectually against. No dog ever ate the homework of one of Miss Susan's students, because there was something about Miss Susan that went home with them. Instead, the dog brought them a pen and watched imploringly while they finished it. Miss Susan seemed to have an unerring instinct for spotting laziness and effort, too. Contrary to the headmistress's instructions, Miss Susan did not let the children do what they liked. She let them do what she liked. It had turned out to be a lot more interesting for everyone. Miss Susan held up the cardboard clock and said, "Who can tell me what this is?" A forest of hands shot up. "Yes, Miranda." "It's a clock, Miss." Miss Susan smiled, carefully avoided the hand that was being waved by a boy called Vincent, who was also making frantically keen "ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh" noises, and chose the one behind him. "Nearly right," she said. "Yes, Samuel?" "It's all cardboard made to look like a clock," said the boy. "Correct. Always see what's really there. And I'm supposed to teach you to tell the time with this." Miss Susan gave it a sneer and tossed it away. "Shall we try a different way?" she said, and snapped her fingers. "Yes," the class chorused, and then it went, "Ah," as the walls, floor, and ceiling dropped away, and the desks hovered high over the city. A few feet away was the huge cracked face of the tower clock of Unseen University. The children nudged one another excitedly. The fact that their boots were over 300 feet of fresh air didn't seem to bother them. Oddly, too, they did not seem surprised. This was just an interesting thing. They acted like connoisseurs who had seen other interesting things. You did, when you were in Miss Susan's class. "Now, Melanie," said Miss Susan, as a pigeon landed on her desk, "the big hand is on the 12, and the enormous hand is nearly on the 10, so it's—" Vincent's hands shot up. "Ooh, miss, ooh, ooh." "Nearly 12 o'clock, Melanie managed. "Well done, but here—" The air blurred. Now the desks, still in perfect formation, were firmly on the cobbles of a plaza in a different city. So was the classroom. There were the cupboards, and the nature table, and the blackboard. But the walls had vanished. No one in the plaza paid the visitors any attention, but, oddly, no one tried to walk into them either. The air was warmer and smelled of sea and swamp. "Anyone know where this is?" said Miss Susan. "Oh, me, miss, oh." Vincent could only stretch his body taller if his feet left the ground. "How about you, Penelope?" said Miss Susan. "Oh, miss," said a deflated Vincent. Penelope, who was beautiful, docile, and frankly dim, looked around at the thronged square and the whitewashed, awning-hung buildings with an expression close to panic. "We came here in geography last week," said Miss Susan. "City surrounded by swamps, on the Vieux River, famous cookery, lots of seafood." Penelope's exquisite brow creased. The pigeon on Miss Susan's desk fluttered down and joined the other pigeons prospecting for scraps amongst the flagstones, cooing gently to the others in pigeon. Aware that a lot could happen while people waited for Penelope to complete a thought process, Miss Susan waved at a clock on a shop across the square and said, "And who can tell me the time here in Genua, please?" "Oh, miss, oh." A boy called Gordon cautiously admitted that it might be 3 o'clock, to the audible disappointment of the inflatable Vincent. "That's right," said Miss Susan. "Can anyone tell me why it's 3 o'clock in Genua, while it's 12 o'clock in Ankh-Morpork?" There was no avoiding it this time. If Vincent's hand had gone up any faster, it would have fried by air friction. "Yes, Vincent." "Oh, miss, speed of light, miss. It goes at 600 miles an hour, and at the moment the sun's rising on the rim near Genua, so 12 o'clock takes 3 hours to get to us, miss." Miss Susan sighed. "Very good, Vincent," she said, and stood up. Every eye in the room watched her as she crossed over to the stationery cupboard. It seemed to have travelled with them, and now, if there had been anyone to note such things, they might have seen faint lines in the air that denoted walls and windows and doors. And if they were intelligent observers, they'd have said, "So, this classroom is in some way still in Ankh-Morpork and also in Genua, is it? Is this a trick? Is this real? Is it imagination? Or is it that, to this particular teacher, there is not much of a difference. The inside of the cupboard was also present, and it was in that shadowy, paper-smelling recess that she kept the stars. There were gold stars and silver stars. One gold star was worth 3 silver ones. The headmistress disapproved of these as well. She said they encouraged competitiveness. Miss Susan said that was the point, and the headmistress scuttled away before she got a look. Silver stars weren't awarded frequently, and gold stars happened less than once a fortnight, and were vied for accordingly. Right now, Miss Susan selected a silver star. Pretty soon, Vincent the Keen would have a galaxy of his very own. To give him his due, he was quite uninterested in which kind of star he got. Quantity, that was what he liked. Miss Susan had privately marked him down as boy most likely to be killed one day by his wife. She walked back to her desk and laid the star tantalizingly in front of her. "And an extra special question," she said with a hint of malice. "Does that mean it's then there, when it's now here?" The hand slowed halfway in its rise. "Oh," Vincent began, and then stopped. "Doesn't make sense, miss." "Questions don't have to make sense, Vincent," said Miss Susan, "but answers do." There was a kind of sigh from Penelope. To Miss Susan's surprise, the face which one day would surely cause her father to have to hire bodyguards was emerging from its normal, happy daydream and wrapping itself around an answer. Her alabaster hand was rising too. The class watched expectantly. "Yes, Penelope." Yes? "It's always now everywhere, miss." "Exactly right. Well done. All right, Vincent, you can have the silver star. And for you, Penelope—" Miss Susan went back to the cupboard of stars. Getting Penelope to step off her cloud long enough even to answer a question was worth a star, but a deep philosophical statement had to make it a gold one. "I want you all to open your notebooks and write down what Penelope just told us," she said brightly as she sat down. And then she saw the inkwell on her desk beginning to rise like Penelope's hand. It was a ceramic pot made to drop neatly into a round hole in the woodwork. It came up smoothly and turned out to be balanced on the cheerful skull of the death of rats. It winked one blue glowing eye socket at Miss Susan. With quick little movements, not even looking down, she whisked the inkwell aside with one hand and reached for a thick volume of stories with the other. She brought it down so hard on the hole that blue-black ink splashed onto the cobbles. Then she raised the desk lid and peeped inside. There was, of course, nothing there, at least nothing macabre, unless you counted the piece of chocolate, half gnawed by rat teeth, and a note in heavy Gothic lettering saying, "See me," and signed by a very familiar Alpha and Omega symbol and the word grandfather. Susan picked up the note and screwed it into a ball, aware that she was trembling with rage. How dare he? And to send the rat, too! She tossed the ball into the waste paper basket. She never missed. Sometimes the basket moved in order to ensure that this was the case. "And now we'll go and see what the time is in Clatch," she told the watching children. On the desk, the book had fallen open at a certain page, and later on it would be story time. And Miss Susan would wonder too late why the book had been left on her desk when she had never even seen it before. And a splash of blue-black ink would stay on the cobbles of the square Ingenua until the evening rainstorm washed it away. Tick. The first words that are read by seekers of enlightenment in the secret, gong-banging, yeti-haunted valleys near the hub of the world are when they look into the life of Wen the Eternally Surprised. The first question they ask is, why was he eternally surprised? And they are told, Wen considered the nature of time and understood that the universe is, instant by instant, recreated anew. Therefore, he understood, there is in truth no past, only a memory of the past. Blink your eyes, and the world you see next did not exist when you closed them. Therefore, he said, the only appropriate state of mind is surprise. The only appropriate state of the heart is joy. The sky you see now, you have never seen before. The perfect moment is now. Be glad of it. The first words read by the young Lutze, when he sought perplexity in the dark, teeming, rain-soaked city of Ankh-Morpork, were, "Rooms for rent, very reasonable," and he was glad of it. Tick. Where there is suitable country for grain, people farm. They know the taste of good soil, they grow grain. Where there is good steel country, furnaces turn the sky to sunset red all night. The hammers never stop. They make steel. There is coal country, and beef country, and grass country. The world is full of countries where one thing shapes the land and the people. And up here, in the high valleys around the hub of the world, where the snow is never far away, this is enlightenment country. Here are people who know that there is no steel, only the idea of steel. But they still use forks, or at least the idea of forks. There may, as the philosopher says, be no spoon, although this begs the question of why there is the idea of soup. They give names to new things, and things that don't exist. They seek the essence of being and the nature of the soul. They make wisdom. Temples command every glacier-headed valley, where there are particles of ice in the wind even at the height of summer. There are the listening monks, seeking to discern within the hubbub of the world the faint echoes of the sounds that set the universe in motion. There are the Brothers of Cool, a reserved and secretive sect which believes that only through ultimate coolness can the universe be comprehended, and that black works with everything, and that chrome will never truly go out of style. In their vertiginous temple, crisscrossed with tightropes, the balancing monks test the tension of the world, and then set out on long, perilous journeys to restore its equilibrium. Their work may be seen on high mountains and isolated islets. They are small, brass weights, none of them bigger than a fist. They work. Well, obviously they work. The world has not tipped up yet. And in the highest, greenest, airiest valley of all, where apricots are grown and the streams have floating ice in them even on the hottest day, is the monastery of Oi Dong and the fighting monks of the Order of Wen. The other sects call them the history monks. Not much is known about what they do, although some have remarked on the strange fact that it is always a wonderful spring day in the little valley, and the cherry trees are always in bloom. The rumour is that the monks have some kind of duty to see that tomorrow happens according to some mystic plan devised by some man who kept on being surprised. In fact, for some time now, and it would be impossible and ridiculous to say how long, the truth has been stranger and more dangerous. The job of the history monks is to see that tomorrow happens at all. The Master of Novices met with Rin Po, chief acolyte to the abbot. At the moment, at least, the position of chief acolyte was a very important post. In his current condition, the abbot needed many things done for him, and his attention span was low. In circumstances like this, there is always someone willing to carry the load. There are Rin Pos everywhere. "It's lad again," said the Master of Novices. "Oh dear, surely one naughty child can't trouble you." "One ordinary naughty child? No. Where is this one from?" "Master Soto sent him. You know, of our Ankh-Morpork section. He found him in the city. The boy has a natural talent, I understand," said Rin Po. The Master of Novices looked shocked. "Talent? He is a wicked thief. he'd been apprenticed to the Guild of Thieves, he said. Well, children sometimes steal. Beat them a little and they stop stealing. Basic education, said Rin Po. Ah, there is a problem. Yes. He is very, very fast. Around him things go missing. Little things, unimportant things. But even when he is watched closely, he is never seen to take them. Then perhaps he does not. He walks through a room and things vanish, said the Master of Novices. Is that fast? It's just as well Soto did find him, then. But a thief is... They turn up later, in odd places, said the Master of Novices, apparently grudging the admission. He does it out of mischief, I'm sure. The breeze blew the scent of cherry blossom across the terrace. Look, I am used to disobedience, said the Master of Novices. That is part of a novice's life. But he is also tardy. Tardy? He turns up late for his lessons. How can a pupil be tardy here? Mr. Ladd doesn't seem to care. Mr. Ladd seems to think he can do as he pleases. He is also smart. The acolyte nodded. Ah, smart. The word had a very specific meaning here in the valley. A smart boy thought he knew more than his tutors and answered back, and interrupted. A smart boy was worse than a stupid one. He does not accept discipline, said the acolyte. Yesterday, when I was taking the class for temporal theory in the stone room, I caught him just staring at the wall, clearly not paying attention. But when I called out to him to answer the problem I'd chalked on the blackboard, knowing full well that he could not, he did so, instantly and correctly. Well, you did say he was a smart boy. The Master of Novices looked embarrassed. Except it was not the right problem. I had been instructing the 5th Gym field agents earlier and had left part of the test on the board, an extremely complex phase space problem involving residual harmonics in N histories. None of them got it right. To be honest, even I had to look up the answer. So I take it you punished him for not answering the right question? Obviously. But that sort of behavior is disruptive. Most of the time I think he's not all there. He never pays attention. He always knows the answers, and he can never tell you how he knows. We can't keep thrashing him. He is a bad example to the other pupils. There's no educating a smart boy. The acolyte thoughtfully watched a flight of white doves circle the monastery roofs. We cannot send him away now, he said at last. Soto said he saw him perform the stance of the coyote. That's how he was found. Can you imagine that? He'd had no training at all. Can you imagine what would happen if someone with that kind of skill ran around loose? Thank goodness Soto was alert. But he has turned him into my problem. The boy disrupts tranquility. Rin Po sighed. The Master of Novices was a good and conscientious man, he knew, but it had been a long time since he'd been out in the world. People like Soto spent every day in the world of time. They learned flexibility, because if you were stiff out there, you were dead. People like Soto... Now there was an idea. He looked towards the other end of the terrace, where a couple of servants were sweeping up the fallen cherry blossom. I see a harmonious solution, he said. Oh, yes? An unusually talented boy like Ladd needs a master, not the discipline of the schoolroom. Possibly, but... The Master of Novices followed Rin Po's gaze. Oh, he said, and he smiled in a way that was not entirely nice. It contained a certain anticipatory element, a hint that trouble might be in store for someone who, in his opinion, richly deserved it. A name occurs, said Rin Po. To me also, said the Master of Novices. A name I've heard too often. Rin-Po went on. "I suppose that either he will break the boy or the boy will break him, or it is always possible that they will break each other," the master mused. "So, in the patois of the world," said Rin-Po, "there is no actual downside." "Would the abbot approve, though?" said the master, testing a welcome idea for any weak points. "He has always had a certain rather tiresome regard for the sweeper. The abbot is a dear, kind man, but at the moment his teeth are giving him trouble, and he is not walking at all well," said Rin-Po. "And these are difficult times. I'm sure he will be pleased to accept our joint recommendation. Why, it's practically a minor matter of day-to-day affairs." And thus the future was decided. They were not bad men. They had worked hard on behalf of the valley for hundreds of years. But it is possible, after a while, to develop certain dangerous habits of thought. One is that, while all important enterprises need careful organization, it is the organization that needs organizing rather than the enterprise. And another is that tranquility is always a good thing. Tick. There was a row of alarm clocks on the table by Jeremy's bed. He did not need them, because he woke up when he wanted to. They were there for testing. He set them for 7 and woke up at 6:59 to check that they went off on time. Tonight he went to bed early with a drink of water and the grim fairy tales. He had never been interested in stories at any age and had never quite understood the basic concept. He'd never read a work of fiction all the way through. He did remember, as a small boy, being really annoyed at the depiction of Hickory Dickory Dock in a rag book of nursery rhymes because the clock in the drawing was completely wrong for the period. He tried to read grim fairy tales. They had titles like How the Wicked Queen Danced in Red-Hot Shoes and The Old Lady in the Oven. There was simply no mention of clocks of any sort in any of them. Their authors seemed to have a thing about not mentioning clocks. The glass clock of Bart Shoeshine, on the other hand, did have a clock, of a sort. And it was odd. A wicked man, readers could see he was wicked, because it said he was wicked right there on the page, built a clock of glass, in which he captured time herself. But things went wrong because there was one part of the clock, a spring, that he couldn't make out of glass, and it broke under the strain. Time was set free, and the man aged 10,000 years in a second and crumpled to dust, and, not surprisingly in Jeremy's opinion, was never seen again. The story ended with a moral. Large enterprises depend upon small details. Jeremy couldn't see why it couldn't just as well have been it's wrong to trap non-existent women in clocks, or it would have worked with a glass spring. But even to Jeremy's inexperienced eye, there was something wrong with the whole story. It read as though the writer was trying to make sense of something he'd seen or been told and had misunderstood. And, although it was set hundreds of years ago, when even in Uberwald there were only natural cuckoo clocks, the artist had drawn a long-case clock of the sort that wasn't around even 15 years ago. The stupidity of some people. You'd laugh if it wasn't so tragic. He put the book aside and spent the rest of the evening doing a little design work for the guild. They paid him handsomely for this, providing he promised never to turn up in person. Then he put the work on the bedside table by the clocks. He blew out the candle. He went to sleep. He dreamed. The glass clock ticked. It stood in the middle of the workshop's wooden floor, giving off a silvery light. Jeremy walked around it, or perhaps it spun gently around him. It was taller than a man. Within the transparent case, red and blue lights twinkled like stars. The air smelled of acid. Now his point of view dived into the thing, the crystalline thing, plunging down through the layers of glass and quartz. They rose past him, their smoothness becoming walls hundreds of miles high, and still he fell between slabs that were becoming rough, grainy, full of holes. The blue and red light was here too, pouring past him, and only now was there sound. It came from the darkness ahead, a slow beat that was ridiculously familiar, a heartbeat magnified 1,000,000 times. Chum, chum. Each beat slower than mountains and bigger than worlds, dark and blood-red. He heard a few beats, and then his fall slowed, stopped, and he began to soar back up through the sleeting light until the brightness ahead became a room. He had to remember all this. It was all so clear once you saw it, so simple, so easy. He could see every part, how they interlocked, how they were made. And now it began to fade. Of course, it was only a dream. He told himself that and was comforted by it. But he had gone to some lengths with this one, he had to admit. For example, there was a mug of tea steaming on the nearby workbench, and the sound of voices on the other side of the door. There was a knocking at the door. Jeremy wondered if the dream would end when the door was opened, and then the door disappeared, and the knocking went on. It was coming from downstairs. The time was 6:47. Jeremy glanced at the alarm clocks to make sure they were right, then pulled his dressing gown around him and hurried downstairs. He opened the front door a crack. There was no one there.
Down here, mister."
Somewhere lower down was a dwarf.
"Name of Clockson,"
it said. "Yes?" A clipboard was thrust through the gap.
"Sign here where it says sign here, thank you. OK, lads."
Behind him, a couple of trolls tipped up a handcart. A large wooden crate crashed onto the cobbles. "What is this?" said Jeremy.
"Express package,"
said the dwarf, taking the clipboard.
"Come all the way from Hooverbout. Must have cost someone a packet. Look at all them seals and stickers on it."
"Can't you bring it in?" Jeremy began, but the cart was already moving off, with the merry jingle and tinkle of fragile items. It started to rain. Jeremy peered at the label on the crate. It was certainly addressed to him, in a neat round hand, and just above it was the seal with the double-headed bat of Uberwald. There was no other marking, except, near the bottom, and upside down, the words, "This side up." Then the crate started to swear. It was muffled, and in a foreign language, but all swearing has a certain international content. Hello?" said Jeremy. The crate rocked and landed on one of the long sides with extra cursing. There was some thumping from inside, some louder swearing, and the crate teetered upright again, with the alleged top the right way up. A piece of board slid aside, and a crowbar dropped out and onto the street with a clang. The voice that had lately been swearing said, "If you would be so good." Jeremy inserted the bar into a likely-looking crack and pulled. The crate sprang apart. He dropped the bar. There was a creature inside. "I don't know," it said, pulling bits of packing material off itself. 8 bloody days, with no problems, and those idiots get it wrong on the doorstep." It nodded at Jeremy. "Good morning, sir. I suppose you are Mr. Jeremy?" "Yes, but—" "My name is Igor, sir. My credentials, sir." A hand like an industrial accident, held together with stitches, thrust a sheaf of papers towards Jeremy. He recoiled instinctively, and then felt embarrassed and took them. "I think there's been a mistake," he said. No mistake," said Igor, pulling a carpet bag out of the ruins of the crate. "You need an assistant, and when it comes to assistants, you cannot go wrong with an Igor. Everyone knows that. Could we go in out of the rain, sir? It's making my knees rust." "But I don't need an assistant," Jeremy began, but that was wrong, wasn't it? He just couldn't keep assistants. They always left within a week. "Morning, sir," said a cheery voice. Another cart had pulled up. This one was painted a gleaming hygienic white and was full of milk churns, and had Ronald Soak, Dairyman, painted on the side. Distracted, Jeremy looked up at the beaming face of Mr. Soak, who was holding a bottle of milk in each hand. "1 pint, Squire, as per usual, and perhaps another one if you've got company."
Yes, thank you. And the yoghurt is particularly fine this week, Squire? Said Mr. Soak encouragingly. I think not, Mr. Soak. Need any eggs, cream, butter, buttermilk or cheese? Not as such, Mr. Soak. Right, you are then, said Mr. Soak, unabashed. See you tomorrow, then. Yes, said Jeremy, as the cart moved on. Mr. Soak was a friend, which in Jeremy's limited social vocabulary meant someone I speak to once or twice a week. He approved of the milkman because he was regular and punctual and had the bottles at the doorstep every morning on the stroke of 7 a.m. Goodbye, he said. He turned to Igor. How did you know I needed... He tried, but the strange man had gone indoors, and a frantic Jeremy tracked him down in the workshop.
Oh, yes, very nice,
said Igor, who was taking it all in with the air of a connoisseur.
That's a Turnbull Mark III micro lathe, isn't it? I saw that in their catalogue. Very nice, indeed.
I didn't ask anyone for an assistant, said Jeremy. Who sent you?
We are Igor's, sir.
Yes, you said. Look, I don't...
No, sir. We are Igor's, sir. The organisation, sir.
What organisation?
For placements, sir. You see, sir, the thing is, an Igor often finds himself between masters, through no fault of his own, you see, and, on the other hand...
You have 2 thumbs, breathed Jeremy, who had just noticed and couldn't stop himself. 2 on each hand.
Oh, yes, sir, very handy, said Igor, not even glancing down. On the other hand, there is no shortage of people wanting an Igor, so my Aunt Igorina runs our select little agency.
For lots of Igors, said Jeremy.
Oh, there's a fair number of us. We're a big family.
Igor handed Jeremy a card. He read, We are Igors, a spare hand when needed. The Old Rathaus, Bad Schuschein, Sea-Mail, Yes, Master, Uberwald. Jeremy stared at the semaphore address. His normal ignorance of anything that wasn't to do with clocks did not apply here. He'd been quite interested in the new cross-continent semaphore system after hearing that it made quite a lot of use of clockwork mechanisms to speed up the message flow. So you could send a Klax message to hire an Igor. Well, that explained the speed, at least. Rathaus, he said. That means something like a council hall, doesn't it?
Normally, sir. Normally,
said Igor reassuringly. Do you really have semaphore addresses in Uberwald?
Oh, yes. We are ready to grasp the future with both hands, sir.
And 4 thumbs?
Yes, sir. We can grasp like anything.
And then you mailed yourself here?
Certainly, sir. We Igors are no strangers to discomfort.
Jeremy looked down at the paperwork he'd been handed, and a name caught his eye. The top paper was signed, in a way at least. There was a message in neat capitals, as neat as printing, and a name at the end. He will be useful, Lejean. He remembered. Oh, Lady Lejean is behind this. She had you sent to me.
That's correct, sir.
Feeling that Igor was expecting more of him, Jeremy made a show of reading through the rest of what turned out to be references. Some of them were written in what he could only hope was dried brown ink. One was in crayon, and several were singed around the edges. They were all fulsome. After a while, though, a certain tendency could be noted amongst the signatories. This one is signed by someone called Mad Dr. Scoop, he said.
Oh, he wasn't actually named Mad, sir. It was more like a nickname, as it were.
Was he mad, then?
Who can say, sir? Said Igor calmly.
And crazed Baron Ha-Ha, it says under reason for leaving that he was crushed by a burning windmill.
Case of mistaken identity, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir. I understand the mob mistook him for screaming Dr. Berserk, sir.
Oh, yes.
Jeremy glanced down. Who you also worked for, I see.
Yes, sir.
And who died of blood poisoning?
Yes, sir. Caused by a dirty pitchfork.
And Nipsey the Impaler?
Would you believe he ran a kebab shop, sir?
Did he?
Not conventionally, though, sir.
You mean he was mad too?
Well, he did have his little ways, I must admit, but an Igor never passes judgment on his master or mistress, sir. That is the code of the Igors, sir, he added patiently. It would be a funny old world if we were all alike, sir.
Jeremy was completely baffled as to his next move. He'd never been very good at talking to people, and this, apart from Lady Lejeune and a wrangle with Mr. Soak over an unwanted cheese, was the longest conversation he'd had for a year. Perhaps it was because it was hard to think of Igor as coming under the heading of people. Until now, Jeremy's definition of people had not included anyone with more stitches than a handbag. "I'm not sure I've got any work for you, though," he said. "I've got a new commission, but I'm not sure how... Anyway, I'm not insane."
"That's not compulsory, sir."
"I've actually got a piece of paper that says I'm not, you know."
"Well done, sir."
"Not many people have one of those."
"Very true, sir."
"I take medicine, you know."
"Well done, sir," said Igor. "I'll just go and make some breakfast, shall I? While you get dressed, master."
Jeremy clutched at his damp dressing gown. "I'll be down shortly," he said, and hurried up the stairs. Igor's gaze took in the racks of tools. There was not a speck of dust on them. The files, hammers, and pliers were ranged according to size, and the items on the workbench were positioned with geometrical exactitude. He pulled open a drawer. Screws were laid in perfect rows. He looked around at the walls. They were bare except for the shelves of clocks. This was surprising. Even dribbling Dr. Vibes had a calendar on the wall, which added a splash of colour. Admittedly, it was from the Acid Bath and Restraint Company in Ugly, and the colour it splashed was mostly red, but at least it showed some recognition of a world outside the four walls. Igor was puzzled. Igor had never worked for a sane person before. He'd worked for a number of, well, the world called them madmen, and he'd worked for several normal people in that they only indulged in minor and socially acceptable insanities, but he couldn't recall ever working for a completely sane person. Obviously, he reasoned, if sticking screws up your nose was madness, then numbering them and keeping them in careful compartments was sanity, which was the opposite. Ah, no, it wasn't, was it? He smiled. He was beginning to feel quite at home already. Lutze the sweeper was in his garden of 5 surprises, carefully cultivating his mountains. His broom leaned against the hedge. Above him, looming over the temple gardens, the big stone statue of Wen the Eternally Surprised sat with its face locked in its permanent, wide-eyed expression of, yes, pleasant surprise. As a hobby, mountains appeal to those people who in normal circumstances are said to have a great deal of time on their hands. Lutze had no time at all. Time was something that largely happened to other people. He viewed it in the same way that people on the shore viewed the sea. It was big, and it was out there, and sometimes it was an invigorating thing to dip a toe into, but you couldn't live in it all the time. Besides, it always made his skin wrinkle. At the moment, in the never-ending, ever-recreated moment of this peaceful, sunlit little valley, he was fiddling with the little mirrors and shovels and morphic resonators and even stranger devices required to make a mountain grow to no more than 6 inches high. The cherry trees were still in bloom. They always were in bloom here. A gong rang somewhere back in the temple. A flock of white doves took off from the monastery roof. A shadow fell over the mountain. Lutze glanced at the person who had entered the garden. He made the perfunctory symbol of servitude to the rather annoyed-looking boy in novice's robes.
Yes, master, he said. I'm looking for the one they call Lute Say, said the boy. Personally, I don't think he really exists. I've got glaciation, said Lute Say, ignoring this. At last. See, master, it's only an inch long, but already it's carving its own little valley. Magnificent, isn't it? Yes, yes, very good, said the novice, being kind to an underling. Isn't this the garden of Lute Say? You mean Lute Say, who is famous for his bonsai mountains? The novice looked from the line of plates to the little wrinkled, smiling man. You, a Lute Say? But you're just a sweeper. I've seen you cleaning out the dormitories. I've seen people kick you. Lute Say, apparently not hearing this, picked up a plate about a foot across on which a small cinder cone was smoking. What do you think of this, master? He said. Volcanic, and it is bloody hard to do, excuse my clutching. The novice took a step forward and leaned down and looked directly into the sweeper's eyes. Lute Say was not often disconcerted, but he was now. You are Lute Say? Yes, lad, I am Lute Say. The novice took a deep breath and thrust out a skinny arm. It was holding a small scroll. From the abbot, venerable one. The scroll wobbled in the nervous hand. Most people call me Lute Say, lad, or sweeper. Until they get to know me better, some call me get out of the way, said Lute Say, carefully wrapping up his tools. I've never been very venerable, except in cases of bad spelling. He looked around the saucers for the miniature shovel he used for glacial work, and couldn't see it anywhere. Surely he'd put it down just a moment ago. The novice was watching him with an expression of awe mixed with residual suspicion. A reputation like Lute Say's got around. This was a man who had done practically everything if you listened to the rumours. But he didn't look as though he had. He was just a little bald man, with a wispy beard and a faint, amiable smile. Lute Say patted the young man on the shoulder in an effort to put him at his ease. Let us see what the abbot wants, he said, unrolling the rice paper. Oh, you are to take me to see him, it says here. A look of panic froze the novice's face. What? How can I do that? Novices aren't allowed inside the inner temple. Really? In that case, let me take you to take me to see him, said Lute Say. You are allowed into the inner temple, said the novice, and then put his hand over his mouth. But you're just Oh. That's right. Not even a proper monk, let alone a dong, said the sweeper cheerfully. Amazing, isn't it? But people talk about you as if you were as high as the abbot. Oh, dear me, no, said Lute Say. I'm nothing like as holy. Never really got a grip on the cosmic harmony. But you've done all those incredible... I didn't say I'm not good at what I do, said Lute Say, ambling away with his broom over his shoulder. Just not holy. Shall we go? Lute Say, said the novice as they walked along the ancient brick path. Yes? Why is this called the Garden of Five Surprises? What was your name back in the world, hasty young man? Said Lute Say. Newgate Lud, Lute Say held up a warning finger. Ah? Sweeper, I mean. Lad, eh? Ankh-Morpork lad? Yes, sweeper, said the boy. The suddenly dejected tone suggested he knew what was coming next. Raised by the Thieves' Guild, one of Lud's lads. The boy, formerly known as Newgate, looked the old man in the eye, and when he replied, it was in the sing-song voice of someone who'd answered the question too many times. Yes, sweeper, yes, I was a foundling. Yes, we get called Lud's lads and lasses after one of the founders of the guild. Yes, that's my adopted surname. Yes, it was a good life, and sometimes I still wish I had it. Lute Say appeared not to hear this. Who sent you here? A monk called Soto discovered me. He said I had talent. Marco? The one with all the hair? That's right. Only I thought the rule was that all monks were shaved. Oh, Soto says he is bald under the hair, said Lute Say. He says the hair is a separate creature that just happens to live on him. They gave him a field posting really quickly after he came up with that one.
Hard-working fellow, mind you, and friendly as anything, providing you don't touch his hair. Important lesson there. You don't survive in the field by obeying all the rules, including those relating to mental processes. And what name were you given when you were enrolled?
Lobsang, then, Sweeper.
Lobsang Lud.
Yes, Sweeper.
Amazing. So, Lobsang Lud, you tried to count my surprises, did you? Everybody does. Surprise is the nature of time, and 5 is the number of surprise.
Yes, Sweeper. I found the little bridge that tilts and throws you into the carp pool.
Good, good.
And I have found the bronze sculpture of a butterfly that flaps its wings when you breathe on it.
That's 2.
There's the surprising way those little daisies spray you with venomous pollen.
Ah, yes. Many people find them extremely surprising.
And I believe the 4th surprise is the yodeling stick insect.
Well done, said Lutze, beaming. It's very good, isn't it?
But I can't find the 5th surprise.
Really? Let me know when you find it, said Lutze.
Lobsang Lud thought about this as he trailed after the sweeper. The Garden of 5 Surprises is a test, he said at last.
Oh, yes. Nearly everything is.
Lobsang nodded. It was like the Garden of the 4 Elements. Every novice found the bronze symbols of 3 of them, in the carp pond, under a rock, painted on a kite. But none of Lobsang's classmates found fire. There didn't appear to be a fire anywhere in the garden. After a while, Lobsang had reasoned thus. There were in fact 5 elements, as they had been taught. 4 made up the universe, and the 5th, surprise, allowed it to keep on happening. No one had said that the 4 in the garden were the material 4, so the 4th element in the garden could be surprise at the fact that fire wasn't there. Besides, fire was not generally found in the garden, and the other signs were truly in their element. So he'd gone down to the bakeries and opened one of the ovens, and there, glowing red-hot below the loaves, was fire. Then I expect that the 5th surprise is there is no 5th surprise, he said.
Nice try, but no cylindrical smoking thing, said Lutze. And is it not written, oh, you are so sharp you'll cut yourself one of these days?
I haven't read that in the sacred texts yet, Sweeper, said Lobsang uncertainly.
No, you wouldn't have, said Lutze.
They stepped out of the brittle sunlight into the deep cold of the temple and walked on through ancient halls and down stairways cut into the rock. The sound of distant chanting followed them. Lutze, who was not holy and therefore could think unholy thoughts, occasionally wondered whether the chanting monks were chanting anything, or were just going, ah. You could never tell with all that echo. He turned off the main passage and reached for the handles of a pair of large, red lacquered doors. Then he looked behind him. Lobsang had stopped dead some yards away.
Coming?
But not even dongs are allowed in there, said Lobsang. You have to be a 3rd Jim Ting at least.
Yeah, right. It's a shortcut. Come on, it's drafty out here.
With extreme reluctance, expecting at any moment the outraged scream of authority, Lobsang trailed after the sweeper. And he was just a sweeper. One of the people who swept the floors and washed the clothes and cleaned the privies. No one had ever mentioned it. Novices heard about Lutze from their very first day. How he'd gone into some of the most tangled knots of time and unravelled them. How he'd constantly dodged the traffic on the crossroads of history. How he could divert time with a word and used this to develop the most subtle arts of battle. And here was a skinny little man who was sort of generically ethnic, so that he looked as if he could have come from anywhere, in a robe that had once been white before it fell to all those stains and patches, and the sandals repaired with string, and the friendly grin, as if he was constantly waiting for something amusing to happen, and no belt at all, just another piece of string to hold his robe closed. Even some novices got to the level of grey dong in their first year. The dojo was busy with senior monks at practice. Lobsang had to dodge aside as a pair of fighters whirled past, arms and legs blurring as each sought an opening, paring time into thinner and thinner slivers. "Yo, sweeper!" Lobsang looked around, but the shout had been directed at Lutze. A ting, only just elevated to the third Jim by the fresh look of his belt, was advancing on the little man, his face red with fury. "What for are you coming in here, cleaner of filth? This is forbidden!" Lutze's little smile didn't change, but he reached in his robe and brought out a small bag. "It's a shortcut," he said. He pulled a pinch of tobacco and, while the ting loomed over him, began to roll a cigarette. "And there's dirt everywhere, too. I'll certainly have a word with the man who does this floor." "How dare you insult!" screamed the monk. "Back to the kitchens with you, sweeper!" Cowering behind Lutze, Lobsang realized that the entire dojo had stopped to watch this. One or two of the monks were whispering to one another. The man in the brown robe of the dojo master was watching impassively from his chair with his chin on his hand. With great and patient and infuriating delicacy, like a samurai arranging flowers, Lutze marshalled the shreds of tobacco in the flimsy cigarette paper. "Now, I reckon I'll go out of that door over there, if you don't mind," he said. "Impudence! Then you are ready to fight, enemy of dust!" The man leapt back and raised his hands to form the combat of the hake. He spun round and planted a kick on a heavy leather sack, hitting it so hard that its supporting chain broke. Then he was back to face Lutze, hands held in the advancement of the snake. "Hi! Shao! Hi!" he began. The dojo master stood up. "Hold!" he commanded. "Do you not want to know the name of the man you are about to destroy?" The fighter held his stance, glaring at Lutze. "I don't need to know the name of Sweeper," he said. Lutze rolled the cigarette into a skinny cylinder and winked at the angry man, which only stoked the anger. "It is always wise to know the name of a sweeper, boy," said the dojo master. "And my question was not addressed to you." Tick. Jeremy stared at his bedsheets. They were covered in writing, his own writing. It trailed across the pillow and onto the wall. There were sketches, too, scored deeply into the plaster. He found his pencil under the bed. He'd even sharpened it. In his sleep, he'd sharpened a pencil. And by the look of it, he'd been writing and drawing for hours, trying to draw a dream. With, down one side of his eiderdown, a list of parts. It had all made absolute sense when he'd seen it, like a hammer or a stick or Wheelbright's gravity escapement. It had been like meeting an old friend, and now he stared at the scrawled lines. He'd been writing so fast he'd ignored punctuation, some of the letters too, but he could see some sense in there. He'd heard of this sort of thing. Great inventions sometimes did arise from dreams and daydreams. Didn't Hepzibah Whitlow have the idea of the adjustable pendulum clock as a result of his work as the public hangman? Didn't Wilframe Balderton always say that the idea for the fish-tail escapement came after he'd eaten too much lobster? Yes, it had all been so clear in the dream. By daylight it needed a bit more work. There was a clatter of dishes from the little kitchen behind his workshop. He hurried down, dragging the sheet behind him. "I usually have," he began. "Toast, sir," said Igor, turning away from the range. "Lightly browned, I suspect." "How did you know that?" "An Igor learns to anticipate, sir," said Igor. "What a wonderful little kitchen, sir. I've never seen a drawer marked spoons, which just had spoons in it." "Are you any good at working with glass, Igor?" said Jeremy, ignoring this. "No, sir," said Igor, buttering the toast. "You're not?" "No, sir. I am bloody amazing at it, sir. Many of my masters have needed special apparatus not readily obtainable elsewhere, sir. What was it you wanted?" "How would we go about building this?" Jeremy spread the sheet on the table. The slice of toast dropped from Igor's black-nailed fingers. "Is there something wrong?" said Jeremy.
"I thought someone was walking over my grave, sir," said Igor, still looking shocked.
You haven't actually ever had a grave, have you?" said Jeremy.
"Just a figure of speech, sir, just a figure of speech," said Igor, looking hurt.
"This is an idea I've had for a clock."
"The glass clock," said Igor. "Yes, I know about it. My grandfather Igor helped build the first one."
"The first one? But it's just a story for children. And I dreamed about it, and—"
"Grandfather Igor always said there was something very strange about all that," said Igor. "The explosion and everything."
"It exploded? Because of the metal spring?"
"Not exactly an explosion," said Igor. "We're no strangers to explosions, sir, us Igors. It was very odd. And we're no strangers to odd either."
"Are you telling me it really existed?" Igor seemed embarrassed about this.
"Yes," he said. "And then again, no."
"Things either exist or they don't," said Jeremy. "I am very clear about that. I have medicine."
"It existed," said Igor, "and then, after it did, it never had. This is what my grandfather told me, and he built that clock with these very hands."
Jeremy looked down. Igor's hands were gnarled, and now he came to look at them, had a lot of scar tissue around the wrists.
"We really believe in heirlooms in our family," said Igor, catching his gaze.
"Sort of hand-me-downs," said Jeremy. He wondered where his medicine was.
"Very droll, sir," said Igor. "But Grandfather Igor always said that afterwards it was like a dream, sir."
"A dream?"
"The workshop was different. The clock wasn't there. Demented Dr. Wingle, that was his master at the time, wasn't working on the glass clock at all, but on a way of extracting sunshine from oranges. Things were different, and they always had been, sir, like it had never happened."
"But it turned up in a book for children."
"Yes, sir. Bit of a conundrum, sir."
Jeremy stared at the sheet with its burden of scribbles. An accurate clock, that's all it was. A clock that would make all other clocks unnecessary, Lady Lejeune has said. Building a clock like that would mean the clockmaker went down in timekeeping history. True, the book had said that time had got trapped in the clock, but Jeremy had no interest whatsoever in things that were made up. Anyway, a clock that measured. Distance didn't get tangled up in a tape measure. All a clock did was count teeth on a wheel, or light. Light with teeth. He'd seen that in a dream. Light not as something bright in the sky, but as an excited line going up and down like a wave. "Could you build something like this?" he said. Igor looked at the drawings again.
"Yes,"
he said, nodding. Then he pointed to several large glass containers around the drawing of the central column of the clock.
"And I know what these are," he said.
I imagined them as fizzing," said Jeremy.
"Very, very secret knowledge, those jars," said Igor, carefully ignoring the question. "Can you get copper rods here, sir?"
"In Ankh-Morpork, easily."
"And zinc?"
"Lots of it, yes."
"Sulphuric acid?"
"By the carboy, yes."
"I must have died and gone to heaven," said Igor. "Just put me near enough copper and zinc and acid, sir," he said, "and then we shall see sparks."
"My name," said Lute Say, leaning on his broom as the irate Ting raised a hand, "is Lute Say." The dojo went silent. The attacker paused in mid-bellow. "Oh, shit!" The man did not move, but seemed instead to turn in on himself, sagging from the marshal's stance into a kind of horrified, penitent crouch. Lute Say bent over and struck a match on his unprotesting chin. "What's your name, lad?" he said, lighting his ragged cigarette.
His name is Mud, Lutsay,
said the dojo master, striding forward. He gave the unmoving challenger a kick.
Well, Mud, you know the rules. Face the man you have challenged or give up the belt.
The figure remained very still for a moment, and then, cautiously, in a manner almost theatrically designed not to give offence, started to fumble with his belt. No, we don't need that, said Lutsay kindly. It was a good challenge, a decent eye and a very passable high-e, I thought. Good martial gibberish all round, such as you don't often hear these days. And we would not want his trousers falling down at a time like this, would we? He sniffed and added, especially at a time like this. He patted the shrinking man on the shoulder. Just you recall the rule your teacher here taught you on day one, eh? And why don't you go and clean yourself up? I mean, some of us have to tidy up in here. Then he turned and nodded to the dojo master. While I am here, master, I should like to show young Lobsang the device of erratic balls. The dojo master bowed deeply.
It is yours, Lutsay the sweeper.
As Lobsang followed the ambling Lutsay, he heard the dojo master, who like all teachers never missed an opportunity to drive home a lesson, say, Dojo, what is Rule 1? Even the cowering challenger mumbled along to the chorus, Do not act incautiously when confronting little, bald, wrinkly, smiling men. Good rule, Rule 1, said Lutsay, leading his new acolyte into the next room. I have met many people who could have heeded it to good advantage. He stopped, without looking at Lobsang Lud, and held out his hand. And now, if you please, you will return the little shovel you stole from my pocket when we first met. But I came nowhere near you, master. Lutsay's smile did not flicker. Oh, yes, that is true. My apologies. The ramblings of an old man. Is it not written, I'd forget my own head if it wasn't nailed on? Let us proceed. The floor in here was wood, but the walls were high and padded. There were reddish-brown stains here and there. We have one of these in the novice's dojo, sweeper, said Lobsang. But the balls in that are made of soft leather, yes? Said the old man, approaching a tall wooden cube. A row of holes ran halfway up the side that faced down the length of the room. And they travel quite slowly, I recall. Yes, said Lobsang, watching him pull on a very large lever. Down below there was the sound of metal on metal, and then of urgent gushing water. Air began to wheeze from joints in the box. These are wooden, said Lutsay calmly. Catch one. Something touched Lobsang's ear, and behind him the padding shook as a ball buried itself deeply and then dropped to the floor. Perhaps a shade slower, said Lutsay, turning a knob. After 15 random balls, Lobsang caught one in his stomach. Lutsay sighed and pushed the big lever back. Well done, he said. Sweeper, I'm not used to, said the boy, picking himself up. Oh, I knew you couldn't catch one, said Lutsay. Even our boisterous friend out there in the dojo wouldn't catch one at that speed. But you said you had slowed it down. Only so that it wouldn't kill you. Just a test, see? Everything's a test. Let's go, lad. Can't keep the abbot waiting. Trailing cigarette smoke, Lutsay ambled away. Lobsang followed, getting more and more nervous. This was Lutsay, the dojo had proved that, and he knew it anyway. He'd looked at the little round face as it gazed amicably at the angry fighter and known it. But just a sweeper? No insignia, no status? Well, obviously status, because the dojo master couldn't have bowed lower for the abbot, but... And now he was following the man along passages where even a monk was not allowed to go on pain of death. Sooner or later there was surely going to be trouble. Sweeper, I really ought to be back at my duties in the kitchens, he began. Oh, yes, kitchen duties, said Lutsay. To teach you the virtues of obedience and hard work, right? Yes, Sweeper. Are they working? Oh, yes. Really? Well, no. They're not all they're cracked up to be, I have to tell you, said Lutsay. Whereas, my lad, what we have here, he stepped through an archway, is an education. It was the biggest room Lobsang had ever seen. Shafts of light speared down from glazed holes in the roof, and below, more than 100 yards across, and tended by senior monks who walked above it on delicate wire walkways, Lobsang had heard about the mandala. It was as if someone had taken tons of coloured sands and thrown them across the floor in a great swirl of coloured chaos. But there was order fighting for survival in the chaos, rising and falling and spreading. Millions of randomly tumbling sand grains would nevertheless make a piece of pattern, which would replicate and spread across the circle, rebounding or merging with other patterns, and eventually dissolving into the general disorder. It happened again and again, turning the mandala into a silent raging war of colour. Lutze stepped out onto a frail-looking wood and rope bridge. "Well," he said, "what do you think?" Lobsang took a deep breath. He felt that if he fell off the bridge, he'd drop into the surging colours and never, ever hit the floor. He blinked and rubbed his forehead. "It's evil," he said. "Really?" said Lutze. "Not many people say that the first time. They use words like wonderful." "It's going wrong." "What?" Lobsang clutched the rope railing. "The patterns," he began. "History repeating," said Lutze. "They're always there." "No, they're—" Lobsang tried to take it all in. "There were patterns under the pattern, disguised as part of the chaos. I mean, the other patterns." He slumped forward. The air was cold, the world was spinning, and the ground rushed up to enfold him, and stopped a few inches away. The air around him sizzled, as though it was being gently fried. "Newgate Lord." "Lutze," he said, "the mandala is—" But where were the colours? Why was the air wet and smelling of the city? And then the ghost memories faded away. As they disappeared, they said, "How can we be memories when we have yet to happen? Surely what you remember is climbing all the way up onto the roof of the Bakers' Guild and finding that someone had loosened all the capping stones, because that just happened." The last dying memory said, "Hey, that was months ago." "No, we're not Lutze, mysterious falling kid," said the voice that had addressed him. "Can you turn round?" Newgate managed with great difficulty to move his head. It felt as though he was stuck in tar. A heavy young man in a grubby yellow robe was sitting on an upturned box a few feet away. He looked a bit like a monk, except for his hair, because his hair looked a bit like an entirely separate organism. To say that it was black and bound up in a ponytail is to miss the opportunity of using the term elephantine. It was hair with personality. "Mostly, my name's Soto," said the man underneath. "Marco Soto. I won't bother memorizing yours until we know if you're going to live or not, eh? So, tell me, have you ever considered the rewards of the spiritual life?" "Right now, certainly," said... Yes, Newgate, he thought. That's my name, yes. So why do I remember Lobsang? I was thinking about the possibility of taking up a new line of work." "Good career move," said Soto. "Is this some kind of magic?" Newgate tried to move, but hung, turning gently in the air just above the waiting ground. "Not exactly. You seem to have shaped time." "Me? How did I do that?" "You don't know?" "No." "Ha! Will you listen to him?" said Soto, as if talking to a genial companion. "There's probably the spin time of a whole procrastinator being used up to prevent your little trick causing untold harm to the entire world, and you don't know how you did it?" "No." "Then we'll train you. It's a good life and offers excellent prospects. At least," he added, sniffing, "better than those that confront you now." Newgate strained to turn his head further. "Train me in what exactly?" The man sighed. "Still asking questions, kid. Are you coming or not?" "How?" "Look, I'm offering you the opportunity of a lifetime. Do you understand?" "Why is it the opportunity of a lifetime, Mr. Soto?" "No, you misunderstand me. You that is Newgate Lud, are being offered, that is by me, the opportunity of having a lifetime, which is more than you will have shortly.
Newgate hesitated. He was aware of a tingling in his body. In a sense, it was still falling. He didn't know how he knew this, but the knowledge was as real as the cobbles just below him. If he made the wrong choice, the fall would simply continue. It had been easy so far. The last few inches would be terminally hard. "I must admit I don't like the way my life is going at the moment," he said. "It may be advantageous to find a new direction." "God!" The bare-haired man pulled something out of his robe. It looked like a folded abacus, but when he opened it up, parts of it vanished with little flashes of light, as if they'd moved somewhere where they could not be seen. "What are you doing?"
"Do you know what kinetic energy is?"
"No."
"It's what you have far too much of."
Soto's fingers danced on the beads, sometimes disappearing and reappearing.
"I imagine you weigh about 110 pounds, yes?"
He pocketed the little device and strolled off to a nearby cart. He did something that Newgate couldn't see and came back.
"In a few seconds you will complete your fall," he said, reaching under him to place something on the ground. "Try to think of it as a new start in life."
Newgate fell. He hit the ground. The air flashed purple, and the laden cart across the street jerked a foot into the air and collapsed heavily. One wheel bounced away. Soto leaned down and shook Newgate's unresisting hand.
"How do you do?" he said. "Any bruises?"
"It does hurt a bit," said the shaken Newgate.
"Maybe you're a bit heavier than you look. Allow me."
Soto grabbed Newgate under the shoulders and began to tug him off into the mists.
"Can I go and—"
"No."
"But the Guild—" "You don't exist at the Guild."
"That's stupid. I'm in the Guild records."
"No, you're not. We'll see to that."
"How? You can't rewrite history."
"Bet you $1.
"What have I joined?"
"We're the most secret society that you can imagine."
"Really? Who are you, then?"
"The Monks of History."
"Huh? I've never heard of you."
"See? That's how good we are."
And that was how good they were. And then the time had just flown past. And now the present came back.
"Are you all right, lad?"
Lobsang opened his eyes. His arm felt as though it was being wrenched out of his body. He looked up along the length of the arm to Lutze, who was lying flat on the swaying bridge, holding him. "What happened?"
"I think maybe you were overcome with the excitement, lad, or vertigo, maybe. Just don't look down."
There was a roaring below Lobsang, like a swarm of very angry bees. Automatically, he began to turn his head.
"I said don't look down, just relax."
Lutze got to his feet. He raised Lobsang at arm's length, as though he were a feather, until the boy's sandals were over the wood of the bridge. Below, monks were running along the walkways and shouting.
"Now, keep your eyes shut, don't look down, and I'll just walk us both to the far side, all right?"
I remembered back in the city when Soto found me. I remembered," said Lobsang weakly, tottering along behind the monk.
"Only to be expected," said Lutze, "in the circumstances."
But I remember that back then I remembered about being here, you and the mandala."
"Is it not written in the sacred text? There's a lot goes on we don't know about, in my opinion," said Lutze.
"I have not yet come across that one either, Sweeper," said Lobsang. He felt cooler air around him, which suggested they had reached the rock tunnel on the far side of the room.
"Sadly, in the writings they have here, you probably won't," said Lutze. "Ah, you can open your eyes now."
They walked on, with Lobsang rubbing his head to take away the strangeness of his thoughts. Behind them, the livid swirls in the wheel of colour, which had centred on the spot where Lobsang would have fallen, gradually faded and healed. According to the first scroll of Wen the Eternally Surprised, Wen and Clodpool reached the green valley between the towering mountains, and Wen said, "This is the place. Here there will be a temple dedicated to the folding and unfolding of time. I can see it."
"I can't, master,"
said Clodpool. Wen said, "It's over there." He pointed,
and his arm vanished. "Ah," said Clodpool, "over there." A few cherry blossom petals drifted down onto Wen's head from one of the trees that grew wild along the streamlets. "And this perfect day will last forever," he said. "The air is crisp, the sun is bright, there is ice in the streams. Every day in this valley will be this perfect day." "Could get a bit repetitive, Master," said Clodpool. "That is because you don't yet know how to deal with time," said Wen. "But I will teach you to deal with time as you would deal with a coat, to be worn when necessary and discarded when not." "Will I have to wash it?" said Clodpool. Wen gave him a long, slow look. "That was either a very complex piece of thinking on your part, Clodpool, or you were just trying to overextend a metaphor in a rather stupid way. Which do you think it was?" Clodpool looked at his feet. Then he looked at the sky. Then he looked at Wen. "I think I am stupid, Master." "Good," said Wen. "It is fortuitous that you are my apprentice at this time, because if I can teach you, Clodpool, I can teach anyone." Clodpool looked relieved and bowed. "You do me too much honour, Master." "And there is a second part to my plan," said Wen. "Ah," said Clodpool, with an expression that he thought made him look wise, although in reality it made him look like someone remembering a painful bowel movement. "A plan with a second part is always a good plan, Master." "Find me sands of all colours and a flat rock. I will show you a way to make the currents of time visible." "All right." "And there is a third part to my plan." "A third part, eh?" "I can teach a gifted few to control their time, to slow it and speed it up, and store it and direct it like the water in these streams. But most people will not, I fear, let themselves become able to do this. We have to help them. We will have to build devices that will store and release time to where it is needed, because men cannot progress if they are carried like leaves on a stream. People need to be able to waste time, make time, lose time, and buy time. This will be our major task." Clodpool's face twisted with the effort of understanding. Then he slowly raised a hand. Wen sighed. "You're going to ask what happened to the coat, aren't you?" he said. Clodpool nodded. "Forget about the coat, Clodpool. The coat is not important. Just remember that you are the blank paper on which I will write." Wen held up a hand as Clodpool opened his mouth. "Just another metaphor. Just another metaphor. And now, please make some lunch." "Metaphorically or really, Master?" "Both." A flight of white birds burst out of the trees and wheeled overhead before swooping off across the valley. "There will be doves," said Wen, as Clodpool hurried off to light a fire. "Every day there will be doves." Lutze left the novice in the anteroom. It might have surprised those who disliked him that he took a moment to straighten his robe before he entered the presence of the abbot. But Lutze at least cared for people, even if he did not care for rules. He pinched out his cigarette and stuck it behind his ear too. He had known the abbot for almost 600 years and respected him. There weren't many people Lutze respected. Mostly they just got tolerated. Usually the sweeper got on with people in inverse proportion to their local importance, and the reverse was true. The senior monks, well, there could be no such thing as bad thoughts amongst people so enlightened, but it is true that the sight of Lutze ambling insolently through the temple did tarnish a few karmas. To a certain type of thinker, the sweeper was a personal insult, with his lack of any formal education or official status, and his silly little way and his incredible successes. So it was surprising that the abbot liked him, because never had there been an inhabitant of the valley so unlike the sweeper, so learned, so impractical and so frail. But then, surprise is the nature of the universe. Lutze nodded to the minor acolytes who opened the big varnished doors. "How is his reverence today?" he said. The teeth are still giving him trouble, O Lutze, but he is maintaining continuity and has just taken his first steps in a very satisfactory manner." "Yes, I thought I heard the gongs." The group of monks clustered in the centre of the room stepped aside as Lutze approached the playpen. It was unfortunately necessary. The abbot had never mastered the art of circular aging. He had therefore been forced to achieve longevity in a more traditional way, via serial reincarnation. "Ah, sweeper," he burbled, awkwardly tossing aside a yellow ball and brightening up. "And how are the mountains? Wanna bicket, wanna bicket." "I'm definitely getting volcanism, Reverend One. It's very encouraging." "And you are in persistent good health?" said the abbot, while his pudgy little hand banged a wooden giraffe against the bars. "Yes, your reverence, it's good to see you up and about again." "Only for a few steps so far, alas." "Bicket, bicket, what a bicket! Unfortunately, young bodies have a mind of their own. Bicket!" You sent me a message, your reverence. It said, "Put this one to the test." "And what did you think of our—" "Want bicket, want bicket, want bicket, now!" "Young Lobsang Lud." An acolyte hurried forward with a plate of rusks. "Would you care for a rusk, by the way?" the abbot added. "Nicey, bicket." "No, Reverend One, I have all the teeth I need," said the sweeper. "Lud is a puzzle, is he not? His tutors have nicey, bicket. Bicket told me he is very talented, but somehow not all there. But you have never met him, and don't know his history, and so, bicket, and so I would value your uninfluenced observations, bicket." "He is beyond fast," said Lutze. "I think he may begin to react to things before they happen." "How can anyone tell that?" Want Teddy, want a Teddy." "I put him in front of the device of erratic balls in the senior dojo, and he was moving towards the right hole fractionally before the ball came out." "Some kind of telepathy, then?" "If a simple machine has a mind of its own, I think we're in really big trouble," said Lutze. He took a deep breath. "And in the hall of the mandala, he saw the patterns in the chaos." "You let a neophyte see the mandala?" said Chief Acolyte Rinpo, horrified. "If you want to see if someone can swim, push him in the river," said Lutze, shrugging. "What other way is there?" "But to look at it without the proper training." "He saw the patterns," said Lutze, "and reacted to the mandala." He did not add, "and the mandala reacted to him." He wanted to think about that. When you look into the abyss, it's not supposed to wave back. "It was Teddy, 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 wah! Strictly forbidden even so," said the abbot. Clumsily, he fumbled amongst the toys on his mat and picked up a large wooden brick with a jolly blue elephant printed on it and hurled it clumsily at Rinpo. "Sometimes you presume too much, sweeper. Look at elephant!" There was some applause from the acolytes at the abbot's prowess in animal recognition. "He saw the patterns. He knows what is happening. He just doesn't know what he knows," said Lutze doggedly. "And within a few seconds of meeting me, he stole a small object of value, and I'm still wondering how he did it. Can he really be as fast as that without training? Who is this boy?" Who is this girl? Madame Frout, headmistress of the Frout Academy and pioneer of the Frout method of learning through fun, often found herself thinking that when she had to interview Miss Susan. Of course the girl was an employee, but, well, Madame Frout wasn't very good at discipline, which was possibly why she'd invented the method, which didn't require any. She generally relied on talking to people in a jolly tone of voice until they gave in out of sheer embarrassment on her behalf. Miss Susan didn't appear ever to be embarrassed about anything.
The reason I've called you here, Susan, is that, the reason is...
Madame Frout faltered.
There have been complaints, said Miss Susan.
No,
although Miss Smith has told me that the children coming up from your class are, restless. Their reading ability is, she says, rather unfortunately advanced.
Miss Smith thinks a good book is about a boy and his dog chasing a big red ball, said Miss Susan. My children have learned to expect a plot. No wonder they get impatient. We're reading grim fairy tales at the moment.
That is rather rude of you, Susan.
No, madam, that is rather polite of me. It would have been rude of me to say that there is a circle of hell reserved for teachers like Miss Smith.
But that's a dreadful...
Madame Frout stopped and began again.
You should not be teaching them to read at all yet,
she snapped. But it was the snap of a soggy twig. Madame Frout cringed back in her chair when Miss Susan looked up. The girl had this terrible ability to give you her full attention. You had to be a better person than Madame Frout to survive in the intensity of that attention. It inspected your soul, putting little red circles around the bits it didn't like. When Miss Susan looked at you, it was as if she was giving you marks.
I mean, the headmistress mumbled, childhood is a time for play and...
Learning, said Miss Susan.
Learning through play,
said Madame Frout, grateful to find familiar territory.
After all, kittens and puppies
grow up to be cats and dogs, which are even less interesting, said Miss Susan,
whereas children should grow up to be adults.
Madame Frout sighed. There was no way she was going to make any progress. It was always like this. She knew she was powerless. News of worried parents who turned to learning through play because they despaired of their offspring ever learning by paying attention to what anyone said, were finding them coming home a little quieter, a little more thoughtful, and with a pile of homework which, amazingly, they did without prompting, and even with the dog helping them. And they came home with stories about Miss Susan. Miss Susan spoke all languages. Miss Susan knew everything about everything. Miss Susan had wonderful ideas for school trips. And that was particularly puzzling because, as far as Madame Frout knew, none had been officially organised. There was invariably a busy silence from Miss Susan's classroom when she went past. This annoyed her. It harked back to the bad old days when children were regimented in classrooms that were no better than torture chambers for little minds. But other teachers said that there were noises. Sometimes there was the faint sound of waves, or a jungle. Just once Madame Frout could have sworn, if she was the sort to swear, that as she passed there was a full-scale battle going on. This had often been the case with learning through play, but this time the addition of trumpets, the swish of arrows, and the screams of the fallen seemed to be going too far. She'd thrown open the door and felt something hiss through the air above her head. Miss Susan had been sitting on a stool, reading from a book, with the class cross-legged in a quiet and fascinated semicircle around her. It was the sort of old-fashioned image that Madame Frout hated, as if the children were supplicants around some sort of altar of knowledge. No one had said anything. All the watching children and Miss Susan made it clear in polite silence that they were waiting for her to go away. She'd flounced back into the corridor, and the door had clicked shut behind her. Then she noticed the long, crude arrow that was still vibrating in the opposite wall of the corridor. Madame Frout had looked at the door, with its familiar green paint, and then back at the arrow, which had gone. She transferred Jason to Miss Susan's class. It had been a cruel thing to do, but Madame Frout considered that there was now some kind of undeclared war going on. If children were weapons, Jason would have been banned by international treaty. Jason had doting parents and an attention span of minus several seconds, except when it came to inventive cruelty to small furry animals, when he could be quite patient. Jason kicked, punched, bit and spat. His artwork had even frightened the life out of Miss Smith, who could generally find something nice to say about any child. He was definitely a boy with special needs. In the view of the staff room, these began with an exorcism. Madame Fraut had stooped to listening at the keyhole. She had heard Jason's first tantrum of the day, and then silence. She couldn't quite make out what Miss Susan said next. When she found an excuse to venture into the classroom half an hour later, Jason was helping two little girls to make a cardboard rabbit. Later, his parents said they were amazed at the change, although apparently now he would only go to sleep with the light on. Madame Fraut tried to question her newest teacher. After all, glowing references were all very well, but she was an employee after all. The trouble was, Susan had a way of saying things to her Madame Fraut had found, so that she went away feeling quite satisfied, and only realised that she hadn't really had a proper answer at all when she was back in her office, by which time it was always too late. And it continued to be too late, because suddenly the school had a waiting list. Parents were fighting to get their children enrolled in Miss Susan's class. As for some of the stories they had brought home, well, everyone knew children had such vivid imaginations, didn't they? Even so, there was this essay by Richenda Higgs. Madame Fraut fumbled for her glasses, which she was too vain to wear all the time, and kept on a string around her neck, and looked at it again. In its entirety, it read, "A man with all bones came to talk to us. He was not scary at all. He had a big white horse. We pated the horse. He had a scythe. He told us interesting things and to be careful when crossing the road." Madame Fraut handed the paper across the desk to Miss Susan, who looked at it gravely. She pulled out a red pencil, made a few little alterations, then handed it back. "Well," said Madame Fraut. "Yes, she's not very good at punctuation, I'm afraid. A good attempt at scythe, though." "Ooh, what's this about a big white horse in the classroom?" Madame Fraut managed. Miss Susan looked at her pityingly and said, "Madam, who could possibly bring a horse into a classroom? We're up 2 flights of stairs here." Madame Fraut was not going to be deterred this time. She held up another short essay. "Today we were talked at by Mr. Slumph, who he is a bogeyman, but he is nice now. He told us what to do about the other kind. You can put the blanket over your head, but it is better if you put it over the bogeyman's head. Then he think he do not exist and he is vanishes. He told us lots of stores about people he jump out on, and he said, since Miss is our teacher, he think no bogeymen will be in our houses because one thing a bogey does not like is Miss finding him." "Bogeymen, Susan?" said Madame Fraut. "What imaginations children have," said Miss Susan with a straight face. "Are you introducing young children to the occult?" said Madame Fraut suspiciously. This sort of thing caused a lot of trouble with parents, she was well aware. "Oh, yes." "What? Why?" "So that it doesn't come as a shock," said Miss Susan calmly. "But Mrs. Robertson told me that her Emma was going around the house looking for monsters in the cupboards, and up until now she's always been afraid of them." "Did she have a stick?" said Susan. "She got her father's sword." "Good for her." "Look, Susan, I think I see what you're trying to do," said Madame Fraut, who didn't really. "But parents do not understand this sort of thing." "Yes," said Miss Susan. "Sometimes I really think people ought to have to pass a proper exam before they're allowed to be parents. Not just the practical, I mean." "Nevertheless, we must respect their views," said Madame Fraut, but rather weakly, because occasionally she thought the same thing. There had been the matter of parents' evening. Madame had been too tense to pay much attention to what her newest teacher was doing. All she'd been aware of was Miss Susan sitting and talking quietly to the couples, right up to the point where Jason's mother had picked up her chair and chased Jason's father out of the room. Next day, a huge bunch of flowers had arrived for Susan from Jason's mother, and an even bigger bunch from Jason's father. Quite a few other couples had also come away from Miss Susan's desk looking worried or harassed. Certainly Madame Fraut, when the time came for next term's fees to be paid, had never known people cough up so readily. And there it was again. Madame Fraut, the headmistress, who had to worry about reputations and costs and fees, just occasionally heard the distant voice of Miss Fraut, who had been quite a good, if rather shy, teacher, and it was whistling and cheering Susan on.
Susan looked concerned. "You are not satisfied with my work, madam?" Madame Fraut was stuck. No, she wasn't satisfied, but for all the wrong reasons, and it was dawning on her as this interview progressed that she didn't dare sack Miss Susan, or worse, let her leave of her own accord. If she set up a school and news got round, the Learning Through Play school would simply hemorrhage pupils and, importantly, fees. "Well, of course, no, not, in many ways," she began, and became aware that Miss Susan was staring past her. There was... Madame Fraut groped for her glasses and found their string had got tangled with the buttons of her blouse. She peered at the mantelpiece and tried to make sense of the blur. "Why, it looks like a white rat in a little black robe," she said, "and walking on its hind legs, too. Can you see it?" "I can't imagine how a rat would wear a robe," said Miss Susan. Then she sighed and snapped her fingers. The finger-snapping wasn't essential, but time stopped. At least, it stopped for everyone but Miss Susan. And for the rat on the mantelpiece. Which was, in fact, the skeleton of a rat, although this was not preventing it from trying to steal Madame Fraut's jar of boiled sweets for good children. Susan strode over and grasped the collar of the tiny robe. "Squeak!" said the Death of Rats. "I thought it was you," snapped Susan. "How dare you come here again? I thought you'd got the message the other day. And don't think I didn't see you when you turned up to collect Henry the hamster last month. Do you know how hard it is to teach geography when you can see someone kicking the poo out of a treadmill?" The rat sniggered. "And you're eating a sweet. Put it in the bin right now." Susan dropped the rat onto the desk in front of the temporarily frozen Madame Fraut and paused. She'd always tried to be good about this sort of thing, but sometimes you just had to acknowledge who you were. So she pulled open the bottom drawer to check the level in the bottle that was Madame's shield and comforter in the wonderful world that was education, and was pleased to see that the old girl was going a bit easier on the stuff these days. Most people have some means of filling up the gap between perception and reality, and, after all, in those circumstances there are far worse things than gin. She also spent a little while going through Madame's private papers, and this has to be said about Susan. It did not occur to her that there was anything wrong about this, although she'd quite understand that it was probably wrong if you weren't Susan Stowe-Hellet, of course. The papers were in quite a good safe that would have occupied a competent thief for at least 20 minutes. The fact that the door swung open at her touch suggested that special rules applied here. No door was closed to Miss Susan. It ran in the family. Some genetics are passed on via the soul. When she'd brought herself up to date on the school's affairs, mostly to indicate to the rat that she wasn't just someone who could be summoned at a moment's notice, she stood up. "All right," she said wearily. "You're just going to pester me, aren't you, for ever and ever and ever?" The Death of Rats looked at her with its skull on one side. "Squeak," it said winsomely. "Well, yes, I like him," she said, in a way. "But I mean, you know, it's not right. Why does he need me? He's death. He's not exactly powerless. I'm just human." The rat squeaked again, jumped down onto the floor and ran through the closed door. It reappeared for a moment and beckoned to her. "Oh, all right," said Susan to herself. "Make that mostly human." Tick. And who is this Lute Say? Sooner or later, every novice had to ask this rather complex question. Sometimes it would be years before they found out that the little man who swept their floors and uncomplainingly carted away the contents of the dormitory cesspit, and occasionally came out with outlandish foreign sayings, was the legendary hero they'd been told they would meet one day. And then, when they'd confronted him, the brightest of them confronted themselves. Mostly, sweepers came from the villages in the valley. They were part of the staff of the monastery, but they had no status. They did all the tedious, unregarded jobs. They were figures in the background, pruning the cherry trees, washing the floors, cleaning out the carp pools, and always sweeping. They had no names. That is, a thoughtful novice would understand that the sweepers must have names, some form by which they were known to other sweepers, but within the temple grounds, at least, they had no names, only instructions. No one knew where they went at night. They were just sweepers. But so was Lute Say. One day a group of senior novices, for mischief, kicked over the little shrine that Lute Say kept beside his sleeping mat. Next morning, no sweepers turned up for work. They stayed in their huts with the doors barred. After making inquiries, the abbot, who at that time was 50 years old again, summoned the 3 novices to his room. There were 3 brooms leaning against the wall. He spoke as follows. "You know that the dreadful battle of 5 cities did not happen because the messenger got there in time?" They did. They learned this early in their studies, and they bowed nervously because this was the abbot after all. "And you know then that when the messenger's horse threw a shoe, he espied a man trudging beside the road, carrying a small portable forge and pushing an anvil on a barrow?" They knew. "And you know that man was Lute Say?" They did. "You surely know that Jandra Trap, Grand Master of Oki Doki, Toro Fu and Chang Fu, has only ever yielded to one man?" They knew. "And you know that man is Lute Say?" They did. "And you know the little shrine you kicked over last night?" They knew. "You know it had an owner?" There was silence. Then the brightest of the novices looked up at the abbot in horror, swallowed, picked up one of the 3 brooms, and walked out of the room. The other 2 were slower of brain and had to follow the story all the way through to the end. Then one of them said, "But it was only a sweeper's shrine." "You will take up the brooms and sweep," said the abbot. "And you will sweep every day, and you will sweep until the day you find Lute Say, and dare to say, 'Sweeper, it was I who knocked over and scattered your shrine, and now I will, in humility, accompany you to the dojo of the 10th Jim in order to learn the right way. Only then, if you are still able, may you resume your studies here. Understood?" And the story continues. The novice who had protested that it was only the shrine of a sweeper ran away from the temple. The student who had said nothing remained a sweeper for the rest of his life. And the student who had seen the inevitable shape of the story went, after much agonizing and several months of meticulous sweeping, to Lute Say and knelt and asked to be shown the right way. Whereupon the sweeper took him to the dojo of the 10th Jim, with its terrible multi-bladed fighting machines and its fearsome serrated weapons such as the clong-clong and the up-see. The story runs that the sweeper then opened a cupboard at the back of the dojo and produced a broom and spake thusly. "One hand here and the other here, understand? People never get it right. Use good even strokes and let the broom do most of the work. Never try to sweep up a big pile. You'll end up sweeping every bit of dust twice. Use your dustpan wisely, and remember, a small brush for the corners." Older monks sometimes complained, but someone would always say, "Remember that Lute Say's way is not our way. Remember he learned everything by sweeping unheeded while students were being educated. Remember, he has been everywhere and done many things. Perhaps he is a little strange, but remember that he walked into a citadel full of armed men and traps, and nevertheless saw to it that the Pash of Muntab choked innocently on a fishbone. No monk is better than Lute Say at finding the time and the place." Some who did not know might say, "What is this way that gives him so much power?" And they would be told, "It is the way of Mrs. Marietta Cosmopolite, 3 Quirm Street, Ankh-Morpork. Rooms to rent very reasonable. No, we don't understand it either. Some subsendential rubbish, apparently." Tick. Lute Say listened to the senior monks while leaning on his broom. Listening was an art he had developed over the years, having learned that if you listened hard and long enough, people would tell you more than they thought they knew. "Soto is a good field operative," he said at last. "Weird, but good." "The fall even showed up on the mandala," said Rinpo. "The boy knew none of the appropriate actions. Soto said he'd done it reflexively. He said he thought the boy was as close to null as he has ever witnessed. He had him put on a cart for the mountains within the hour. He then spent 3 whole days performing the closing of the flower at the Guild of Thieves, where the boy had apparently been left as a baby. The closure was successful. We authorized the run time of 2 procrastinators. Perhaps a few people will have faint memories, but the Guild is a large and busy place. No brothers, no sisters, no love of parents, just the Brotherhood of Thieves, said Lutze sadly. He was, however, a good thief. I'll bet. How old is he? 16 or 17, it appears. Too old to teach, then? The senior monks exchanged glances. We cannot teach him anything, said the Master of Novices. Hey! Lutze held up a skinny hand. Let me guess. He knows it already. It's as though he's being told something that had momentarily slipped his memory, said Rinpo. And then he gets bored and angry. He's not all there, in my opinion. Lutze scratched in his stained beard. Mystery boy, he said thoughtfully. Naturally talented. And we ask ourselves, wanna potty poo? Why now? Why at this time? Said the abbot, chewing the foot of a toy yak. Ah, but is it not said, there is a time and place for everything, said Lutze. Anyway, Reverend Sirs, you have taught pupils for hundreds of years. I am but a sweeper. Absent-mindedly, he stuck out his hand just as the yak left the fumbling fingers of the abbot, and caught it in mid-air. Lutze, said the Master of Novices, to be brief, we were unable to teach you, remember? But then I found my way, said Lutze. Will you teach him, said the abbot. The boy needs to find himself. Is it not written, I have only 1 pair of hands? Said Lutze. Rinpo looked at the Master of Novices. I don't know, he said. None of us ever see this stuff you quote. Still looking thoughtful, as if his mind were busy elsewhere, Lutze said, It can only be here and now, for it is written, it never rains but it pours. Rinpo looked puzzled, and then enlightenment dawned. A jug, he said, looking pleased. A jug. Never rains but it pours. Lutze shook his head sadly. And the sound of 1 hand clapping is a he said. Very well, your reverence. I will help him find a way. Will there be anything else, Reverend Sirs? Tick. Lobsang stood up when Lutze returned to the anteroom, but he did it hesitantly, embarrassed at appearing to show respect. Okay, here are the rules, said Lutze, walking straight past. Word 1 is, you don't call me master, and I don't name you after some damn insect. It's not my job to discipline you, it's yours. For it is written, I can't be having with that kind of thing. Do what I tell you, and we'll get along fine, all right? What? You want me as an apprentice? Said Lobsang, running to keep up. No, I don't want you as an apprentice, not at my age, but you're going to be, so we both better make the best of it, okay? And you will teach me everything? Oh, I don't know about everything. I mean, I don't know much forensic mineralogy, but I will teach you all that I know that is useful to you to know, yes. When? It's getting late. At dawn tomorrow? Oh, before dawn. I'll wake you. Tick. Some distance away from Madame Frapp's academy in Esoteric Street were a number of gentlemen's clubs. It would be far too cynical to say that here the term gentleman was simply defined as someone who can afford $500 a year. They also had to be approved of by a great many other gentlemen who could afford the same fee. And they didn't much like the company of ladies. This was not to say that they were that kind of gentlemen, who had their own rather better decorated clubs in another part of town, where there was generally a lot more going on. These gentlemen were gentlemen of a class who were, on the whole, bullied by ladies from an early age. Their lives were steered by nurses, governesses, matrons, mothers, and wives, and after 4 or 5 decades of that, the average mild-mannered gentleman gave up and escaped as politely as possible to one of these clubs, where he could snooze the afternoon away in a leather armchair with the top button of his trousers undone. One reason for this was the club food. At his club, a gentleman could find the kind of food he'd got used to at school, like spotted dick, jam roly-poly, and that perennial favourite, stodge and custard. Vitamins. are eaten by wives. The most select of these clubs was Fidget's, and it operated like this. Susan didn't need to make herself invisible, because she knew that the members of Fidget's would simply not see her, or believe that she really existed, even if they did. Women weren't allowed in the club at all, except under Rule 34B, which grudgingly allowed for female members of the family or respectable married ladies over 30 to be entertained to tea in the green drawing room between 3:15 and 4:30 p.m., provided at least one member of staff was present at all times. This had been the case for so long that many members now interpreted it as being the only 75 minutes in the day when women were actually allowed to exist, and therefore any women seen in the club at any other time were a figment of their imagination. In the case of Susan, in her rather strict black school-teaching outfit and button boots that somehow appeared to have higher heels when she was being Death's granddaughter, this might well have been true. The boots echoed on the marble floor as she made her way to the library. It was a mystery to her why Death had started using the place. Of course, he did have many of the qualities of a gentleman. He had a place in the country, a far, dark country, was unfailingly punctual, was courteous to all those he met, and sooner or later he met everyone, was well, if soberly dressed, at home in any company, and, proverbially, a good horseman. The fact that he was the Grim Reaper was the only bit that didn't quite fit. Most of the overstuffed chairs in the library were occupied by contented lunchers, dozing happily under tented copies of the Ankh-Morpork Times. Susan looked around until she found the copy from which projected the bottom half of a black robe and 2 bony feet. There was also a scythe leaning against the back of the armchair. She raised the paper.
"Good afternoon," said Death. "Have you had lunch? It was jam roly-poly."
"Why do you do this, grandfather? You know you don't sleep."
"I find it restful. Are you well?"
"I was until the rat arrived."
"Your career progresses. You know I care for you."
"Thank you," said Susan shortly. "Now, why did—"
"Would a little small talk hurt?"
Susan sighed. She knew what was behind that, and it wasn't a happy thought. It was a small, sad and wobbly little thought, and it ran, "Each of them had no one else but the other." There. It was a thought that sobbed into its own handkerchief, but it was true. Oh, Death had his manservant Albert, and of course there was the death of rats, if you could call that company. And as far as Susan was concerned, well, she was partly immortal, and that was all there was to it. She could see things that were really there, which is much harder than seeing things that aren't there. Everyone does that. She could put time on and off like an overcoat. Rules that applied to everyone else, like gravity, applied to her only when she let them. And however hard you tried, this sort of thing did tend to get in the way of relationships. It was hard to deal with people when a tiny part of you saw them as a temporary collection of atoms that would not be around in another few decades. And there she met the tiny part of Death that found it hard to deal with people when it thought of them as real. Not a day went past but she regretted her curious ancestry, and then she'd wonder what it could possibly be like to walk the world unaware at every step of the rocks beneath your feet and the stars overhead, to have a mere 5 senses, to be almost blind and nearly deaf.
"The children are well. I liked their paintings of me."
"Yes, how is Albert?"
"He is well."
And not really have any small talk, Susan added to herself. There wasn't room for small talk in a big universe.
"The world is coming to an end."
Well, that was big talk. When?
"Next Wednesday."
"Why?"
"The auditors are back," said Death.
"Those evil little things?"
"Yes."
"I hate them."
"I, of course, do not have any emotions," said Death, poker-faced as only a skull can be. "What are they up to this time?" "I cannot say."
"I thought you could remember the future."
"Yes, but something has changed. After Wednesday there is no future."
"There must be something, even if it's only debris."
"No. After 1 o'clock next Wednesday there is nothing. Just 1 o'clock next Wednesday for ever and ever." No one will live. No one will die. That is what I now see. The future has changed. Do you understand?
And what has this got to do with me? Susan knew this would sound stupid to anyone else.
I would have thought the end of the world is everyone's responsibility, wouldn't you?
You know what I mean.
I believe this has to do with the nature of time, which is both immortal and human. There have been certain ripples.
They're going to do something to time? I thought they weren't allowed to do things like that.
No, but humans can. It has been done once before.
No one would be that Susan stopped. Of course someone would be that stupid. Some humans would do anything to see if it was possible to do it. If you put a large switch in some cave somewhere with a sign on it saying, "End of the world switch, please do not touch," the paint wouldn't even have time to dry. She thought some more. Death was watching her intensely. Then she said, "Funnily enough, there is this book I've been reading to the class. I found it on my desk one day. It's called Grim Fairy Tales."
"Ah, happy tales for little folk,"
said Death, without a trace of irony. "Which is mostly about wicked people dying in horrible ways. It's strange, really. The children seem quite happy with the idea. It doesn't seem to worry them." Death said nothing. "Except in the case of the glass clock of Bart Shoeshine," said Susan, watching his skull. "They found that quite upsetting, even though it's got a kind of happy ending."
"It may be because the story is true."
Susan had known Death long enough not to argue. "I think I understand," she said. "You made sure the book was there."
"Yes. Oh, the rubbish about the handsome prince and so on is an obvious addition. The auditors did not invent the clock, of course. That was the work of a madman. But they are good at adapting. They cannot create, but they can adapt. And the clock is being rebuilt."
"Was time really stopped?"
"Trapped. Only for a moment. But the results still lie all around us. History was shattered, fragmented. Pasts were no longer linked to futures. The history monks had to rebuild it practically from scratch."
Susan did not waste breath saying things like, "That's impossible," at a time like this. Only people who believed that they lived in the real world said things like that. "That must have taken some time," she said.
Time, of course, was not the issue. They use a form of years based on the human pulse rate. Of those years, it took about 500.
"But if history was shattered, where did they get—" Death steepled his fingers.
"Think temporally, Susan. I believe they stole some time from some earlier age of the world where it was being wasted on a lot of reptiles. What is time to a big lizard after all? Have you seen those procrastinators the monks use? Wonderful things. They can move time, store it, stretch it. Quite ingenious. As for when this happened, the question also makes no sense. When the bottle is broken, does it matter where the glass was hit? The shards of the event itself no longer exist in this rebuilt history in any case."
Hold on. How could you take a piece of, some old century and stitch it into a modern one? Wouldn't people notice that? Susan flailed a bit. That people have got the wrong armour and the buildings are all wrong and they're still in the middle of wars that happened centuries ago?
In my experience, Susan, within their heads, too many humans spend a lot of time in the middle of wars that happened centuries ago.
Very insightful, but what I meant was—
You must not confuse the content with the container. Death sighed. You are mostly human. You need a metaphor. An object lesson is clearly in order. Come.
He stood up and stalked into the dining room across the hall. There were still a few late lunchers frozen in their work, napkins tucked under their chins, in an atmosphere of happy carbohydrates. Death walked up to a table that had been laid for dinner and gripped a corner of the tablecloth.
Time is the cloth, he said. The cutlery and plates are the events that take place within time.
There was a drum roll. Susan glanced down. The Death of Rats was seated in front of a tiny drum kit.
Observe.
Death pulled the cloth away. There was a rattle of cutlery and a moment of uncertainty regarding a vase of flowers, but almost all the tableware remained in place. "I see," said Susan.
The table remains laid, but the cloth can now be used for another meal.
"However, you knocked the salt over," said Susan.
The technique is not perfect.
"And there are stains on the cloth from the previous meal, Grandfather." Death beamed.
"Yes," he said. "As metaphors go, it is rather good, don't you think?"
"People would notice."
"Really? Humans are the most unobservant creatures in the universe. Oh, there are lots of anomalies, of course, a certain amount of spilled salt, but historians explain them away. They are so very useful in that respect."
There was something called the rules Susan knew. They weren't written down in the same way that mountains weren't written down. They were far more fundamental to the operation of the universe than mere mechanical things like gravity. The auditors might hate the untidiness caused by the emergence of life, but the rules did not allow them to do anything about it. The ascent of mankind must have been a boon to them. At last there was a species that could be persuaded to shoot itself in the foot. "I don't know what you expect me to do about it," she said.
"Everything that you can," said Death. "I, by custom and practice, have other duties at this time."
"Such as?"
"Important matters."
"That you can't tell me about?"
"That I do not intend to tell you about. But they are important. In any case, your insight is valuable. You have ways of thinking that will be useful. You can go where I cannot. I have only seen the future, but you can change it."
"Where is this clock being rebuilt?"
"I cannot tell. I have done well to deduce what I have. The issue is clouded from me."
"Why?"
"Because things have been hidden. Someone is involved who is not subject to me."
Death looked awkward. "An immortal?"
"Someone subject to someone else."
"You're going to have to be a lot clearer than that."
"Susan, you know that I adopted and raised your mother and found a suitable husband for her."
Yes, snapped Susan. "How could I forget? I look in my mirror every day."
"This is difficult for me. The truth is, I was not the only one to involve myself like that." "Why look surprised? Is it not well known that gods do this sort of thing all the time?"
"Gods, yes, but people like you..."
"People like us are still like people."
Susan did an unusual thing and listened. That's not an easy task for a teacher.
"Susan, you will know that we who are outside humanity..."
"I'm not outside humanity," said Susan sharply. "I just have a few extra talents."
"I did not mean you, of course. I meant the others who are not human and yet part of humanity's universe. War and destiny and pestilence and the rest of us. We are envisaged as human by humans, and thus in various fashions we take on some aspects of humanity. It can be no other way. Even the very body shape forces upon our minds a certain way of observing the universe. We pick up human traits: curiosity, anger, restlessness."
"This is basic stuff, Grandfather."
"Yes, and you know, therefore, that some of us take an interest in humanity."
"I know. I am one of the results."
"Yes, and some of us take an interest which is, more..."
"Interesting?"
"Personal. And you have heard me speak of the personification of time?"
"You didn't tell me much." "She lives in a palace of glass," you once said. Susan felt a small, shameful, and yet curiously satisfying sensation in seeing Death discomfited. He looks like someone who is being forced to reveal a skeleton in the closet.
"Yes, she fell in love with a human."
"How very romantic," said Susan, inserting the K. Now she was being childishly perverse, she knew, but life as Death's granddaughter was not easy, and occasionally she had the irresistible urge to annoy.
A pun or play on words, said Death wearily, although I suspect you are merely trying to be tiresome.
Well, that sort of thing used to happen a lot in antiquity, didn't it? Said Susan. Poets were always falling in love with moonlight or hyacinths or something, and goddesses were forever.
But that was real, said Death.
How real do you mean?
Time had a son.
How could...
Time had a son. Someone mostly mortal. Someone like you.
Tick. A member of the Clockmakers' Guild called on Jeremy once a week. It was nothing formal. In any case, there was often some work for him to do, or some results to be collected, because whatever else you might say about him, the boy had a genius for clocks. Informally, the visit was also a delicate way to make sure that the lad was taking his medicine and wasn't noticeably crazy. The Clockmakers were well aware that the intricate mechanisms of the human brain could occasionally throw a screw. The Guild's members tended to be meticulous people, always in pursuit of an inhuman accuracy, and this took its toll. It could cause problems. Springs were not the only things that got wound up. The Guild committee were, by and large, kind and understanding men. They were not, on the whole, men accustomed to guile. Dr. Hopkins, the Guild's secretary, was surprised when the door of Jeremy's shop was opened by a man who appeared to have survived a very serious accident. I'm here to see Mr. Jeremy, he managed.
Yes, sir, the master is in, sir.
And you, are...
Igor, sir. Mr. Jeremy was kind enough to take me on, sir.
You work for him, said Dr. Hopkins, looking Igor up and down.
Yes, sir.
Have you been standing too close to some dangerous machinery?
No, sir. He is in the workshop, sir.
Mr. Igor, said Dr. Hopkins, as he was ushered into the shop. You do know that Mr. Jeremy has to take medicine, don't you?
Yes, sir. He mentions it often.
And his general health is...
Good, sir. He is enthusiastic for his work, sir. Bright-eyed and bussy-tailed.
Bussy-tailed, eh? Said Dr. Hopkins weakly. Mr. Jeremy doesn't usually keep servants. I'm afraid he threw a clock at the head of the last assistant he had.
Really, sir?
He hasn't thrown a clock at your head, has he?
No, sir. He acts quite normally, said Igor, a man with 4 thumbs and stitches all round his neck.
He opened the door into the workshop.
Dr. Hopkins, Mr. Jeremy. I will make some tea, sir.
Jeremy was sitting bolt upright at the table, his eyes gleaming. Ah, Doctor, he said. How kind of you to come. Dr. Hopkins took in the workshop. There had been changes. Quite a large piece of lath and plaster wall covered in penciled sketches had been removed from somewhere and stood on an easel on one side of the room. The benches, usually the resting places of clocks in various stages of assembly, were covered with lumps of crystal and slabs of glass. And there was a strong smell of acid. Something new, Dr. Hopkins ventured. Yes, Doctor, I've been examining the properties of certain superdense crystals, said Jeremy. Dr. Hopkins took a deep breath of relief. Geology. A wonderful hobby. I am so glad it's not good to think about clocks all the time, you know, he added jovially, and with a soupçon of hope. Jeremy's brow wrinkled, as if the brain behind it was trying to fit around an unfamiliar concept. Yes, he said at last. Did you know, Doctor, that copper octyrate vibrates exactly 2,400,078 times a second? As much as that, eh? Said Dr. Hopkins. My word. Indeed, and light shone through a natural prism of octivium quartz splits into only 3 colours. Fascinating, said Dr. Hopkins, reflecting that it could be worse. Is it me, or is there a rather sharp smell in the air? Drains, said Jeremy. We've been cleaning them with acid, which is what we need the acid for cleaning the drains. Drains, eh? Dr. Hopkins blinked. He wasn't at home in the world of drains. There was a crackling sound and blue light flickered under the door of the kitchen. You're a man, Igor, he said. All right, is he? Yes, thank you, Doctor. He's from Uberwald, you know. Oh, very big, Uberwald. Very big country. That was one of only two things Dr. Hopkins knew about Uberwald. He coughed nervously and mentioned the other one. People there can be a bit strange, I've heard. Igor says he's never had anything to do with that kind of person, said Jeremy calmly. Good, good. That is good, said the doctor. Jeremy's fixed smile was beginning to unnerve him. He, seems to have a lot of scars and stitches. Yes, it's cultural. Cultural, is it? Dr. Hopkins looked relieved. He was a man who tried to see the best in everybody, but the city had got rather complicated since he was a boy, with dwarfs and trolls and golems and even zombies. He wasn't sure he liked everything that was happening, but a lot of it was cultural, apparently, and you couldn't object to that, so he didn't. Cultural sort of solved problems by explaining that they weren't really there. The light under the door went out. A moment later, Igor came in with 2 cups of tea on a tray. It was good tea, the doctor had to admit, but the acid in the air was making his eyes water. So, how is the work on the new navigation tables going? He said. Ginger biscuits, sir, said Igor by his ear. Oh, yes. Oh, I say, these are rather good, Mr. Igor. Take 2, sir. Thank you. Now Dr. Hopkins sprayed crumbs as he spoke. The navigation tables, he repeated. I'm afraid I've not been able to make very much progress, said Jeremy. I've been engaged on the properties of crystals. Oh, yes, you said. Well, of course we are very grateful for any time you feel you can spare, said Dr. Hopkins. And if I may say so, it is good to see you with a new interest. Too much concentration on one thing is conducive to ill humours of the brain. I have medicine, said Jeremy. Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, since I happened to be going past the apothecary today, Dr. Hopkins pulled a large paper-wrapped bottle out of his pocket. Thank you. Jeremy indicated the shelf behind him. As you can see, I have nearly run out. Yes, I thought you might, said Dr. Hopkins, as if the level of the bottle on Jeremy's shelf wasn't something the clockmakers kept a very careful eye on. Well, I shall be going then. Well done with the crystals. I used to collect butterflies when I was a boy. Wonderful things, hobbies. Give me a killing jar and a net, and I was happy as a little lark. Jeremy still smiled at him. There was something glassy about the smile. Dr. Hopkins swallowed the remainder of his tea and put the cup back in the saucer. And now I really must be on my way, he mumbled. So much to do. Don't wish to keep you from your work. Crystals, wonderful things, so pretty. Are they? Said Jeremy. He hesitated, as though he was trying to solve a minor problem. Oh, yes, patterns of light. Twinkly, said Dr. Hopkins. Igor was waiting by the street's door when Dr. Hopkins reached it. He nodded. You are sure about the medicine? The doctor said quietly. Oh, yes, sir. Every day I watch him pour out a spoonful. Oh, good. He can be a little, sometimes he doesn't get on well with people. Yes, sir? Very particular about accuracy. Yes, sir. Which is a good thing, of course. Wonderful thing, accuracy, said Dr. Hopkins, and sniffed. Up to a point, of course. Well, good day to you. Good day, sir. When Igor returned to the workshop, Jeremy was carefully pouring the blue medicine into a spoon. When the spoon was exactly full, he tipped it into the sink. They check, you know, he said. They think I don't notice. I'm sure they mean well, sir. I'm afraid I can't think so well when I take the medicine, he said. In fact, I think I'm getting on a lot better without it, don't you? It slows me down. Igor took refuge in silence. In his experience, many of the world's greatest discoveries were made by men who would be considered mad by conventional standards. Insanity depended on your point of view, he always said, and if it was the view through your own underpants, then everything looked fine. But young Master Jeremy was beginning to worry him. He never laughed, and Igor liked a good maniacal laugh. You could trust it. Since giving up the medicine, Jeremy had not, as Igor had expected, begun to gibber and shout things like, "Mad? They said I was mad, but I shall show them all." He'd simply become more focused. And then there was that smile. Igor was not easily frightened because otherwise he wouldn't be able to look in the mirror, but he was becoming a little troubled. "Now, where were we?" said Jeremy. "Oh, yes, give me a hand here." Together they moved the table aside. Under it, dozens of glass jars hissed.
"Not enough power," said Igor. "Also, we have not got the mirrors right yet, sir."
Jeremy pulled the cloth off the device on the workbench. Glass and crystal glittered, and in some cases glittered very strangely. As Jeremy had remarked yesterday, in the clarity that was returning now that he was carefully pouring one spoonful of his medicine down the sink twice a day, some of the angles looked wrong. One crystal had disappeared when he'd locked it into place, but it was clearly still there because he could see light reflecting off it.
"And we've still got too much metal in it, sir," Igor grumbled. "It was the spring that did for the last one."
"We'll find a way," said Jeremy.
"Homemade lightning is never as good as a real thought," said Igor.
"Good enough to test the principle," said Jeremy.
"Test the principle, muttered Igor. "Sorry, sir, but Igors do not test the principle. Strap it to the bench and put a good thick bolt of lightning through it. That's our motto. That's how you test something."
"You seem ill at ease, Igor."
"Well, I'm sorry, sir," said Igor. "It's the climate disagreeing with me. I'm used to regular thunderstorms."
"I've heard that some people really seem to come alive in thunderstorms," said Jeremy, carefully adjusting the angle of a crystal.
"Ah, that was when I worked for Baron Finkelstein," said Igor.
Jeremy stood back. This wasn't the clock, of course. There was still a lot more work to do, but he could see it in front of him if he closed his eyes, before they had a clock. This was just an essay, to see if he was on the right lines. He was on the right lines. He knew it. Tick. Susan walked back through the motionless streets, sat down in Madame Fraut's office, and let herself sink back into the stream of time. She never found out how this worked. It just did. Time didn't stop for the rest of the world, and it didn't stop for her. It was just that she entered a kind of loop of time, and everything else stayed exactly as it was until she'd finished what she needed to do. It was another inherited family trait. It worked best if you didn't think about it, just like tightrope walking. Anyway, now she had other things to think about. Madame Fraut turned her gaze back from the rat-free mantelpiece. "No," she said, "it seems to have gone." "It was probably a trick of the light, madam," said Susan. Mostly human. Someone like me, she thought. "Yes, of course." Madame Fraut managed to get her glasses on, despite the fact that the string was still tangled with the button. It meant that she'd moored herself to her own chest, but she was damned if she was going to do anything about it now. Susan could unnerve a glacier. All she had to do was sit quietly, looking polite and alert. "What precisely was it you wanted, madam?" she said. "It's only that I've left the class doing algebra, and they get restless when they've finished." "Algebra?" said Madame Fraut, perforce staring at her own bosom, which no one else had ever done. "But that's far too difficult for 7-year-olds. "Yes, but I didn't tell them that, and so far they haven't found out," said Susan. It was time to move things along. "I expect you wanted to see me about my letter, madam," she said. Madame Fraut looked blank. "What?" she began. Susan sighed and snapped her fingers. She walked round and opened a drawer by the motionless Madame Fraut, removed a sheet of paper, and spent some time carefully writing a letter. She let the ink dry, rustled the paper a bit to make it look slightly second-hand, and then put it just under the top of the pile of paperwork beside Madame Fraut, with enough of it peeking out so that it would be easy to see. She returned to her seat. She snapped her fingers again. "A letter," said Madame Fraut, and then she looked down at her desk. "Oh." It was a cruel thing to do, Susan knew, but while Madame Fraut was not by any means a bad person, and was quite kind to children, in a haphazard way, she was silly. And Susan did not have a lot of time for silly. "Yes, I asked if I might have a few days' leave," said Susan. "Pressing family matters, I'm afraid. I have prepared some work for the children to get on with, of course." Madame Fraut hesitated. Susan didn't have time for this either. She snapped her fingers. "My goodness, that'd be a relief," she said, in a voice whose harmonics went all the way into the subconscious. "If we don't slow her down, we'll run out of things to teach them. She has been performing small miracles on a daily basis and deserves a raise." Then she sat back, snapped her fingers again, and watched the words settle into the forefront of Madame Prout's mind. The woman's lips actually moved. "Why, yes, of course," she murmured at last. "You have been working very hard, and there are some things even a voice of eldritch command can't achieve, and one of them is to get extra money out of a head teacher. We shall have to think about a little increment for you one of these days." Susan returned to the classroom and spent the rest of the day performing small miracles, which included removing the glue from Richenda's hair, emptying the wee out of Billy's shoes, and treating the class to a short visit to the continent of 4X. When their parents came to pick them up, they were all waving crayoned pictures of kangaroos, and Susan had to hope that the red dust on their shoes, red mud in the case of Billy's, whose sense of timing had not improved, would pass unnoticed. It probably would. Fidget's was not the only place where adults didn't see what couldn't possibly be true. Now she sat back. There was something pleasant about an empty classroom. Of course, as any teacher would point out, one nice thing was that there were no children in it, and particularly no Jason. But the tables and shelves around the room showed evidence of a term well spent. Paintings lined the walls and displayed good use of perspective and colour. The class had built a full-size white horse out of cardboard boxes, during which time they'd learned a lot about horses, and Susan learned about Jason's remarkably accurate powers of observation. She'd had to take the cardboard tube away from him and explain that this was a polite horse. It had been a long day. She raised the lid of her desk and took out grim fairy tales. This dislodged some paperwork, which in turn revealed a small cardboard box decorated in blackened gold. It had been a little present from Vincent's parents. She stared at the box. Every day she had to go through this. It was ridiculous. It wasn't even as if Higgs and Meekins did good chocolates. They were just butter and sugar, and she scrabbled amongst the sad little scraps of brown paper inside the box and pulled out a chocolate. No one could be expected not to have just one chocolate after all. She put it in her mouth. Damn, 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 damn! It was nougat inside. Her one chocolate today, and it was damned artificial, damn pink and white, damn sickly, damn stupid nougat. Well, no one could be expected to believe that counted. This is true. A chocolate you did not want to eat does not count as chocolate. This discovery is from the same branch of culinary physics that determined that food eaten while walking contains no calories. She was entitled to another. The teacher part of her, which had eyes in the back of its head, caught the blur of movement. She spun round. "No running with scythes!" The Death of Rats stopped jogging along the nature table and gave her a guilty look. "Squeak?" "And no going into the stationery cupboard either," said Susan automatically. She slammed the desk lid shut. "Squeak?" "Yes, you were. I could hear you thinking about it." It was possible to deal with the Death of Rats, provided you thought of him as a very small Jason. The stationery cupboard. That was one of the great battlegrounds of classroom history, that and the playhouse. But the ownership of the playhouse usually sorted itself out without Susan's intervention, so that all she had to do was to be ready with ointment, a nose blow, and mild sympathy for the losers. Whereas the stationery cupboard was a war of attrition. It contained pots of powder paint and reams of paper and boxes of crayons, and more idiosyncratic items like a spare pair of pants for Billy, who did his best. It also contained the scissors, which, under classroom rules, were treated as some kind of doomsday machine, and, of course, the boxes of stars. The only people allowed in the cupboard were Susan and, usually, Vincent. Despite everything Susan had tried, short of actual deception, he was always the official best at everything, and won the coveted honour every day, which was to go into the stationery cupboard and fetch the pencils and hand them out. For the rest of the class, and especially Jason, the stationery cupboard was some mystic magic realm to be entered whenever possible. Honestly, thought Susan, once you learn the arts of defending the stationery cupboard, outwitting Jason and keeping the class pet alive until the end of term, you've mastered at least half of teaching. She signed the register, watered the sad plants on the windowsill, went and fetched some fresh privet from the hedge for the stick insects that were the successor to Henry the hamster, chosen on the basis that it was quite hard to tell when they were dead, tidied a few errant crayons away, and looked around the classroom at all those little chairs. It sometimes worried her that nearly everyone she knew well was 3 feet high. She was never certain that she trusted her grandfather at times like this. It was all to do with the rules. He couldn't interfere, but he knew her weaknesses, and he could wind her up and send her out into the world. Someone like me. Yes, he'd known how to engage her interest. Someone like me. Suddenly there's some dangerous clock somewhere in the world, and suddenly I'm told that there's someone like me. Someone like me. Except not like me. At least I knew my parents. And she'd listened to Death's account of the tall, dark woman wandering from room to room in the endless castle of glass, weeping for the child she'd given birth to and could see every day but could never touch. Where do I even begin? Tick. Lobsang learned a lot. He learned that every room has at least 4 corners. He learned that the sweepers started work when the sky was light enough to see the dust and continued until sunset. As a master, Lutze was kind enough. He would always point out those bits that Lobsang had not done properly. After the initial anger and the taunting of his former classmates, Lobsang found that the work had a certain charm. Days drifted past under his broom, until, almost with an audible click in his brain, he decided that enough was enough. He finished his section of passageway, and found Lutze dreamily pushing his brush along a terrace. "Sweeper." "Yes, lad?" "What is it you are trying to tell me?" "I'm sorry." "I didn't expect to become a sweeper. You're Lutze. I expected to be apprenticed to, well, to the hero." "You did?" Lutze scratched his beard. "Oh dear, damn. Yes, I can see the problem. You should have said. Why didn't you say? I don't really do that sort of thing anymore." "You don't? All that playing with history, running about, unsettling people? No, not really. I was never quite certain we should be doing it, to be honest. No, sweeping is good enough for me. There's something real about a nice clean floor." "This is a test, isn't it?" said Lobsang coldly. "Oh, yes. I mean, I understand how it works. The master makes the pupil do all the menial jobs, and then it turns out that really the pupil is learning things of great value. And I don't think I'm learning anything, really, except that people are pretty messy and inconsiderate." "Not a bad lesson all the same," said Lutze. "Is it not written? Hard work never did anybody any harm." "Where is this written, Lutze?" said Lobsang, thoroughly exasperated. The sweeper brightened up. "Ah," he said, "perhaps the pupil is ready to learn. Then you don't wish to know the way of the sweeper? You wish to learn instead the way of Mrs. Cosmopolite." "Who?" "We have swept. Well, let's go into the gardens, for is it not written, it does you good to get out into the fresh air?" "Is it?" said Lobsang, still bewildered. Lutze pulled a small tattered notebook out of his pocket. "In here it is," he said. "I should know." Tick. Lutze patiently adjusted a tiny mirror to redirect sunlight more favourably on one of the bonsai mountains. He hummed tunelessly under his breath. Lobsang, sitting cross-legged on the stones, carefully turned the yellowing pages of the ancient notebook on which was written in faded ink, "The way of Mrs. Cosmopolite." "Well," said Lutze, "the way has an answer for everything, does it?" "Yes." "Then," Lobsang nodded at the little volcano, which was gently smoking, "how does that work? It's on a saucer." Lutze stared straight ahead, his lips moving. "Page 76, I think," he said. Lobsang turned to the page. "Because," he read. "Good answer," said Lutze, gently caressing a minute crag with a camel hair brush. "Just because, master, no reason." "Reason? What reason can a mountain have?" And as you accumulate years, you will learn that most answers boil down eventually to because. Lobsang said nothing. The Book of the Way was giving him problems. What he wanted to say was this. Lute say, this reads like a book of the sayings of an old lady. It's the sort of thing old ladies say. What kind of koan is, it won't get better if you pick at it, or eat it up, it'll make your hair curly, or everything comes to he who waits. This is stuff you get in Hogswatch crackers. Really? Said Lute say, still apparently engrossed in a mountain. I didn't say anything. Oh, I thought you did. Jimmy sank more pork? Yes, I didn't have to sweep floors there. Were you a good thief? I was a fantastic thief. A breeze blew a scent of cherry blossom. Just once, thought Lute say, it would be nice to pick cherries. I've been to Ankh-Morpork, he said, straightening up and moving on to the next mountain. You have seen the visitors we get here? Yes, said Lobsang. Everyone laughs at them. Really? Lute say raised his eyebrows. When they have trekked thousands of miles seeking the truth? But did not Wen say that if the truth is anywhere, it is everywhere? Said Lobsang. Well done. I see you've learnt something at least. But one day it seemed to me that everyone else had decided that wisdom can only be found a long way off. So I went to Ankh-Morpork. They were all coming here, so it seemed only fair. Seeking enlightenment? No, the wise man does not seek enlightenment. He waits for it. So while I was waiting, it occurred to me that seeking perplexity might be more fun, said Lute say. After all, enlightenment begins where perplexity ends. And I found perplexity. And a kind of enlightenment too. I had not been there 5 minutes, for example, when some men in an alley tried to enlighten me of what little I possessed, giving me a valuable lesson in the ridiculousness of material things. But why Ankh-Morpork? Said Lobsang. Look in the back of the book, said Lute say. There was a yellow, crackling scrap of paper tucked in there. The boy unfolded it. Oh, this is just a bit of the almanac, he said. It's very popular there. Yes, a seeker after wisdom left it here. It's just got the phases of the moon on this page. Other side, said the sweeper. Lobsang turned the paper over. It's just an advert from the Ankh-Morpork Guild of Merchants, he said. Ankh-Morpork has everything. He stared at the smiling Lute say. And you thought that... I am old and simple and understand, said the sweeper, whereas you are young and complicated. Didn't Wen see portents in the swirl of gruel in his bowl, and then in flight of birds? This was actually written. I mean, flights of birds are quite complex, but these were words. And after a lifetime of searching, I saw at last the opening of the way, my way. And you went all the way to Ankh-Morpork, said Lobsang weakly. And I fetched up, calm of mind, but empty of pocket, in Quirm Street, said the sweeper, smiling serenely at the recollection, and espied a sign in a window saying, Rooms to rent. Thus I met Mrs. Cosmopolite, who opened the door when I knocked, and then when I hesitated, not being sure of the language, she said, I haven't got all day, you know. Almost to a word, one of the sayings of Wen. Instantly, I knew that I had found what I was seeking. During the days I washed dishes in an eating house for 20 pence a day, and all the scraps I could take away. And in the evenings, I helped Mrs. Cosmopolite clean the house and listened carefully to her conversation. She was a natural sweeper, with a good rhythmical motion, and had bottomless wisdom. Within the first 2 days, she uttered to me the actual words said by Wen upon understanding the true nature of time. It was when I asked for a reduced rate, because, of course, I did not sleep in a bed, and she said, I was not born yesterday, Mr. Tsai. Astonishing. And she could never have seen the sacred texts. Lobsang's face was a carefully drawn picture. I was not born yesterday, he said. Ah, yes, of course. As a novice you would not have got that far, said Lutsei. It was when he fell asleep in a cave, and in a dream saw time appear to him, and show him that the universe is recreated from second to second, endlessly, with the past just a memory. And he stepped out from the cave into the truly new world, and said, I was not born yesterday. Oh, yes, said Lobsang, but, Mrs. Cosmopolite, said Lutsei, his eyes misting over. What a woman for keeping things clean! If she were a sweeper here, no one would be allowed to walk on the floor. Her house, so amazing a palace. New sheets every other week, and cook, just to taste her beans baked upon the toast. A man would give up a cycle of the universe. Said Lobsang. I stayed for 3 months, sweeping her house as is fitting for the pupil, and then I returned here, my way clear before me. And these stories about you? Oh, all true, most of them. A bit of exaggeration, but mostly true. The one about the citadel in Muntab and the Pash and the fishbone? Oh, yes. But how did you get in, where half a dozen trained and armed men couldn't even... I'm a little man and I carry a broom, said Lutsei simply. Everyone has some mess that needs clearing up. What harm is a man with a broom? What? And that was it? Well, the rest was a matter of cookery, really. The Pash was not a good man, but he was a glutton for his fish pie. No martial arts, said Lobsang. Oh, always a last resort. History needs shepherds, not butchers. Do you know okidoki? Just a lot of bunny hops. Shiitake. If I wanted to thrust my hand into hot sand, I would go to the seaside. Upsy daisy. A waste of good bricks. No kando. You made that one up. Tung pea. Bad-tempered flower arranging. Snafu. And for cutting wood it is better to use an axe, said Lutsei. No, violence is the resort of the violent. In most tight corners, a broomstick suffices. Only most, said Lobsang, not trying to hide the sarcasm. Oh, I see. You wish to face me in the dojo. For it's a very old truth. When the pupil can beat the master, there is nothing the master cannot tell him, because the apprenticeship is ended. You want to learn? I knew there was something to learn. Lutsei stood up. Why you, he said. Why here, why now? There is a time and a place for everything. Why this time and this place? If I take you to the dojo, you will return what you stole from me, now. He looked down at the teak table where he worked on his mountains. The little shovel was there. A few cherry blossom petals fluttered to the ground. I see, he said. You are that fast, I did not see you. Lobsang said nothing. It is a small and worthless thing, said Lutsei. Why did you take it, please? To see if I could. I was bored. We shall see if we can make life more interesting for you, then. No wonder you are bored when you can already slice time like that. Lutsei turned the little shovel over and over in his hand. Very fast, he said. He leaned down and blew the petals away from a tiny glacier. You slice time as fast as a 10th gym, and as yet barely trained. You must have been a great thief. And now, oh dear, I shall have to face you in the dojo. No, there is no need, said Lobsang, because now Lutsei looked frightened and humiliated and somehow smaller and brittle-boned. I insist, said the old man. Let us get it done now, for it is written, there is no time like the present. which is Mrs. Cosmopolite's most profound understanding." He sighed and looked up at the giant statue of Wen. "Look at him," he said. "He was a lad, eh? Completely blissed out on the universe, saw the past and future as one living person, and wrote the books of history to tell how the story should go. We can't imagine what those eyes saw, and he never raised a hand to any man in his life. Look, I really don't want to—" "And you've looked at the other statues?" said Lutze, as if he'd completely forgotten about the dojo. Distractedly, Lobsang followed his gaze. Up on the raised stone platform that ran the whole length of the gardens were hundreds of smaller statues, mostly carved of wood, all of them painted in garish colours. Figures with more eyes than legs, more tails than teeth, monstrous amalgamations of fish and squid and tiger and parsnip. Things put together as if the creator of the universe had tipped out his box of spare parts and stuck them together. Things painted pink and orange and purple and gold looked down over the valley. "Oh, the Dalang," Lobsang began. "Demons, that's one word for them," said the sweeper. "The abbot called them the enemies of mind. Wen wrote a scroll about them, you know, and he said that was the worst." He pointed to a little hooded grey shape, which looked out of place amongst the festival of wild extremities. "Doesn't look very dangerous," said Lobsang. "Look, sweeper, I don't want to—" "They can be very dangerous, things that don't look dangerous," said Lutze. "Not looking dangerous is what makes them dangerous, for it is written you can't tell a book by its cover." "Lutze, I really don't want to fight you." "Oh, your tutors will tell you that the discipline of a martial art enables you to slice time, and that's true as far as it goes," said Lutze, apparently not listening. "But so can sweeping, as perhaps you have found. Always find the perfect moment," Wen said. "People just seem so keen on using it to kick other people on the back of the neck." "But it wasn't a challenge. I just wanted you to show me, and I shall. Come on. I made a bargain, I must keep it, old fool that I am." The nearest dojo was the dojo of the 10th Jim. It was empty except for two monks blurring as they danced across the mat and wrapped time around themselves. Lutze had been right, Lobsang knew. Time was a resource. You could learn to let it move fast or slow, so that a monk could walk easily through a crowd and yet be moving so fast that no one could see him. Or he could stand still for a few seconds and watch the sun and moon chase one another across a flickering sky. He could meditate for a day in a minute. Here in the valley, a day lasted forever. The blurred fighters became a couple of hesitant monks when they saw Lutze. He bowed. "I beg the use of this dojo for a short period while my apprentice teaches me the folly of old age," he said. "I really didn't mean," Lobsang began, but Lutze elbowed him in the ribs. The monks gave the old man a nervous look. "It's yours, Lutze," said one of them. They hurried out, almost tripping over their own feet as they looked back. "Time and its control is what we should teach here," said Lutze, watching them go. "The martial arts are an aid, that is all they are. At least, that's all they were meant to be. Even out in the world, a well-trained person may perceive in the fray how flexible time may be. Here, we can build on that. Compress time, stretch time, hold the moment. Punching people's kidneys out through their nose is only a foolish byproduct." Lutze took down a razor-edged pika sword from the rack and handed it to the shocked boy. "You've seen one of these before. They're not really for novices, but you show promise." "Yes, sweeper, but—" "Know how to use it?" "I'm good at the practice ones, but they're just made of—" "Take it then and attack me." There was a rustling noise above them. Lobsang looked up and saw monks pouring into the observation gallery above the dojo. There were some very senior ones amongst them. News gets around quickly in a little world. "Rule 2, said Lutze, "is never refuse a weapon." He took a few steps back. "In your own time, boy." Lobsang wielded the curved sword uncertainly. "Well," said Lutze, "I can't just—" "Is this the dojo of the 10th Jim?" said Lutze. Why, mercy me, I do believe it is. That means there are no rules, doesn't it? Any weapon, any strategy, anything is allowed. Do you understand? Are you stupid? But I can't just kill someone because they've asked me to. Why not? What happened to Mr. Manners? But you are holding a deadly weapon. You are facing an unarmed man in a pose of submission. Are you frightened? Yes. Yes, I am. Good. That's lesson 3, said Lutze quietly. See how much you're learning already? Wipe the smile off your face, have I? All right. Put the sword on the rack and take a dagger stick. The most you can do with that is bruise my old bones. I would prefer it if you wore the protective padding. You're that good with the stick, are you? I'm very fast. Then, if you don't fight right now, I shall wrest it from you and break it over your head, said Lutze, drawing back. Ready? The only defence is to attack well, I'm told. Lobsang raised the stick in reluctant salute. Lutze folded his hands, and, as Lobsang danced towards him, closed his eyes and smiled to himself. Lobsang raised the stick and hesitated. Lutze was grinning. Rule 2, Rule 3. What had been Rule 1? Always remember Rule 1. Lutze! The abbot's chief acolyte arrived panting in the doorway, waving urgently. Lutze opened one eye and then the other one, and then winked at Lobsang. Narrow escape there, eh? He said. He turned to the acolyte. Yes, exalted sir. You must come immediately, and all monks who are cleared for a tour in the world, to the Mandala Hall, now. There was a scuffling in the gallery, and several monks pushed their way out through the crowd. Ah, excitement, said Lutze, taking the stick from Lobsang's unresisting hands and putting it back into the rack. The hall was emptying fast. Around the whole of Oi Dong, gongs were being banged frantically. What's happening? Said Lobsang as the last of the monks surged past. I dare say we shall soon be told, said Lutze, starting to roll himself a cigarette. Hadn't we better hurry? Everyone's going. The sound of flapping sandals died away in the distance. Nothing seems to be on fire, said Lutze calmly. Besides, if we wait a little, then by the time we get there, everyone will have stopped shouting, and perhaps they'll be making some sense. Let us take the clock path. The display is particularly fine at this time of day. But, it is written, you've got to learn to walk before you can run, said Lutze, putting his broom over his shoulder. Mrs. Cosmopolite again? Amazing woman, dusted like a demon, too. The clock path wound out from the main complex, up through the terraced gardens, and then rejoined the wider path as it tunnelled into the cliff wall. Novices always asked why it was called the clock path, since there was no sign of a clock anywhere. More gongs started to bang, but they were muffled by the greenery. Lobsang heard running feet up on the main path. Down here, humming birds flickered from flower to flower, oblivious to any excitement. I wonder what the time is, said Lutze, who was walking ahead. Everything is a test. Lobsang glanced around at the flowerbed. 9:15, he said. Oh? And how do you know that? The field marigold is open, the red sandwort is opening, the purple bindweed is closed, and the yellow goatsbeard is closing, said Lobsang. You worked out the floral clock all by yourself? Yes, it's obvious. Really? What time is it when the white water lily opens? 6 in the morning. You came to look? Yes, you planted this garden, did you? One of my little efforts. It's beautiful. It's not very accurate in the small hours. There aren't too many night-blooming plants that grow well up here. They open for the moths, you know. It's how time wants to be measured, said Lobsang. Really? Of course, I'm not an expert, said Lutze. He pinched out the end of his cigarette and stuck it behind his ear. Oh, well, let's keep going. Everyone may have stopped arguing at cross purposes by now. How do you feel about going through the Mandala Hall again? Oh, I'll be fine. I'd just forgotten about it, that's all. Really? And you'd never seen it before, too? But time plays funny tricks on us all. Why, I once... Lutze stopped and stared at the apprentice. Are you all right? He said. You've gone pale." Lobsang grimaced and shook his head. "Something felt odd," he said. He waved a hand vaguely in the direction of the lowlands, spread out in a blue and grey pattern on the horizon. "Something over there." The glass clock. The great glass house, and here, where it shouldn't be, the glass clock. It was barely here. It showed up as shimmering lines in the air, as if it was possible to capture the sparkle of light off a shiny surface without the surface itself. Everything here was transparent. Delicate chairs, tables, vases of flowers. And now he realized that glass was not a word to use here. Crystal might be better, or ice. The thin, flawless ice you sometimes got after a sharp frost. Everything was visible only by its edges. He could make out staircases through distant walls. Above and below and to every side, the glass rooms went on forever. And yet, it was all familiar. It felt like home. Sound filled the glass rooms. It streamed away in clear, sharp notes, like the tones made by a wet finger around a wineglass rim. There was movement, too, a haze in the air beyond the transparent walls, shifting and wavering and watching him. "How can it come from over there, and how do you mean odd?" said the voice of Lutze. Lobsang blinked. This was the odd place, the one right here, the rigid and unbending world. And then the feeling passed and faded. "Just odd." For a moment, he mumbled. There was dampness on his cheek. He raised his hand and touched wetness. "It's that rancid yak butter they put in the tea. I've always said so," said Lutze. "Mrs. Cosmopolite's never—" "Now that is unusual," he said, looking up. "What? What?" said Lobsang, looking blankly at his wet fingertips and then up at the cloudless sky. "A procrastinator, going over speed." He shifted position. "Can't you feel it?" "I can't hear anything," said Lobsang. "Not here. Feel. Coming up through your sandals. Oops. There goes another one. And another. You can't feel it. That's old 66. They've never got it properly balanced. We'll hear them in a minute. Oh dear, look at their flowers. Do look at their flowers." Lobsang turned. The ice plants were opening. The field sow thistle was closing. "Time leak," said Lutze. "Hark at that. You can hear them now, eh? They're dumping time randomly. Come on." According to the second scroll of When the Eternally Surprised sawed the first procrastinator from the trunk of a wham-wham tree, carved certain symbols on it, fitted it with a bronze spindle, and summoned the apprentice Clodpool. "Ah, very nice, master," said Clodpool. "A prayer wheel, yes?" "No, this is nothing like as complex," said Wen. "It merely stores and moves time." "That's simple, eh?" "And now I shall test it," said Wen. He gave it a half-turn with his hand. "Ah, very nice, master," said Clodpool. "A prayer wheel, yes?" "No, this is nothing like as complex," said Wen. "It merely stores and moves time." "That's simple, eh?" "And now I shall test it," said Wen. He moved it a little less this time. "That's simple, eh?" "And now I shall test it," said Wen. This time he twisted it gently to and fro. That's simple, pull, simple, said Clodpool. "And I have tested it," said Wen. "It worked, master?" "Yes, I think so." Wen stood up. "Give me the rope that you used to carry the firewood, and, yes, a pit from one of those cherries you picked yesterday." He wound the frayed rope around the cylinder and tossed the pit onto a patch of mud. Clodpool jumped out of the way. "See those mountains?" said Wen, tugging the rope. The cylinder spun and balanced there, humming gently. "Oh, yes, master," said Clodpool obediently. There was practically nothing up here but mountains. There were so many that sometimes they were impossible to see because they got in the way. "How much time does stone need?" said Wen. "Or the deep sea? We shall move it." He placed his left hand just above the spinning blur, to where it is needed. He looked down at the cherry pit. His lips moved silently, as though he was working through some complex puzzle. Then he pointed his right hand at the pit. "Stand back," he said, and gently let a finger touch the cylinder. There was no sound except the crack of the air as it moved aside and a hiss of steam from the mud. Wen looked up at the new tree and smiled. "I did say you should stand back," he said. I shall get down now, then, shall I?" said a voice among the blossom-laden branches. "But carefully," said Wen, and sighed as Clodpool crashed down in a shower of petals. "There will always be cherry blossom here," he said. Lutze hitched up his robe and scurried back down the path. Lobsang ran after him. A high-pitched whine seemed to be coming out of the rocks. The sweeper skidded at the carp pond, which was now erupting in strange waves, and headed down a shady track alongside a stream. Red ibises erupted into flight. He stopped and threw himself flat on the paving slabs. "Get down, now!" But Lobsang was already headlong. He heard something pass overhead with a plangent sound. He looked back and saw the last ibis tumbling in the air, shedding feathers, surrounded by a halo of pale blue light. It squawked and vanished with a pop. Not vanished entirely. An egg followed the same trajectory for a few seconds and then smashed on the stones. "Random time! Come on, come on!" shouted Lutze. He scrambled to his feet again, headed towards an ornamental grill in the cliff face ahead of them, and with surprising strength wrenched it out of the wall. "It's a bit of a drop, but if you roll when you land, you'll be okay," he said, lowering himself into the hole. "Where does it go to?" "The procrastinators, of course." "But novices aren't allowed in there on pain of death." "That's a coincidence," said Lutze, lowering himself to the tips of his fingers, "because death is what awaits you if you stay out there, too." He dropped into the darkness. A moment later there was an unenlightened curse from below. Lobsang climbed in, hung by his fingertips, dropped and rolled when he hit the floor. "Well done," said Lutze in the gloom. "When in doubt, choose to live. This way." The passageway opened into a wide corridor. The noise here was shattering. Something mechanical was in agony. There was a crump, and, a few moments later, a babble of voices. Several dozen monks wearing thick cork hats as well as their traditional robes came running round the corner. Most of them were yelling. A few of the brighter ones were saving their breath in order to cover the ground more quickly. Lutze grabbed one of them, who tried to struggle free. "Let me go! What's happening? Just get out of here before they all go!" The monk shook himself free and sped after the rest of them. Lutze bent down, picked up a fallen cork helmet, and solemnly handed it to Lobsang. "Health and safety at work," he said. "Very important." "Will it protect me?" said Lobsang, putting it on. "Not really, but when they find your head, it may be recognizable. When we get into the hall, don't touch anything." Lobsang had been expecting some vaulted, magnificent structure. People talked about the procrastinator hall as if it was some kind of huge cathedral. But what there was at the end of the passage was a haze of blue smoke. It was only when his eyes became accustomed to the swirling gloom that he saw the nearest cylinder. It was a squat pillar of rock about 3 yards across and 6 yards high. It was spinning so fast that it was a blur. Around it the air flickered with slivers of silver-blue light. "See, they're dumping! Over here, quick!" Lobsang ran after Lutze and saw there were hundreds, no, thousands of the cylinders, some of them reaching all the way to the cavern roof. There were still monks in here, running to and from the wells with buckets of water, which flashed into steam when they threw it over the smoking stone bearings at the base of the cylinders. "Idiots," the sweeper muttered. He cupped his hands and shouted, "Where is the overseer?" Lobsang pointed down to the edge of a wooden podium built onto the wall of the hall. There was a rotting cork hat there and a pair of ancient sandals. In between was a pile of grey dust. "Poor fellow," said Lutze. "A full 50,000 years in one jolt, I'd say." He glared at the scurrying monks again. "Will you lot stop and come here? I ain't going to ask you twice." Several of them swept the sweat out of their eyes and trotted towards the podium, relieved to hear any kind of order, while behind them the procrastinators screamed. "Right," said Lutze, as they were joined by more and more. "Now listen to me. This is just a surge cascade. You've all heard of them. We can deal with it. We just have to cross-link futures and pasts. Fastest ones first." "Oh, Mr. Shoblang already tried that," said a monk. He nodded at the sad pile. "Then I want 2 teams." Lutze stopped. "No, we haven't got time. We'll do it by the soles of our feet, like we used to do. 1 man to a spinner, just smack the bars when I say. Ready to go when I call the numbers?" Lutze climbed onto the podium and ran his eye over a board covered with wooden bobbins. A red or blue nimbus hovered over each one. "What a mess," he said. "What a mess!" "What do they mean?" said Lobsang. Lutze's hands hovered over the bobbins. "OK, the red-tinted ones are winding time out, speeding it up," he said. "The blue-tinted ones, they're winding time in, slowing it down. Brightness of the colour, that's how fast they're doing it. Except that now they're all freewheeling because the surge cut them loose, understand?" "Loose from what?" "From the load. From the world. See up there?" He waved a hand towards 2 long racks that ran all the way along the cavern wall. Each one held a row of swivelling shutters, 1 line blue, 1 line dark red. "The more shutters showing a colour, the more time winding or unwinding." "Good lad, got to keep it balanced. And the way we get through this is we couple the spinners up in 2s, so that they wind and unwind one another. Cancel themselves out. Poor old Shoblang was trying to put them back into service, I reckon. Can't be done, not during a cascade. You've got to let it all fall over, and then pick up the pieces when it's nice and quiet." He glanced at the bobbins, and then at the crowd of monks. "Right, you, 128 to 17, and then 45 to 89. Off you go. And you, 596 to, let's see, yes, 402. 790, shouted Lobsang, pointing to a bobbin. "You what?" 790. "Don't be daft, that's still unwinding, lad. 402 is our man right here. 790 is about to start winding time again. It's still bright blue. It's going to wind. I know it because..." The novice's finger moved over the lines of bobbins, hesitated, and pointed to a bobbin on the other side of the board. "It's matching speeds with this one." Lutze peered. "It is written... Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs," he said. "They're forming a natural inversion." He squinted at Lobsang. "You're not the reincarnation of someone, are you? That happens a lot in these parts." "I don't think so. It's just obvious." "A moment ago, you didn't know anything about these." Yes, but when you see them, it's obvious." Is it? All right, then the board's yours, Wonderboy." Lutze stood back. "Mine? But I..." "Get on with it. That is an order." For a moment, there was a suggestion of blue light around Lobsang. Lutze wondered how much time he'd folded around himself in that second. Time enough to think, certainly. Then the boy called out 6 pairs of numbers. Lutze turned to the monks. "Jump to it, boys. Mr. Lobsang has the board. You boys just watch those bearings." "But he's a novice," one of the monks began, and stopped and backed away when he saw Lutze's expression. "All right, sweeper. All right." A moment later there was the sound of jumpers slamming into place. Lobsang called out another set of numbers. While the monks dashed to and fro to the butter pits for grease, Lutze watched the nearest column. It was still spinning fast, but he was sure he could see the carvings. Lobsang ran his eye over the board again and stared up at the rumbling cylinders and then back to the lines of shutters. There wasn't anything written down about all this, Lutze knew. You couldn't teach it in a classroom, although they tried. A good spin driver learned it through the soles of his feet, for all the theories that they taught you these days. He'd learn to feel the flows, to see the rows of procrastinators as wells or fountains of time. Old Shoblang had been so good that he'd been able to pull a couple of hours of wasted time from a classroom of bored pupils without their even noticing, and dump it into a busy workshop 1,000 miles away as neat as you pleased. And then there was that trick he used to do with an apple to amaze the apprentices. He'd put it on a pillar next to them, and then flick time at it off one of the small spindles. In an instant, it would be a collection of small, spindly trees before crumbling to dust. "That's what'll happen to you if you get things wrong," he'd said. Lutze glanced down at the pile of grey dust, under the disintegrating hat as he hurried past. Well, maybe it was the way he'd want to go. A scream of tormented stone made him look up. "Keep those bearings greased, you lazy devils," he yelled, running down the rows. "And watch those rails! Hands off the splines! We're doing fine!" As he ran, he kept his eyes on the columns. They were no longer turning randomly. Now they had a purpose. "I think you're winning, lad," he shouted to the figure on the podium. "Yes, but I can't balance it. There's too much time wound up and nowhere to put it." "How much?" "Almost 40 years." Lutze glanced at the shutters. 40 years looked about right, but surely... "How much?" he said. 40, I'm sorry, there's nothing to take it up." "No problem, steal it. Shed load, we can always pull it back later. Dump it." "Where?" "Find a big patch of sea." The sweeper pointed to a crude map of the world painted on the wall. "Do you know how to... Can you see how to give it the right spin and direction?" Once again there was the blueness in the air. "Yes, I think so." "Yes, I imagine you do. In your own time, then." Lutze shook his head. 40 years? He was worried about 40 years? 40 years was nothing. Apprentice drivers had dumped 50,000 years before now. That was the thing about the sea. It just stayed big and wet. It had always been big and wet. It would always be big and wet. Oh, maybe fishermen would start to dredge up strange whiskery fish that they'd only ever seen before as fossils. But who cared what happened to a bunch of codfish? The sound changed. "What are you doing?" "I found space on number 422. It can take another 40 years. No sense in wasting time. I'm pulling it back now." There was another change of tone. "Got it? I'm sure I've got it." Some of the bigger cylinders were already slowing to a halt. Lobsang was moving pegs around the board now, faster than the bewildered Lutze could follow. And overhead the shutters were slamming back, one after another, showing age-blackened wood instead of colour. No one could be that accurate, could they? "You're down to months now, lad." "Months?" he shouted. "Keep it up." "No, blimey, you're down to days. Days! Keep an eye on me." The sweeper ran towards the end of the hall, to where the procrastinators were smaller. Time was fine-tuned here on cylinders of chalk and wood and other short-lived materials. To his amazement, some of them were already slowing. He raced down an aisle of oak columns a few feet high, but even the procrastinators that could wind time in hours and minutes were falling silent. There was a squeaking noise. Beside him, one final little chalk cylinder at the end of a row rattled around on its bearing like a spinning top. Lutze crept towards it, staring at it intently, one hand raised. The squeaking was the only sound now, apart from the occasional clink of cooling bearings. "Nearly there," he called out. "Slowing down now. Wait for it. Wait for it." The chalk procrastinator, no bigger than a reel of cotton, slowed, spun, stopped. On the racks, the last two shutters closed. Lutze's hand fell. "Now, kill the board. No one touch a thing." For a moment, there was dead silence in the hall. The monks watched, holding their breath. This was a timeless moment of perfect balance. Tick. And in that timeless moment, the ghost of Mr. Schoblang, to whom the scene was hazy and fuzzy, as though seen through a gauze, said, "This is just impossible. Did you see that?"
"See what?"
said a dark figure behind him. Schoblang turned. "Oh," he said, and added with sudden certainty, "You're Death, right?"
"Yes, I am sorry I am late."
The spirit formerly known as Schoblang looked down at the pile of dust that represented his worldly habitation for the previous 600 years. "So am I," he said. He nudged Death in the ribs.
"Excuse me."
"I said, I'm sorry I'm late. Boom, boom."
"I beg your pardon."
You know, sorry I'm late. Like dead?" Death nodded.
"Oh, I see. It was the boom boom I did not understand."
That was to show it was a joke," said Schoblang.
Yes. I can see how that would be necessary. In fact, Mr. Schoblang, while you are late, you are also early, Boom, boom.
Pardon?
You have died before your time.
Well, yes, I should think so.
Do you have any idea why? It's very unusual.
All I know is that the spinners went wild, and I must have copped a load when one of them went over speed, said Choblang. But hey, what about that kid, eh? Look at the way he's making the buggers dance. I wish I'd had him training under me. What am I saying? He could give me a few tips. Death looked around.
To whom do you refer?
That boy, up on the podium, see him?
No, I'm afraid I see no one there.
What? Look, he's right there, plain as the nose on your face. Well, obviously not on your face.
I see the coloured pegs moving.
Well, who do you think is moving them? I mean, you are Death, right? I thought you could see everyone. Death stared at the dancing bobbins.
Everyone that I should see,
he said. He continued to stare. Said Choblang.
Oh, yes. Where were we?
Look, if I'm too early, then can't you...
Everything that happens stays happened.
What kind of philosophy is that?
The only one that works.
Death took out an hourglass and consulted it.
I see that because of this problem you are not due to reincarnate for 79 years. Do you have anywhere to stay?
Stay? I'm dead. It's not like locking yourself out of your own house, said Choblang, who was beginning to fade.
Perhaps you could be bumped up to an earlier birth.
Choblang vanished. In the timeless moment, Death turned back to stare at the Hall of Spinners. Tick! The chalk cylinder started to spin again, squeaking gently. One by one, the oak procrastinators began to revolve, picking up the rising load. This time there was no scream of bearings. They twirled slowly like old ballerinas, this way and that, gradually taking up the strain as millions of humans in the world outside bent time around themselves. The creaking sounded like a tea clipper rounding Cape Wrath on a gentle breeze. Then the big stone cylinders groaned as they picked up the time their smaller brethren couldn't handle. A rumbling underlay the creaking now, but it was still gentle, controlled. Lutze lowered his hand gently and straightened up. "A nice clean pickup," he said. "Well done, everyone." He turned to the astonished, panting monks and beckoned the most senior towards him. Lutze pulled a ragged cigarette end out of its lodging behind his ear and said, "Well, now, Rambert Handysides, what do you think happened just now, eh?" "Oh, well, there was a surge which blew out—" No, after that," said Lutze, striking a match on the sole of his sandal. "See, what I don't think happened was that you boys ran around like a lot of headless chickens, and a novice got up on the platform and did the sweetest, smoothest bit of rebalancing I've ever seen. That couldn't have happened, because that sort of thing does not happen, am I right?" The monks of the procrastinator floor were not among the temple's great political thinkers. Their job was to tend and grease and strip down and rebuild and follow the directions of the man on the platform. Rambert Handyside's brow wrinkled. Lutze sighed. "See, what I think happened," he said helpfully, "was that you lads rose to the occasion, right, and left myself and the young man there aghast at the practical skills you all showed. The abbot will be impressed and blow happy bubbles. You could be looking at some extra momos in your thug park come dinner time, if you get my drift." Handysides ran this up his mental flagpole, and it did indeed send prayers to heaven. He began to smile. "However," said Lutze, stepping closer and lowering his voice, "I'll probably be around again soon. This place looks as though it could do with a good sweeping. And if I don't find you boys pin-sharp and prodding buttock inside a week, you and I will have a talk." The smile vanished. "Yes, sweeper." "You've got to test them all and see to those bearings." "Yes, sweeper." "And someone clear up Mr. Choblang." "Yes, sweeper." "Fair play to you, then. Me and young Lobsang here will be going. You've done a lot for his education." He took the unresisting Lobsang by the hand and led him out of the hall, past the long lines of turning, humming procrastinators. A pall of blue smoke still hung under the high ceiling. Surely it is written, you could knock me down with a feather, he muttered, as they headed up the sloping passage. You spotted that inversion before it happened. I'd have blown us into next week. At least. Sorry, Sweeper. Sorry? You don't have to be sorry. I don't know what you are, son. You're too quick. You're taking to this place like a duck to water. You don't have to learn stuff that takes other people years to get the hang of. Old Shoblang, may he be reincarnated somewhere nice and warm, even he couldn't balance the load down to a second. I mean, a second? Over a whole damn world? He shuddered. Here's a tip. Don't let it show. People can be funny about that sort of thing. Yes, Sweeper. And another thing, said Lutze, leading the way out into the light. What was all that fuss just before the procrastinators cut loose? You felt something. I don't know. I just felt everything went wrong for a moment. Ever happened before? No. It was a bit like what happened in the Mandala Hall. Well, don't talk about it to anyone else. Most of the high-ups these days probably don't even know how the spinners work. No one cares about them anymore. No one notices something that works too well. Of course, in the old days, you weren't even allowed to become a monk until you'd spent 6 months in the hall, greasing and cleaning and fetching. And we were better for it. These days, it's all about learning obedience and cosmic harmony. Well, in the old days, you learned that in the halls. You learned that if you didn't jump out of the way when someone yelled, she's dumping, you got a couple of years where it hurt. And that there's no harmony better than all the spinners turning sweetly. The passage rose into the main temple complex. People were still scurrying around as they headed for the Mandala Hall. You sure you can look at it again? Said Lutze. Yes, Sweeper. Okay, you know best. The balconies overlooking the hall were crowded with monks, but Lutze worked his way forward by polite yet firm use of his broom. The senior monks were clustered at the edge. Rinpo caught sight of him. Ah, Sweeper, he said. Some dust delayed you. Spinners cut free and went over speed, muttered Lutze. Yes, but you were summoned by the abbot, said the acolyte reproachfully. Upon a time, said Lutze, every man jack of us would have legged it down to the hall when the gongs went. Yes, but... said the abbot, and Lobsang saw now that he was being carried in a sling on the acolyte's back, with an embroidered pixie hood on his head to keep off the chill. Lutze always was very keen on the practical approach. He blew milky suds into the acolyte's ear. I am glad matters have been resolved, Lutze. The sweeper bowed, while the abbot started to beat the acolyte gently off the head with a wooden bear. History has repeated, Lutze, dum-dum-bum-dum brrr. Glass clock, said Lutze. The senior monks gasped. How could you possibly know that? Said the chief acolyte. We haven't rerun the mandala yet. It is written, I've got a feeling in me water, said Lutze. And that was the only other time I ever heard of when all the spinners went wild like that. They all cut loose. Time slip. Someone's building a glass clock again. That is quite impossible, said the acolyte. We removed every trace. Ha! It is written, I'm not as green as I'm cabbage looking, snapped Lutze. Something like that you can't kill. It leaks back. Stories, dreams, paintings on cave walls, whatever. Lobsang looked down at the mandala floor. Monks were clustered around a group of tall cylinders at the far end of the hall. They looked like procrastinators, but only one small one was spinning, slowly. The others were motionless, showing the mass of symbols that were carved into them from top to bottom. Pattern storage. The thought arrived in his head. That is where the mandala's patterns are kept, so that they can be replayed. Today's patterns on the little one, long-term storage on the big ones. Below him, the mandala rippled, blotches of colour and scraps of pattern drifting across its surface. One of the distant monks called out something, and the smaller cylinder stopped. The rolling sand grains were stilled. This is how it looked 20 minutes ago, said Rinpo. See the blue-white dot there, and then it spreads. I know what I'm looking at, said Lutze grimly. I was there when it happened, remember? Your Reverence, get them to run the old glass clock sequence. We haven't got a lot of time. I really think the acolyte began, but he was interrupted by a blow from a rubber brick. Wanna putty, wanna, if Lutze is right, then we must not waste time, gentlemen. And if he is wrong, then we have time to spare. Is this not so, potty now, wanna? Thank you, said the sweeper. He cupped his hands. Oi, you lot,
spindle 2, 4th Bing, around about the 19th Guppa, and jump to it." "I really must respectfully protest, Your Reverence," said the acolyte. "We have practised for just such an emergency as—" "Yeah, I know all about practising procedures for emergency," said Lutze. "And there's always something missing." "Ridiculous. We take great pains to—" "You'll always leave out the damn emergency." Lutze turned back to the hall and the apprehensive workers. "Ready? Good. Put it on the floor now, or I shall have to come down there, and I don't want to have to come down there." There was some frantic activity by men around the cylinders, and a new pattern replaced the one below the balcony. The lines and colours were in different places, but a blue-white circle occupied the centre. "There," said Lutze. "That was less than 10 days before the clock struck." There was silence from the monks. Lutze smiled grimly. "And 10 days later—" "Time stopped," said Lobsang. "That's one way of putting it," said Lutze. He'd gone red in the face. One of the monks put a hand on his shoulder. "It's all right, Housekeeper," he said soothingly. "We know you couldn't have got there in time." "Being in time is supposed to be what we do," said Lutze. "I was nearly at the damn door, Charlie. Too many castles, not enough time." Behind him, the mandala returned to its slow metering of the present. "It wasn't your fault," said the monk. Lutze shook the hand free and turned to face the abbot over the shoulder of the chief acolyte. "I want permission to track this one down right now, Reverend Sir," he said. He tapped his nose. "I've got the smell of it. I've been waiting for this all these years. You won't find me wanting this time." In the silence, the abbot blew a bubble. "It'll be an Uberwelt again," said Lutze, a hint of pleading in his voice. "That's where they mess around with the electric. I know every inch of that place. Give me a couple of men and we can nip this right in the bud." "This needs discussion, Lutze, but we thank you for your offer, said the abbot. "Rinpo, I want all the senior field monks in the room of silence within 5 minutes. Are the spinners working harmoniously?" One of the monks looked up from the scroll he'd been handed. "It appears so, Your Reverence. My congratulations to the board master. Bicket!" "But Shoplang is dead," muttered Lutze. The abbot stopped blowing bubbles. "That is sad news. And he was a friend of yours, I understand." "Shouldn't have happened like that," the sweeper muttered. "Shouldn't have happened like that." "Compose yourself, Lutze. I will talk to you shortly. Bicket!" The chief acolyte, spurred on by a blow across the ear with a rubber monkey, hurried away. The press of monks began to thin out as they went about their duties. Lutze and Lobsang were left on the balcony, looking down at the rippling mandala. Lutze cleared his throat. "See them spinners at the end?" he said. "The little one records the patterns for a day, and then anything interesting is stored in the big ones." "I just remembered that you were going to say that." Good word. The lad has talent." Lutze lowered his voice. "Anyone watching us?" Lobsang looked round. "There's a few people still here." Lutze raised his voice again. "You been taught anything about the big crash?" "Only rumours, sweeper." "Yeah, there were a lot of rumours. The day time stood still, all that sort of thing." Lutze sighed. "You know, most of what you get taught is lies. It has to be. Sometimes, if you get the truth all at once, you can't understand it. You knew Ankh-Morpork pretty well, did you? Ever go to the opera house?" "Only for pickpocket practice, sweeper." "Ever wonder about it? Ever look at that little theatre just over the road called the Disc, I think?" "Oh, yes, we got penny tickets and sat on the ground and threw nuts at the stage." "And it didn't make you think? Big opera house, all plush and gilt and big orchestras. And then there's this little thatched theatre, all bare wood and no seats, and one bloke playing a crumb horn for musical accompaniment." Lobsang shrugged. "Well, no. That's just how things are." Lutze almost smiled. "Very flexible things, human minds," he said. "It's amazing what they can stretch to fit. We did a fine job there." "Lutze?" One of the lesser acolytes was waiting respectfully. "The abbot will see you now," he said. "All right," said the sweeper. He nudged Lobsang and whispered, "We're going to Ankh-Morpork, lad." "What? But you said you wanted to be sent to—" Lutze winked. "'Cause it is written, them as asks don't get, see? There's more than one way of choking a dang-dang than stuffing it with pling, lad." "Is there?" "Oh, yes. If you've got enough pling. Now, let's see the abbot, shall we? It'll be time for his feed now, solids, thank goodness. At least he's done with the wet nurse. It was so embarrassing for him and the young lady, honestly. You didn't know where to put your face, and neither did he. I mean, mentally, he's 900 years old. That must make him very wise. Pretty wise. But age and wisdom don't necessarily go together, I've always found, said Lutze, as they approached the abbot's rooms. Some people just become stupid with more authority. Not his reverence, of course. The abbot was in his high chair, and had recently flicked a spoonful of nourishing pap all over the chief acolyte, who was smiling, like a man whose job depended on looking happy that parsnip and gooseberry custard was dribbling down his forehead. It occurred to Lobsang, not for the first time, that the abbot was a little bit more than purely random in his attacks on the man. The acolyte was, indeed, the kind of mildly objectionable person who engendered an irresistible urge in any right-thinking person to pour goo into his hair and hit him with rubber yak, and the abbot was old enough to listen to his inner child. "You sent for me, your reverence," said Lutze, bowing. The abbot upturned his bowl down the chief acolyte's robe. Yes, Lutze, how old are you now? 800, your reverence, but that's no age at all. Nevertheless, you have spent a lot of time in the world. I understood you were looking to retire and cultivate your gardens. Yes, but... The abbot smiled angelically. Like an old warhorse, you say, ha-ha, at the sound of trumpets, yes? I don't think so, said Lutze. There's nothing funny about trumpets, really. I meant that you long to be out in the field again. But you have been helping to train world operatives for many years, haven't you? These gentlemen. A number of burly and muscular monks were sitting on one side of the room. They were kitted out for travel, with rolled sleeping mats on their backs and dressed in loose black clothing. They nodded sheepishly at Lutze, and their eyes above their half masks looked embarrassed. I did my best, said Lutze. Of course, others trained them. I just tried to undo the damage. I never taught them to be ninjas, he nudged Lobsang. That apprentice is Agatean for the passing wind, he said in a stage whisper. I am proposing to send them out immediately. The abbot hit his high chair with his spoon. That is my order, Lutze. You are a legend, but you have been a legend for a long time. Why not trust in the future? Bicket! I see, said Lutze sadly. Oh, well, it had to happen sometime. Thank you for your consideration, your reverence. Lutze, I have known you a long time. You will not go within 100 miles of Oberwald, will you? Not at all, your reverence. That is an order. I understand, of course. You've disobeyed my orders before, though. In Omnia, I remember. Tactical decision made by the man on the spot, your reverence. It was more what you might call an interpretation of your order, said Lutze. You mean going where you had distinctly been told not to go, and doing what you were absolutely forbidden to do? Yes, your reverence. Sometimes you have to move the seesaw by pushing the other end. When I did what shouldn't be done in a place where I shouldn't have been, I achieved what needed to be done in a place where it should have happened. The abbot gave Lutze a long, hard stare, the kind that babies are good at giving. Lutze, you are not to go to Oberwald or anywhere near Oberwald, understand? He said. I do, your reverence, you are right, of course, but in my dotage may I travel another path of wisdom rather than violence. I wish to show this young man the way. There was laughter from the other monks. The way of the washerwoman, said Rinpo. Mrs. Cosmopolite is a dressmaker, said Lutze calmly, whose wisdom is in sayings like, it won't get better if you pick it, said Rinpo, winking at the rest of the monks. Few things get better if you pick at them, said Lutze. And now his calmness was a lake of tranquillity. It may be a mean little way, but small and unworthy though it is my way. He turned to the abbot. That was how it used to be, your reverence, you recall? Master and pupil go out into the world, where the pupil may pick up practical instruction by precept and example, and then the pupil finds his own way, and at the end of his way, he finds himself. Burdum, said the abbot. First, he finds a teacher, said Lutze. He is lucky that you will be that teacher. Reverend sir, said Lutze, It is in the nature of ways that none can be sure who the teacher may be. All I can do is show him a path, which will be in the direction of the city, said the abbot. Yes, said Lutze, and Ankh-Morpork is a long way from Uberwald. You won't send me to Uberwald because I am an old man, so, in all respect, I beg you to humour an old man. I have no choice, when you put it like that, said the abbot.
Reverend Sir, began Rin-Po, who felt that he did. The spoon was banged on the tray again.
Lutze is a man of high reputation, the abbot shouted. I trust him implicitly to do the correct action. I just wish I could trust him to do what I want. I have forbidden him to go to Uberwald. Now do you wish me to forbid him not to go to Uberwald? Be it! I have spoken. And now, will all you gentlemen be so good as to leave? I have urgent business to attend to.
Lutze bowed and grabbed Lobsang's arm.
Come on, lad, he whispered. Let's bugger off quick before anyone works it out.
On the way out, they passed a lesser acolyte carrying a small potty with a pattern of bunny rabbits around it.
It's not easy reincarnating, said Lutze, running down the corridor. Now, we've got to be out of here before someone gets any funny ideas, lad. Grab your bag and bedroll.
But no one would countermand the abbot's orders, would they? Said Lobsang as they skidded around a corner.
Ha! It'll be his nap in 10 minutes, and if they give him a new toy when he wakes up, he might end up being so busy banging square green pegs into round blue holes, he'll forget what he said, said Lutze. Politics, lad. Too many idiots will start saying what they're sure the abbot would have meant. Off you go now. I'll see you in the Garden of Five Surprises in 1 minute.
When Lobsang arrived, Lutze was carefully tying one of the bonsai mountains into a bamboo framework. He fastened the last knot and placed it in a bag over one shoulder.
Won't it get damaged? Said Lobsang. It's a mountain. How can it get damaged?
Lutze picked up his broom.
And we'll just drop in and have a chat with an old mate of mine before we leave, though. Maybe we'll pick up some stuff.
What's going on, sweeper? Said Lobsang, trailing after him.
Well, it's like this, lad. Me and the abbot and the bloke we're going to see, we go back a long way. Things are a bit different now. The abbot can't just say, Lutze, you are an old rogue. It was you who put the idea of Uberwald into everyone's heads in the first place, but I see you're onto something, so off you go and follow your nose.
But I thought he was the supreme ruler.
Exactly. And it's very hard to get things done when you're a supreme ruler. There are too many people in the way, mucking things up. This way, the new lads can have fun running around Uberwald going, hi, and we, my lad, will be heading for Ankh-Morpork. The abbot knows that. Almost knows that.
How do you know the new clock is being built in Ankh-Morpork? Said Lobsang, trailing behind Lutze as he took a mossy, sunken path that led through rhododendron thickets to the monastery wall.
I know. I'll tell you. The day someone pulls the plug out of the bottom of the universe, the chain will lead all the way to Ankh-Morpork, and some bugger saying, I just want to see what would happen. All roads lead to Ankh-Morpork.
I thought all roads led away from Ankh-Morpork.
Not the way we're going. Oh, here we are.
Lutze knocked on the door of a rough but large shed built right up against the wall. At the same moment, there was an explosion within, and someone, Lobsang corrected himself, half of someone, tumbled very fast out of the unglazed window beside it and hit the path with bone-cracking force. Only when it stopped rolling did he realise it was a wooden dummy in a monk's robe.
Q's having fun, I see, said Lutze.
He hadn't moved as the dummy had sailed past his ear. The door burst open, and a plump old monk looked out excitedly. Did you see that? Did you see that? He said. And that was with just one spoonful. He nodded at them. Oh, hello, Lutze. I was expecting you. I've got some things ready. Got what? Said Lobsang. Who's the boy? Said Q, ushering them in.
The untutored child is called Lobsang, said Lutze, looking around the shed.
There was a smoking circle on the stone floor, with drifts of blackened sand around it.
New toys, Q?
Exploding mandala, said Q happily, bustling forward. Just sprinkle a special sand on a simple design any way you like, and the first enemy to walk on it, bang, instant karma. Don't touch that! Lutze reached across and snatched from Lobsang's inquisitive hands the begging bowl that he had just picked up from a table.
Remember Rule 1, he said, and hurled the bowl across the room.
Hidden blades slid out as it spun, and the bowl buried itself in a beam. That would take a man's head right off, said Lobsang. And then they heard the faint ticking. 3, 4, 5, said Q. Everyone duck, now! Lutze pushed Lobsang to the floor a moment before the bowl exploded.
Metal fragments sized overhead. "I added just a little something extra since you last saw it," said Q proudly, as they got to their feet again. "A very versatile device. Plus, of course, you can use it to eat rice out of. Oh, and have you seen this?" He picked up a prayer drum. Both Lutze and Lobsang took a step back. Q twirled the drum a few times, and the weighted cords pattered against the skins. "The cord can be instantly removed for a handy garrote," he said, "and the drum itself can be removed, like so, to reveal this useful dagger." "Plus, of course, you could use it to pray with," said Lobsang. "Well spotted," said Q. "Quick, boy. A prayer is always useful in the last resort. In fact, we've been working on a very promising mantra incorporating sonic tones that have a particular effect on the human nervous system." "I don't think we need any of this stuff, Q," said Lutze. Q sighed. "At least you could let us turn your broom into a secret weapon, Lutze. I've shown you the plans." "It is a secret weapon," said Lutze. "It's a broom. How about the new yaks we've been breeding? At the touch of a rein, their horns will instantly—" "We want the spinners, Q." The monk suddenly looked guilty. "Spinners? What spinners?" Lutze walked across the room and pressed a hand against part of the wall, which slid aside. "These spinners, Q, don't muck me about. We haven't got time." Lobsang saw what looked very much like two small procrastinators, each one within a metal framework mounted on a board. There was a harness attached to each board. "You haven't told the abbot about them yet, have you?" said Lutze, unhooking one of the things. "He'd put a stop to them if you did, you know that." "I didn't think anyone knew," said Q. "How did you?" Lutze grinned. "No one notices a sweeper," he said. "They're still very experimental," said Q, close to panic. "I was going to tell the abbot, of course, but I was waiting until I had something to demonstrate, and it would be terrible if they fell into the wrong hands." "Then we'll see to it they don't," said Lutze, examining the straps. "How are they powered now?" "Weights and ratchets were too unreliable," said Q. "I'm afraid I had to resort to clockwork." Lutze stiffened, and he glared at the monk. "Clockwork?" Only as a motive force, only as a motive force," Q protested. "There's really no other choice." "Too late now. It'll have to do," said Lutze, unhooking the other board and passing it across to Lobsang. "There you go, lad. With a bit of sacking round it, it'll look just like a backpack." "What is it?" Q sighed. "They're portable procrastinators. Try not to break them, please." "What do we need them for?" "I hope we don't have to find out," said Lutze. "Thanks, Q." "Are you sure you wouldn't prefer some time bombs?" said Q, hopefully. "Drop one on the floor, and time will slow for—" "Thanks, but no. The other monks were fully equipped," said Q. "But we're travelling light," said Lutze firmly. "We'll go out the back way, Q, OK?" The back way led to a narrow path and a small gate in the wall. Dismembered wooden dummies and patches of scorched rock indicated that Q and his assistants often came this way. And then there was another path beside one of the many icy streamlets. "Q means well," said Lutze, walking fast, "but if you listen to him, you end up clanking when you walk and exploding when you sit down." Lobsang ran to keep up. "It'll take weeks to walk to Ankh-Morpork, Sweeper." "We'll slice our way there," said Lutze, and he stopped and turned. "You think you can do that?" "I've done it hundreds of times," Lobsang began. "In Oi Dong, yes," said Lutze, "but there are all kinds of checks and safeguards in the valley." "Oh, didn't you know that? Slicing in Oi Dong is easy, lad. It's different out there. The air tries to get in the way. Do it wrong and the air is as a rock. You have to shape the slice around you so that you move like a fish in water. Know how to do that?" "We learned a bit of the theory, but—" "Sotal said you stopped time for yourself back in the city. The stance of the coyote, it's called. Very hard to do, and I don't reckon they teach it in the Thieves' Guild, eh?" "I suppose I was lucky, Sweeper." "Good. Keep it up. We'll have plenty of time for you to practice before we leave the snow. Get it right before you tread on grass or kiss your feet goodbye." They called it slicing time. There is a way of playing certain musical instruments that is called circular breathing, devised to allow people to play the didgeridoo or the bagpipes without actually imploding or being sucked down the tube. Slicing time was very much the same, except time was substituted for air, and it was a lot quieter. A trained monk could stretch a second further than an hour. But that wasn't enough. He'd be moving in a rigid world. He'd have to learn to see by echo light and hear by ghost sound and let time leach into his immediate universe. It wasn't hard once he found the confidence. The sliced world could almost seem normal, apart from the colours. It was like walking in sunsets although the sun was fixed high in the sky and barely moved. The world ahead shaded towards violet, and the world behind, when Lobsang looked round, was the shade of old blood. And it was lonely. But the worst of it, Lobsang realised, was the silence. There was noise of a sort, but it was just a deep sizzle at the edge of hearing. His footsteps sounded strange and muffled, and the sound arrived in his ears out of sync with the tread of his feet. They reached the edge of the valley and stepped out of the perpetual springtime into the real world of the snows. Now the cold crept in slowly like a sadist's knife. Lutze strode on ahead, seemingly oblivious to it. Of course, that was one of the stories about him. Lutze, it was said, would walk for miles during weather when the clouds themselves would freeze and crash out of the sky. Cold did not affect him, they said. And yet, in the stories, Lutze had been bigger, stronger, not a skinny little bald man who preferred not to fight. "Sweeper?" Lutze stopped and turned. His outline blurred slightly, and Lobsang unwrapped himself from time. Colour came back into the world, and while the cold ceased to have the force of a drill, it still struck hard. "Yes, lad? You're going to teach me, right?" "If there's anything left you don't know, Wonder Boy," said Lutze dryly. "You're slicing well, I can see that." "I don't know how you can stand this cold." "Ah, you don't know the secret." "Is it the way of Mrs. Cosmopolite that gives you such power?" Lutze hitched up his robe and did a little dance in the snow, revealing skinny legs encased in thick, yellowing tubes. Very good," he said. "She still sends me these double-knit combinations, silk on the inside, then 3 layers of wool, reinforced gussets and a couple of handy trapdoors. Very reasonably priced at $6 a pair because I'm an old customer. For it is written, wrap up warm or you'll catch your death." "It's just a trick." Lutze looked surprised. "What?" he said. "Well, I mean, it's all tricks, isn't it? Everyone thinks you're a great hero, and you don't fight, and they think you possess all kinds of strange knowledge, and it's just tricking people, isn't it? Even the abbot. I thought you were going to teach me things worth knowing. I've got her address, if that's what you want. If you mention my name... Oh, I see, you didn't mean that, right? I don't want to be ungrateful, I just thought you thought I should use mysterious powers derived from a lifetime of study just to keep my legs warm, eh? Well, debase the sacred teachings for the sake of my knees, you think? If you put it like that. Then something made Lobsang look down. He was standing in 6 inches of snow. Lutze was not. His sandals were standing in 2 puddles. The ice was melting away around his toes, his pink, warm toes. "Toes now, that's another matter," said the sweeper. "Mrs. Cosmopolite is a wizard with long johns, but she can't turn a heel worth a damn." Lobsang looked up into a wink. "Always remember rule 1, eh?" Lutze patted the shaken boy on the arm. "But you're doing well," he said. "Let's have a quiet sit-down and a brew-up." He pointed to some rocks, which at least offered some protection from the wind. Snow had piled up against them in big white mounds. "Lutze?" "Yes, lad?" "I've got a question. Can you give me a straight answer?" "I'll try, of course." "What the hell is going on?" Lutze brushed the snow off a rock. "Oh," he said, "one of the difficult questions." Igor had to admit it. When it came to getting weird things done, sane beat mad hands down. He'd been used to masters who, despite doing wonderful handstands on the edge of the mental catastrophe curve, couldn't put their own trousers on without a map. Like all Igors, he'd learned how to deal with them. In truth, it wasn't a difficult job, although sometimes you had to work the graveyard shift. And once you got them settled into their routine, you could get on with your own work, and they wouldn't bother you until the lightning rod needed raising. It wasn't like that with Jeremy. He was truly a man you could set your watch by. Igor had never seen a life so organised, so slimmed down, so timed. He found himself thinking of his new master as the tick-tock man. One of Igor's former masters had made a tick-tock man, all levers and gear wheels and cranks and clockwork. Instead of a brain, it had a long tape punched with holes. Instead of a heart, it had a big spring. Provided everything in the kitchen was very carefully positioned, the thing could sweep the floor and make a passable cup of tea. If everything wasn't carefully positioned, or if the ticking, clicking thing hit an unexpected bump, then it'd strip the plaster off the walls and make a furious cup of cat. Then his master had conceived the idea of making the thing live, so that it could punch its own tapes and wind its own spring. Igor, who knew exactly when to follow instructions to the letter, dutifully rigged up the classic rising table and lightning rod arrangement on the evening of a really good storm. He didn't see exactly what happened thereafter, because he wasn't there when the lightning hit the clockwork. No, Igor was at a dead run halfway down the hill to the village, with all his possessions in a carpet bag. Even so, a white-hot cogwheel had whirred over his head and buried itself in a tree trunk. Loyalty to a master was very important, but it took second place to loyalty to Igordom. If the world was going to be full of lurching servants, then they were damn well going to be called Igor. It seemed to this Igor that if you could make a tick-tock man live, he'd be like Jeremy, and Jeremy was ticking faster as the clock neared completion. Igor didn't much like the clock. He was a people person. He preferred things that bled, and as the clock grew, with its shimmering crystal parts that didn't seem entirely all here, so Jeremy grew more absorbed and Igor grew more tense. There was definitely something new happening here, and while Igors were avid to learn new things, there were limits. Igors did not believe in forbidden knowledge, and things man was not meant to know, but obviously there were some things a man was not meant to know, such as what it felt like to have every single particle of your body sucked into a little hole, and it seemed to be one of the options available in the immediate future. And then there was Lady Lejeune. She gave Igor the willies, and he was not a man usually subject even to the smallest willy. She wasn't a zombie, and she wasn't a vampire, because she didn't smell like one. She didn't smell like anything. In Igor's experience, everything smelt like something. And there was the other matter.
"Her feet don't touch the ground, sir," he said.
"Of course they do," said Jeremy, buffing up part of the mechanism with his sleeve. "She'll be here again in a minute and 17 seconds, and I'm sure her feet will be touching the ground."
"Oh, sometimes they do, sir. But you watch when she goes up or down a step, sir. She doesn't get it exactly right, sir. You can just see the shadow under her shoes."
"Shoes?"
"On her feet, sir," sighed Igor.
The lisp could be a problem, and in truth any Igor could easily fix it. But it was part of being an Igor. You might as well stop limping. "Go and get ready by the door," said Jeremy. "Floating in the air does not make you a bad person." Igor shrugged. He was entertaining the idea that it didn't mean you were a person at all, and incidentally, he was rather worried that Jeremy seemed to have dressed himself with a little more care this morning. He decided in these circumstances not to broach the subject of his hiring, but he had been working that one out. He'd been hired before her ladyship had engaged Jeremy to do his work. Well, all that showed was that she knew her man. But she'd hired him herself in Bart's shoeshine, and he'd got himself onto the mail coach that very day. And it turned out that Lady Lejeune had visited Jeremy on that day too. The only thing faster than the mail coach between Uberwald and Ankh-Morpork was magic, unless someone had found a way to travel by semaphore. And Lady Lejeune hardly looked like a witch. The shop's clocks were putting up a barrage of noise to signal the passing of 7 o'clock when Igor opened the front door. It always did to anticipate the knock. Not did anything, just did. Some things were done, and some things were not done, and the things that were done, Igor's did. That was another part of the code of the Igors. He wrenched it open. "2 pints, sir, lovely and fresh," said Mr. Soak, handing him the bottles. "And a day like this just says fresh cream, doesn't it?" Igor glared at him, but took the bottles.
"I prefer it when it's going green," he said haughtily. "Good day to you, Mr. Soak."
He shut the door. "It wasn't her," said Jeremy, when he arrived back in the workshop.
"It was the milkman, sir."
"She's 25 seconds late," said Jeremy, looking concerned. "Do you think anything could have happened to her?"
"Real ladies are often fashionably late, sir," said Igor, putting the milk away.
It was icy cold under his fingers. "Well, I'm sure her ladyship is a real lady."
"I wouldn't know about that, sir,"
said Igor, who in fact had the aforesaid very strong doubts in that area. He walked back into the shop and took up position with his hand on the door handle just as the knock came. Lady Lejeune swept past Igor. The 2 trolls ignored him and took up their positions just inside the workshop. Igor put them down as hired rock, anyone's for $2 a day plus walking around money. Her ladyship was impressed.
The big clock was nearing completion. It wasn't the squat, blocky thing that Igor's grandfather had told him about. Jeremy had, much to Igor's surprise, for there wasn't a scrap of decoration anywhere in the house, gone for the impressive look. "Your grandfather helped to make the first one," Jeremy had said, "so let's build a grandfather clock, eh?" And there it stood, a slim, long-case clock in crystal and spun glass, reflecting the light in worrying ways. Igor had spent a fortune in the Street of Cunning Artificers. For enough money you could buy anything in Ankh-Morpork, and that included people. He'd made sure that no crystal cutter or glass worker had done enough of the work to give them any sort of clue about the finished clock, but he'd worried needlessly about that. Money could buy a lot of uninterest. Besides, who would believe that you could measure time with crystals? Only in the workshop did it all come together. Igor bustled around polishing things, listening carefully as Jeremy showed off his creation. "No need for any metal parts," he was saying. "We've come up with a way of making the tamed lightning flow across glass, and we've found a workman who can make glass that bends slightly." "We," Igor noticed. Well, that was always the way of it. We discovering things meant the master asking for them and Igor thinking them up. Anyway, the flow of lightning was a family passion. With sand and chemicals and a few secrets, you could make lightning sit up and beg. Lady Lejeune reached out with a gloved hand and touched the side of the clock. "This is the divider mechanism," Jeremy began, picking up a crystalline array from the workbench. But her ladyship was still staring up at the clock. "You've given it a face and hands," she said. "Why?" "Oh, it will function very well in the measurement of traditional time," said Jeremy. "Glass gears throughout, of course. In theory, it will never need adjusting. It will take its time from the universal tick." "You have found it, then?" "The time it takes the smallest possible thing that can happen to happen. I know it exists." She looked almost impressed. "But the clock is still unfinished." "There is a certain amount of trial and error," said Jeremy, "but we will do it. Igor says there will be a big storm on Monday. That should provide the power, he says, and then—" Jeremy's face lit up with a smile. "I see no reason why every clock in the world shouldn't say precisely the same time." Lady Lejeune glanced at Igor, who bustled with renewed haste. "The servant is satisfactory?" "Oh, he grumbles a bit, but he has got a good heart, and a spare, apparently. He is amazingly skilled in all crafts, too." "Yes, Igors generally are," said the lady distantly. "They seem to have mastered the art of inheriting talents." She snapped her fingers, and one of the trolls stepped forward and produced a couple of bags. "Gold and Invar," she said, "as promised." "But Invar will be worthless when we finish the clock," said Jeremy. "We're sorry? You want more gold?" No, you've been very generous." "Right," thought Igor, dusting the workbench vigorously. "Until next time, then," said Lady Lejeune. The trolls were already turning towards the door. "You'll be here for the start," said Jeremy, as Igor hurried into the hall to open the front door, because, whatever he thought about her ladyship, there was such a thing as tradition. "Possibly. But we have every confidence in you, Jeremy." Igor stiffened. He hadn't heard that tone in Jeremy's voice. In the voice of a master, it was a bad tone. Jeremy took a deep, nervous breath, as if contemplating some minute and difficult piece of clockwork that would, without tremendous care, unwind catastrophically and spray cogwheels across the floor. I was wondering, your ladyship, perhaps, you would like to take dinner with me, tonight, Jeremy smiled. Igor had seen a better smile on a corpse. Lady Lejeune's expression flickered. It really did. It seemed to Igor to go from one expression to another, as if they were a series of still pictures, with no perceptible movement of the features between each one. It went from her usual blankness to sudden thoughtfulness, and then all the way to amazement. And then, to Igor's own astonishment, it began to blush. "Why, Mr. Jeremy, I don't know what to say," her ladyship stammered, her icy composure turning to a warm puddle. I don't know. Perhaps some other time. I do have an important engagement. So glad to have met you. I must be going. Goodbye."
Igor stood stiffly to attention, as upright as the average eagle could manage, and almost shut the door behind her ladyship as she hurried out of the building down the steps. She ended up, just for a moment, half an inch above the street. It was only for a moment, and then she drifted downwards. No one except Igor, glaring balefully through the crack between door and frame, could possibly have noticed. He darted back into the workshop. Jeremy still stood transfixed, blushing as pinkly as her ladyship had done.
"I'll just be nipping out to get that new glasswork for the multiplier, sir," Igor said quickly. "It should be done by now, yes?"
Jeremy spun on his heel and marched very quickly over to the workbench. "You do that, Igor, thank you," he said, his voice slightly muffled. Lady Lejean's party were down the street when Igor slipped out and moved quickly into the shadows. At the crossroad, her ladyship waved one hand vaguely, and the trolls headed off by themselves. Igor stayed with her. For all the trademark limp, Igors could move fast when they had to. They often had to, when the mob hit the windmill. Igors were loyal, but they were not stupid. A job was a job. When an employer had no further use for your services, for example, because he'd just been staked through the heart by a crowd of angry villagers, it was time to move on, before they decided that you ought to be on the next stake. And Igor soon learned a secret way out of any castle and where to stash an overnight bag. In the words of one of the founding Igors,
"Are we belong dead? Excuse me, where does it say we?"
Out in the open, he could see more wrong things. She didn't move quite right. It was as though she was controlling her body rather than letting it control itself. That's what humans did. Even zombies got the hang of things after a while. The effect was subtle, but Igor's had very good eyesight. She moved like someone unused to wearing skin. The quarry headed down a narrow street, and Igor half hoped that some of the Thieves' Guild were around. He'd very much like to see what happened if one of them gave her the tap on the noggin that was their prelude to negotiations. One had tried it with Igor yesterday, and if the man had been surprised at the metallic clang, he'd have been astonished to have his arm grabbed and broken with anatomical exactitude. In fact, she turned into an alleyway between a couple of the buildings. Igor hesitated. Letting yourself be outlined in the daylight at the mouth of an alley was item 1 on the local checklist of death. But on the other hand, he wasn't actually doing anything wrong, was he? And she didn't look armed. There was no sound of footsteps in the alley. He waited a moment and stuck his head round a corner. There was no sign of Lady Lejean. There was also no way out of the alley. It was a dead end, full of rubbish. But there was a fading grey shape in the air which vanished even as he stared. It was a hooded robe, grey as fog. It merged into the general gloom and disappeared. She turned into an alleyway, and then she turned into something else. Igor felt his hands twitch. Individual Igors might have their particular specialities, but they were all expert surgeons and had an inbuilt desire not to see any body wasted. Up in the mountains, where most of the employment was for wood choppers and miners, having an Igor living locally was considered very fortunate. There was always the risk of an axe bouncing or a saw blade running wild, and then a man was glad to have an Igor around who could lend a hand, or even an entire arm if you were lucky. And while they practiced their skills freely and generously in the community, the Igors were even more careful to use them amongst themselves. Magnificent eyesight, a stout pair of lungs, a wonderful digestive system. It was terrible to think of such wonderful workmanship going to the worms. So they made sure it didn't. They kept it in the family. Igor really did have his grandfather's hands, and now they were bunching into fists all by themselves. Tick! A very small kettle burned on a fire of wood shavings and dried yak dung. "It was a long time ago," said Lutze. "Exactly when doesn't matter because of what happened. In fact, asking exactly when doesn't make any sense anymore. It depends where you are. In some places it was hundreds of years ago. In some places, well, maybe it hasn't happened yet. There was this man in Uberwald. He invented a clock, an amazing clock. It measured the tick of the universe. Know what that is? No. Me neither. The Abbot's your man for that kind of stuff. Let me see. Okay, think of the smallest amount of time that you can. Really small. So tiny that a second would be like a billion years. Got that? Well, the cosmic quantum tick, that's what the abbot calls it. The cosmic quantum tick is much smaller than that. It's the time it takes to go from now to then. The time it takes an atom to think of wobbling. It's the time it takes for the smallest thing that's possible to happen, said Lobsang. Exactly, well done, said Lutze. He took a deep breath. It's also the time it takes for the whole universe to be destroyed in the past and rebuilt in the future. Don't look at me like that. That's what the abbot said. Has it been happening while we've been talking? Said Lobsang. Millions of times. An oodleplex of times, probably. How many is that? It's one of the abbot's words. It means more numbers than you can imagine in a yonk. What's a yonk? A very long time. And we don't feel it. The universe is destroyed, and we don't feel it. They say not? The first time it was explained to me, I got a bit jumpy, but it's far too quick for us to notice. Lobsang stared at the snow for a while. Then he said, All right, go on. Someone in Oberwald built this clock out of glass, powered by lightning, as I recall. It somehow got down to a level where it could tick with the universe. Why did he want to do that? Listen, he lived in a big old castle on a crag in Oberwald. People like that don't need a reason apart from because I can. They have a nightmare and try to make it happen. But, look, you can't make a clock like that because it's inside the universe, so it'll get rebuilt when the universe does, right? Lutze looked impressed and said so. I'm impressed, he said. It would be like opening a box with the crowbar that's inside. The abbot believes that part of the clock was outside, though. You can't have something outside that tells that to a man who has been working on the problem for 9 lifetimes, said Lutze. You want to hear the rest of the story? Yes, Sweeper. So, we were spread pretty thin in those days, but there was this young sweeper. You, said Lobsang. This is going to be you, right? Yes, said Lutze testily. I was sent to Oberwald. History hadn't diverged much in those days, and we knew something big was going to happen around Bad Schuhschein. I must have spent weeks looking. You know how many remote castles there are along those gorges? You can't move for remote castles. That's why you didn't find the right one in time, said Lobsang. I remember what you told the abbot. I was just down in the valley when the lightning struck the tower, said Lutze. You know, it is written, big events always cast their shadows. But I couldn't detect where it was happening until too late. A half-mile sprint uphill faster than a lightning bolt. No one could do that. Nearly made it, though. I was actually through the door when it all went to hell. No point in blaming yourself, then. Yes, but you know how it is. You keep thinking, if only I'd got up earlier or gone a different way, said Lutze. And the clock struck, said Lobsang. No, it stuck. I told you part of it was outside the universe. It wouldn't go with the flow. It was trying to count the tick, not move with it. But the universe is huge. It can't be stopped by a piece of clockwork. Lutze flicked the end of his cigarette into the fire. The abbot says the size wouldn't make any difference at all, he said. Look, it's taken him 9 lifetimes to know what he knows, so it's not our fault if we can't understand it, is it? History shattered. It was the only thing that could give. Very strange thing. There were cracks left all over the place. I can't remember the words. The fastenings that tell bits of the past which bits of the present they belong to, they were flapping all over the place. Some got lost forever. Lutze stared into the dying flames. We stitched it up as best we could, he added. Up and down history, filling up holes with bits of time taken from somewhere else. It's a patchwork, really. Didn't people notice? Why should they? Once we'd done it, it had always been like that. You'd be amazed at what we got away with. For instance, I'm sure they'd spot it somehow. Lutze gave Lobsang one of his sidelong glances. Funny you should say that. I've always wondered about it. People say things like, where did the time go? And it seems like only yesterday. We had to do it anyway, and it's healed up very nicely. But people would look in the history books and see, words, lad, that's all. Anyway, people have been messing around with time ever since there were people. Wasting it, killing it, sparing it, making it up. And they do it. People's heads were made to play with time, just like we do, except we're better trained and have a few extra skills.
and we've spent centuries working to bring it all back in line. You watch the procrastinators, even on a quiet day, moving time, stretching it here, compressing it there. It's a big job. I'm not going to see it smashed a second time. A second time, there won't be enough left to repair. He stared at the embers. Funny thing, he said. Wen himself had some very curious ideas about time coming to finish. Wrote some very strange stuff. He reckoned time was alive. He said it acted like a living thing anyway. Very strange ideas indeed. He said he'd met time and she was a woman. To him, anyway. Everyone says that was just a very complicated metaphor, and maybe I was simply hit on the head or something. But on that day, I looked at the glass clock just as it exploded, and... He stood up and grabbed his broom. Best foot forward, lad. Another 2 or 3 seconds, and we'll be down in Bong Put. What were you going to say? Said Lobsang, hurrying to his feet. Oh, just an old man rambling, said Lutze. The mind wanders a bit when you get over 700. Let's get moving. Sweeper? Yes, lad? Why are we carrying spinners on our backs? All in good time, lad, I hope. We're carrying time, right? If time stops, we can keep going, like divers. Full marks. And? Another question? Time is a she. None of the teachers have mentioned it, and I don't recall anything in the scrolls. Don't you think about that. Wen wrote, well, the secret scroll it's called. They keep it in a locked room. Only the abbots and the most senior monks ever get to see it. Lobsang couldn't let that one pass. So how did you... he began. Well, you wouldn't expect men like that to do the sweeping up in there, would you? Said Lutze. Terribly dusty it got. What was it about? I didn't read much of it. Didn't feel it was right, said Lutze. You? What was it about then? It was a love poem. And it was a good one. Lutze's image blurred as he sliced time. Then it faded and vanished. A line of footprints appeared across the snowfield. Lobsang wrapped time around himself and followed, and a memory came from nowhere at all. Wen was right. There were lots of places like the warehouse. There always are in every old city, no matter how valuable the building land is. Sometimes space just gets lost. A workshop is built, and then another beside it. Factories and storerooms and sheds and temporary lean-tos crawl towards one another, meet and merge. Spaces between outside walls are roofed with tar paper. Odd-shaped bits of ground are colonised by nailing up a bit of wall and cutting a doorway. Old doorways are masked by piles of lumber or new tool racks. The old men who knew what was there move on and die, just like the flies who punctuate the thick cobwebs on the grubby windows. Young men in this noisome world of whirring lathes and paint shops and cluttered workbenches don't have time to explore. And so there were spaces like this. A small warehouse with a crusted skylight that no fewer than 4 factory owners thought was owned by one of the other 3, when they thought about it at all. In fact, each of them owned one wall, and certainly no one recalled who roofed the space. Beyond the walls, on all 4 sides, men and dwarfs bent iron, sawed planks, made string, and turned screws. But in here was a silence known only to rats. The air moved for the first time in years. Dust balls rolled across the floor. Little motes sparkled and spun in the light that forced its way down from the roof. In the surrounding area, invisible and subtle, matter began to move. It came from workmen's sandwiches and gutter dirt and pigeon feathers, an atom here, a molecule there, and streamed, unheeded, into the centre of the space. It spiralled. Eventually it became, after passing through some strange, ancient and horrible shapes, Lady Lejeune. She staggered, but managed to stay upright. Other auditors also appeared, and as they did so, it seemed that they had never really not been there. The dead greyness of the light merely took on shapes. They emerged like ships from a fog. You stared at the fog, and suddenly part of the fog was hull that had been there all along, and now there was nothing for it but to race for the lifeboats. Lady Lejeune said, "I cannot keep doing this, it is too painful." One said, "Ah, can you tell us what pain is like? We have often wondered." No, I don't think I can. It is a body thing. It is not pleasant. From now on I will retain the body." One said, "That could be dangerous." Lady Lejeune shrugged. "We have been through that before. It's only a matter of appearance," she said. "And it is remarkable how much easier it is to deal with humans in this form." One said, "You shrugged. And you are talking with your mouth. A hole for food and air." "Yes, it is remarkable, isn't it?" Lady Lejeune's body found an old crate, pulled it over, and sat on it. She hardly had to think about muscle movements at all. One said, "You aren't eating, are you?" "As yet, no." One said, "As yet? That raises the whole dreadful subject of orifices." One said, "And how did you learn to shrug?" "It comes with the body," said her ladyship. "We never realized this, did we? Most of the things it does, it appears to do automatically. Standing upright takes no effort whatsoever. The whole business gets easier every time." The body shifted position slightly and crossed its legs. Amazing, she thought. It did it to be comfortable. I didn't have to think about it at all. We never guessed. One said, "There will be questions." The auditors hated questions. They hated them almost as much as they hated decisions, and they hated decisions almost as much as they hated the idea of the individual personality. But what they hated most was things moving around randomly. "Believe me, everything will be fine," said Lady Lejeune. "We will not be breaking any of the rules after all. All that will happen is that time will stop. Everything thereafter will be neat, alive but not moving, tidy." One said, "And we can get the filing finished." "Exactly," said Lady Lejeune. "And he wants to do it. That is the strange thing. He hardly thinks about the consequences." One said, "Splendid." There was one of those pauses when no one is quite ready to speak, and then one said, "Tell us, what is it like?" "What is what like?" One said, "Being insane. Being human." "Strange. Disorganized. Several levels of thinking go on at once. There are things we have no word for. For example, the idea of eating seems now to have an attraction. The body tells me this." One said, "Attraction? As in gravity?" "Yes, one is drawn towards food." One said, "Food in large masses?" "Even in small amounts." One said, "But eating is simply a function. What is the attraction of performing a function? Surely the knowledge that it is necessary for continued survival is sufficient." "I cannot say," said Lady Lejeune. One auditor said, "You persist in using a personal pronoun." And one added, "And you have not died. To be an individual is to live, and to live is to die." "Yes, I know. But it is essential for humans to use the personal pronoun. It divides the universe into two parts. The darkness behind the eyes where the little voice is, and everything else. It is a horrible feeling. It is like being questioned all the time." One said, "What is the little voice?" "Sometimes thinking is like talking to another person, but that person is also you." She could tell this disturbed the other auditors. "I do not wish to continue in this way any longer than necessary," she added, and realized that she had lied. One said, "We do not blame you." Lady Lejeune nodded. The auditors could see into human minds. They could see the pop and sizzle of the thoughts, but they could not read them. They could see the energies flow from node to node. They could see the brain glittering like a Hog's Watch decoration. What they couldn't see was what was happening. So they'd built one. It was the logical thing to do. They'd used human agents before, because early on they'd worked out that there were many, many humans who would do anything for sufficient gold. Well, this was puzzling,
because gold did not seem to the auditors to hold any significant value for a human body. It needed iron and copper and zinc, but only the most minute traces of gold. Therefore, they'd reasoned, this was further evidence that the humans that required it were flawed, and this was why attempts to make use of them were doomed. But why were they flawed? Building a human being was easy. The auditors knew exactly how to move matter around. The trouble was that the result didn't do anything but lie there, and eventually decompose. This was annoying, since human beings without any special training or education seemed to be able to make working replicas quite easily. Then they learned that they could make a human body which worked if an auditor was inside it. There were, of course, huge risks. Death was one of them. The auditors avoided death by never going so far as to get a life. They strove to be as indistinguishable as hydrogen atoms, and with none of the latter's joie de vivre. Some luckless auditor might be risking death by operating the body, but lengthy consultation decided that if the driver took care and liaised at all times with the rest of the auditors, the risk was minimal and worth taking considering the goal. They built a woman. It was a logical choice. After all, while men wielded more obvious power than women, they often did so at the expense of personal danger, and no auditor liked the prospect of personal danger. Beautiful women often achieved great things, on the other hand, merely by smiling at powerful men. The whole subject of beauty caused the auditors a lot of difficulty. It made no sense at a molecular level, but research turned up the fact that the woman in the picture Woman Holding Ferret by Leonard de Querme was considered the epitome of beauty, and so they'd based Lady Lejeune on that. They had made changes, of course. The face in the picture was asymmetrical and full of minor flaws which they had carefully removed. The result would have been successful beyond the auditors' wildest dreams, had they ever dreamed. Now that they had their stalking horse, their reliable human, anything was possible. They were learning fast, or at least collecting data, which they considered to be the same as learning. So was Lady Lejeune. She had been a human for 2 weeks, 2 astonishing, shocking weeks. Whoever would have guessed that a brain operated like this, or that colours had a meaning that went way, way beyond spectral analysis? How could she even begin to describe the blueness of blue, or how much thinking the brain did all by itself? It was terrifying. Half the time, her thoughts seemed not to be her own. She had been quite surprised to find that she did not want to tell the other auditors this. She did not want to tell them a lot of things. And she didn't have to. She had power. Oh, over Jeremy that was not in question, and was now, she had to admit, rather worrying. It was causing her body to do things by itself, like blush. But she had power over the other auditors, too. She made them nervous. Of course she wanted the project to work. It was their goal. A tidy and predictable universe where everything stayed in its place. If auditors dreamed, this would be another dream. Except... The young man had smiled at her in a nervous, worrying way, and the universe was turning out to be a lot more chaotic than even the auditors had ever suspected. A lot of the chaos was happening inside Lady Lejeune's head. Tick. Lutze and Lobsang passed through Bong Foot and Long Nap like ghosts in twilight. People and animals were bluish statues and were not, said Lutze, to be touched in any circumstances. Lutze restocked his travel bag with food from some of the houses, making sure to leave little copper tokens in their place. "It means we're obliged to them," he said, filling Lobsang's bag as well. "The next monk through here might have to give someone a minute or two." "A minute or two isn't much." "For a dying woman to say goodbye to her children, it's a lifetime," said Lutze. "Is it not written, every second counts? Let's go." "I'm tired, Sweeper." "I did say every second counts." "But everyone has to sleep." "Yes, but not yet," Lutze insisted. "We can rest in the caves down at Song Set. Can't fold time while you're asleep, see? Can't we use the spinners?" "In theory, yes." "In theory? They could wind out time for us. We'd only sleep for a few seconds." "They're for emergencies only," said Lutze bluntly. "How do you define an emergency, Sweeper?"
An emergency is when I decide it's time to use a clockwork spinner designed by Q, Wonder Boy. A life belt's for saving your life. That's when I'll trust an uncalibrated, unblessed spinner powered by springs when I have to. I know Q says... Lobsang blinked and shook his head. Lutze grabbed his arm. You felt something again? Ugh, like having a tooth out in my brain, said Lobsang, rubbing his head. He pointed. It came from over there. A pain? Came from over there? Said Lutze. He glared at the boy. Like last time? But we've never found a way of detecting which way. He stopped and rummaged in his sack. Then he used the sack to sweep snow off a flat boulder. We'll see what... Glass house. This time Lobsang could concentrate on the tones that filled the air. Wet finger on a wine glass. Well, he could start there, but the finger would have to be the finger of a god on the glass of some celestial sphere. And the wonderful, complex, shifting tones did not simply fill the air, they were the air. The moving blur beyond the walls was getting closer now. It was just beyond the closest wall, then it found the open doorway and vanished. Something was behind Lobsang. He turned. There was nothing there that he could see, but he felt movement, and just for a moment, something warm brushed his cheek. The sand says, said Lutze, tipping the contents of a small bag onto the rock. The coloured grains bounced and spread. They did not have the sensitivity of the mandala itself, but there was a blue bloom in the chaos. He gave Lobsang a sharp look. It's been proved that no one can do what you just did, he said. We've never found any way of detecting where a disturbance in time is actually being caused. Sorry. Lobsang raised a hand to his cheek. It was damp. What did I do? It takes a huge... Lutze stopped. Ankh-Morpork's that way, he said. Did you know that? No. Anyway, you said you had a feeling things would happen in Ankh-Morpork. Yes, but I've had a lifetime of experience and cynicism. Lutze scooped the sand back into its bag. You're just gifted. Come on. 4 more seconds, sliced thinly, took them below the snow line, into scree slopes that slid under their feet, and then through alder forests not much taller than themselves. And it was there they met the hunters, gathered round in a wide circle. The men did not pay them much attention. Monks were commonplace in these parts. The leader, or at least the one who was shouting, and this is usually the leader, looked up and waved them past. Lutze stopped, though, and looked amiably at the thing in the centre of the circle. It looked back at him. Good catch, he said. What are you going to do now, boys?
Is it any business of yours?
Said the leader. No, just asking, said Lutze. You boys up from the lowlands, yes?
Yeah, you'll be amazed at what you can get for catching one of these.
Yes, said Lutze. You would be amazed. Lobsang looked at the hunters. There were more than a dozen of them, all heavily armed, and watching Lutze carefully.
$900 for a good pelt, and another 1,000 for the feet, said their leader.
That much, eh? Said Lutze. That's a lot of money for a pair of feet.
That's 'cause they're big feet, said the hunter. And you know what they say about men with big feet, eh?
They need bigger shoes?
Yeah, right, said the hunter, grinning. A load of nonsense, really. But there's rich old boys with young wives over on the counterweight continent who'll pay a fortune for their powdered yeti foot.
And there was me, thinking they're a protected species, said Lutze, leaning his broom against a tree.
They're only a kind of troll. Who's going to protect them out here? Said the hunter.
Behind him, the local guides, who did know Rule 1, turned and ran. Me, said Lutze.
Oh,
said the hunter, and this time the grin was nasty.
You don't even have a weapon.
He turned to look at the fleeing guides.
You're one of the weird monks from up in the valleys, aren't you?
That's right, said Lutze. Small, grinning, weird monk, totally unarmed.
And there's 15 of us, said the hunter, well armed as you can see.
It's very important that you are all heavily armed, said Lutze, pulling his sleeves out of the way. It makes it fairer. He rubbed his hands together. No one seemed inclined to retreat. Any of you boys heard of any rules? He said after a while. Rules? Said one of the hunters. What rules? Oh, you know, said Lutze. Rules like Rule 2, say, or Rule 27? Any kind of rules of that sort of description?
The leading hunter frowned.
What in damnation are you talking about, mister?
Not so much a mister as a small, rather knowing, elderly, entirely unarmed, weird monk, said Lutze. I'm just wondering if there is anything about this situation that makes you, slightly nervous?
You mean us being well armed and outnumbering you, and you backing away like that? Said one of the hunters.
Yes, said Lutze. Perhaps we're up against a cultural thing here. I know. How about this?
He stood on one leg, wobbling a little, and raised both hands.
Aye, hi, ho, yeah, he. No? Anyone?
But there was a certain amount of bewilderment amongst the hunters.
Is it a book?
Said one who was slightly intellectual.
How many words?
What I'm trying to find out here, said Lutze, is whether you have any idea what happens when a lot of big armed men try to attack a small, elderly, unarmed monk.
To the best of my knowledge, said the intellectual of the group, he turns out to be a very unlucky monk.
Lutze shrugged.
Oh, well, he said, then we'll just have to try it the hard way.
A blur in the air hit the intellectual on the back of the neck. The leader stirred to step forward and learned too late that his bootlaces were tied together. Men reached for knives that were no longer in sheaths, for swords that were inexplicably leaning against a tree on the far side of the clearing. Legs were swept up from underneath them, invisible elbows connected with soft parts of their bodies. Blows rained out of the empty air. Those who fell down learned to stay that way. A raised head hurt. The group was reduced to men lying humbly on the ground, groaning gently. It was then that they heard a low, rhythmic sound. The Yeti was clapping. It had to be a slow hand clap, because of the creature's long arms, but when the hands met, they'd come a long way and were glad to see one another. They echoed around the mountains. Lutze reached down and raised the leader's chin.
If you have enjoyed this afternoon, please tell your friends, he said. Tell them to remember Rule 1.
He let the chin go and walked across to the Yeti and bowed.
Shall I release you, sir, or would you like to do it yourself? He said.
The Yeti stood up, looked down at the cruel iron trap around one leg, and concentrated for a moment. At the end of the moment, the Yeti was a little way from the trap, which was still set and almost hidden in leaves.
Well done, said Lutze. Methodical and very smooth. Headed down to Lowlands?
The Yeti had to bend double to bring its long face close to Lutze.
Yours?
It said.
What do you want to do with these people?
The Yeti looked round at the cowering hunters.
It being dark soon, he said. No guides now.
They've got torches, said Lutze.
Ha, ha,
said the Yeti, and it said it rather than laughed.
That's good. Torches show up at night.
Ha, yeah. Can you give us a lift? It's really important.
You and that wheezing kid I see in there.
A patch of grey air at the edge of the clearing became Lobsang out of breath. He dropped the broken branch he'd been holding.
The lad is called Lobsang. I'm training him up, said Lutze.
Looks like you got to hurry before you're running out of things you don't know, said the Yeti. Ha, ha.
Sweeper, what were you... Lobsang began, hurrying forward. Lutze put his finger to his lips.
Not in front of our fallen friends, he said. I'm looking for Rule 1 to become a lot better respected in these parts as a result of this day's work. But I had to do all the... We must be going, said Lutze, waving him into silence. I reckon we can snooze quite happily while our friend here carries us.
Lobsang glanced up at the Yeti and then back at Lutze, and then back to the Yeti. It was tall. In some ways it was like the trolls he'd met in the city, but rolled out thin. It was more than twice as high as he was, and most of the extra height was skinny legs and arms. The body was a ball of fur, and the feet were, indeed, huge.
If he could have got out of the trap at any... he began. You are the apprentice, right, said Lutze. Me? I'm the master? I'm sure I wrote that down somewhere.
But you said you weren't going to say any of those know-it-all Remember Rule 1. Oh, and pick up one of those swords. We'll need it in a minute. OK, Your Honour. The Yeti picked them up gently and firmly, cradled them in the crook of each arm, and strode away through the snow and trees. Snug, eh? Said Lutesay after a while. Their wool is spun out of rock in some way, but it's pretty comfy. There was no answer from the other arm. I spent some time with the Yetis, said Lutesay. Amazing people. They taught me a thing or two, valuable stuff. For is it not written, we live and learn? Silence, a kind of sullen, deliberate silence, reigned. I'd think myself lucky if I was a boy your age actually being carried by an actual Yeti. A lot of people back in the valley have never even seen one. Mind you, they don't come that close to settlements anymore. Not since that rumour about their feet got around. Lutesay got the feeling that he was taking part in a dialogue of one. Something you want to say, is there? He said. Well, as a matter of fact, yes, there is, actually, said Lobsang. You let me do all the work back there. You weren't going to do anything. I was making sure I had their full attention, said Lutesay smoothly. Why? So that you didn't have their full attention. I had every confidence in you, of course. A good master gives the pupil an opportunity to demonstrate his skills. And what would you have done if I hadn't been there, pray? Yes, probably, said Lutesay. What? But I expect I would have found some way to use their stupidity against them, said Lutesay. There generally is one. Is there a problem here? Well, I just thought you'd be teaching me more, that's all. I'm teaching you things all the time, said Lutesay. You might not be learning them, of course. Oh, I see, said Lobsang, very smug. Are you going to try to teach me about this Yeti, then, and why you made me bring a sword? You'll need the sword to learn about Yetis, said Lutesay. How? In a few minutes we'll find a nice place to stop, and you can cut his head off. Is that all right by you, sir? Yes, sure, said the Yeti. In the second scroll of When the Eternally Surprised, a story is written concerning one day when the apprentice Clodpool, in a rebellious mood, approached Wen and spake thusly. Master, what is the difference between a humanistic, monastic system of belief, in which wisdom is sought by means of an apparently nonsensical system of questions and answers, and a lot of mystic gibberish made up on the spur of the moment? Wen considered this for some time, and at last said, "Ah, fish." And Clodpool went away, satisfied. Tick. The code of the Igors was very strict. Never contradict. It was no part of an Igor's job to say things like, "No, sir, that's an artery." The master was always right. Never complain. An Igor would never say, "But that's 1,000 miles away." Never make personal remarks. No Igor would ever dream of saying anything like, "I should have something done about that laugh if I was you." And never, ever ask questions. Admittedly, Igor knew that meant never ask big questions. "Would sir like a cup of tea around now?" was fine, but "What do you need 100 virgins for?" or "Where do you expect me to find a brain at this time of night?" was not. An Igor stood for loyal, dependable, discreet service with a smile. Or at least a sort of lopsided grin, or possibly just a curved scar in the right place. And it has to be said that there was nothing intrinsically evil about Igors themselves. They just didn't pass judgment on other people. Admittedly, that was because if you worked for werewolves and vampires, and people who looked on surgery as modern art rather than science, passing judgment would mean you'd never have time to get anything done. And therefore, Igor was getting worried. Things were wrong, and when an Igor thinks that, they are really wrong. Great difficulty lay in getting this across to Jeremy without breaking the code, though. Igor was increasingly ill at ease with someone so clearly stark, staring, sane. Nevertheless, he tried. "Her ladyship will be along again this morning," he said, as they watched yet another crystal grow in its solution. "I know you know that," he thought, "because you smoothed your hair down with soap and put on a clean shirt." "Yes," said Jeremy. "I wish we had better progress to report. However, I'm sure we're nearly there now." "Yes,
That's very strange, isn't it?
said Igor, seizing the opening. Strange, you say?
Call me Mr. Silly, sir, but it seems to me that we're always on the point of success when her ladyship pays us a visit. But when she's gone, we experience new difficulties.
What are you suggesting, Igor?
Me, sir? I'm not a suggestive person, sir. But last time, part of the divider array had cracked.
You know, I think that was because of dimensional instability.
Yes, sir.
Why are you giving me that funny look, Igor? Igor shrugged. That is, one shoulder was momentarily as high as the other one.
Goes with the faith, sir.
She'd hardly pay us so handsomely and then sabotage the project, would she? Why would she do that? Igor hesitated. He had his back right up against the code now.
I am still wondering if she is all she seems, sir.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I wonder if we can trust her, sir, said Igor patiently.
Oh, go and calibrate the complexity resonator, will you? Grumbling, Igor obeyed. The second time Igor had followed their benefactor, she'd gone to a hotel. Next day, she'd headed for a large house in King's Way, where she'd been met by an oily man who'd made a great play of presenting her with a key. Igor had followed the oleaginous man back to his office in a nearby street where, because there are few things that are kept from a man with a face full of stitches, he'd learned that she'd just bought the lease for a very large bar of gold. After that, Igor had resorted to an ancient Ankh-Morpork tradition and paid someone to follow her ladyship. There was enough gold in the workshop, heavens knew, and the master took no interest in it. Lady Lejeune went to the opera. Lady Lejeune went to art galleries. Lady Lejeune was living life to the fullest, except that Lady Lejeune, as far as Igor could determine, never visited restaurants and had no food delivered to the house. Lady Lejeune was up to something. Igor could spot this easily. Lady Lejeune also did not appear in Twerp's Peerage, or the Almanac de Gothic, or any of the other reference books Igor had checked as a matter of course, which meant that she had something to hide. Of course, he had worked for masters who occasionally had a great deal to hide, sometimes in deep holes at midnight. But this situation was morally different for two reasons. Her ladyship wasn't his master, Jeremy was, and that was where his loyalty lay. And Igor had decided it was morally different. Now he reached the glass clock. It looked almost complete. Jeremy had designed a mechanism to go behind the face, and Igor had got it made up, all in glass. It had nothing whatsoever to do with the other mechanism, which flickered away down behind the pendulum and took up a disconcertingly small amount of room now that it was assembled. Quite a few of its parts were no longer sharing the same set of dimensions as the rest of it. But the clock had a face, and a face needed hands, and so the glass pendulum swung, and the glass hands moved and told normal, everyday time. The tick had a slightly bell-like quality, as though someone were flicking a wine glass with a fingernail. Igor looked at his hand-me-down hands. They were beginning to worry him. Now that the glass clock looked like a clock, they began to shake every time Igor came near it. Tick. No one noticed Susan in the library of the Guild of Historians, leafing her way through a pile of books. Occasionally she made a note. She didn't know if her other gift was from death, but she'd always told the children that they had a lazy eye and a business eye.